Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 341 Gift. The following day, Li Baxin left. Lu Yi learned a lot about telekinesis after a full night of tutoring. He also understood why his fourth senior brother was able to control 100 flying weapons at heaven. Grade 8th order. Unfortunately, Lu Yi also discovered that Li Baxin's methods weren't fully compatible with him. They required a certain degree of natural talent that he lacked. That said, just because Li Baxin's methods weren't compatible with him didn't mean that he couldn't make use of any of them. One night of tutoring was enough to improve his way of telekinesis to a whole new level. A sword light was currently flying over countless peaks. Li Baxin was flying in the direction of the sun with a storage bag in his hand. It wasn't his own storage bag. It was something Lu Yi had gifted to him prior to his departure. Seeing no reason to reject his junior brother's gift, he had accepted it without hesitation. There was no restriction lock on the storage bag, so Li Baxin was able to open it like he was opening a mortal bag. He soon produced a bottle from it. The bottle was tightly sealed and slapped with a label. Li Baxin's composure faltered a little when he saw the 3 words on the label. It was the soul-cleansing water. Li Baxin's pupils narrowed in shock. He was no newbie in cultivation, so of course he knew what the soul-cleansing water was. He even knew that it was the reason his second senior sister, Shui Yuan, was able to ascend to Divine Ocean Realm. He never thought he would receive a gift like this, however. Just how much soul-cleaning water did his junior brother receive from the lost city of Xianyuan? Li Baxin uncorked the bottle and gave it a sniff. The bottle was half full, and it gave off a unique scent that immediately refreshed Li Baxin's mind. Even his perception felt a tad sharper. If he were to translate it into drops, half a bottle of soul-cleansing water was worth a dozen or so droplets at least. It was a highly sought-after treasure even by Divine Ocean Realm cultivators. It was honestly a bit too much. Lu Yi had exited the lost city of Xianyuan with almost 3.5 bottles of soul-cleansing water. The first bottle was missing a few drops because he had used them to save Zhu Jia and Zhao Li's life. He then gave the bottle to Shui Yuan. For the second bottle, he had gifted half to Bai Qian and used up the rest in the 100 Wards Tower. The third bottle, the one with only half in it, was given to Yi. Yi was an apparition. So the soul-cleansing water was one of the best cultivation resources she could hope to get. It would allow her to increase the strength of her divine soul in tandem with her cultivation level. The last bottle had been split into 2 halves. He gave half to Li Baxin and he kept the other half to himself in case he needed it for something. With this, all the soul-cleansing water he had brought out of the lost city of Xianyuan had been distributed accordingly. Li Baxin shook his head, smiling. His junior brother had purposely kept the bottle in a storage bag, because he was afraid that he would turn down the gift. He put away the soul-cleansing water carefully before inspecting the storage bag again. To his surprise, it wasn't the only gift his junior brother had in store for him. He took it, know them out. His expression turned completely serious when he saw what they were. It was a pair of ancient-looking wooden boxes. He knew them so well he could probably craft the boxes by hand if he knew woodwork. It was because he checked its remaining stock nearly every time he entered the Vault of Providence. It was one thing if the stock count remained the same, but each time someone bought it, he could only stew in helplessness and frustration. Today there were only 8 of them left. Or were there? There weren't many things that could throw Li Baxin off, and this was one of them. His hand started trembling slightly. If this really was the treasure he had been eyeing this whole time, then he would not know how to even begin to repay his junior brother. The half a bottle of soul-cleansing water was precious, but they were incomparable to the 2 boxes he was holding. They were what he needed to cure the wound that had plagued him for over a decade. He sucked in a deep breath and opened one of the boxes. He immediately saw the perfectly sealed spirit pill within the wooden box. He checked the other box and found the same thing. The sword light stopped in its tracks. Right now, Li Baxin's heart felt as full as his hands. It was real. He really was holding the treasure of his dreams, the point restoration pill. As the name suggested, the spirit pill was used to repair broken spiritual points. A broken spiritual point wasn't an irreparable wound, but it might as well be considering the price one must pay to buy it. How many cultivators in the world could earn 150,000 contribution points? That was why Dong Shai had fallen into despair after losing spiritual points. It was because he knew he would never be able to repair them anymore. Similarly, Li Baxin was stuck at the Spirit Creek realm for over a decade after losing his spiritual point. Was he incapable of ascending to the Cloud River realm? Of course not. Any cultivator could ascend to Cloud River realm, once they had converted into a heaven-grade cultivation technique, and met the lowest requirement of 240 spiritual points. However, ascending to the Cloud River realm like this would greatly impact one's future. They would essentially be crippling their own strength and potentials. That was why old-school Spirit Creek realm cultivators were quite common in the inner circle, but almost non-existent in the core circle. Practically everyone who operated within the core circle had converted to a heaven-grade cultivation technique, and those who had reached a certain age and the basic requirement at least would choose to ascend to the Cloud River realm. The Cultivation Jojo had done a worldwide survey before. It was concluded that a cultivator who ascended to the Cloud River realm with less than 300 spiritual points would only have a 30% chance to ascend to the True Lake realm. Moreover, their chances of ascending to the Divine Ocean realm was a big fat zero. On the other hand, those who ascended to the Cloud River realm with 300 or more spiritual points would have a 70% chance to ascend to the True Lake realm. Their chances to ascend to the Divine Ocean realm were pretty good as well. As for those who managed to ascend to the Cloud River realm with a maximum of 360 spiritual points, their chances of becoming a Divine Ocean realm cultivator was as high as 80% if they didn't perish midway. Li Baxin had only lost a single spiritual point. He had unlocked the remaining 359 spiritual points a long time ago. If he wanted to, he would be a Cloud River realm cultivator already. However, he remained as he was because he could not accept ascending to the next level as anything but his best. Back in the day, he was heralded as one of Jojo's best cultivators. He was a heaven-grade 8th Order cultivator, who could control 100 flying weapons and the second runner-up on the Scroll of Supremacy. Therefore, how could he accept ascending to the Cloud River realm in his crippled state and lowering his own potential? He would rather stay at the Spirit Creek realm and slowly accumulate the necessary amount of contribution points to purchase the point restoration pill, and he did for over a decade. In fact, he wasn't far away from 150,000 contribution points. If there was one thing that he was worried about, it would be the point restoration pills going out of stock before he could accumulate enough contribution points. Today, the worry that had plagued him for years was gone like the wind. He didn't have just one point restoration pill. He had two. This was a gift worth 300,000 contribution points. It was an astronomical number to say the least. With these 2-point restoration pills, he had a 100% chance of restoring his broken spiritual point and ascend to the Cloud River realm in his best form. Even a decade of wasted time was but a trifle considering his extraordinary talent and cultivation speed. It took a while for Li Baxin to regain his calm. Lu Ye's gift was priceless beyond even his wildest imagination. Be it the soul-cleansing water and the point restoration pill, they were priceless treasures that a Spirit Creek realm cultivator should never be able to obtain. And yet, Lu Yi did it. After a thought, he tapped on his battlefield imprint and messaged, "Thank you, Junior Brother." Back at the headquarters, Lu Yi was in the middle of discussing the next step to develop the sect when he received the message from Li Baxin. He smiled but did not respond to it. Thanks were unnecessary between family members. Suddenly, Shui Yuan asked, "I noticed that there were only 6 pill restoration pills left in the Vault of Providence a while ago. Was it you?" "Yeah. You mentioned that Brother Li's spiritual point had been damaged for too long, and just 1-point restoration pill might not be enough to repair it fully, right? That was why I bought 2. Lu Yi had found it strange when he heard that Li Baxin would stay at the Spirit Creek battlefield as a heaven-grade 8th Order cultivator for over a decade. He only learned about his 4th senior brother's predicament after asking discreetly about it. It wasn't a secret anyway. Anyone could have told him what happened. Later on, he brought this up to Shui Yuan during a casual conversation, and was told that there existed a spirit pill in the Vault of Providence that could repair it. However, it was too expensive for any one cultivator to pay. If Li Baxin was still with the Crimson Blood sect, then of course the sect would do everything in its power to help him. However, he was with the devoted ones right now, so the situation was complicated to say the least. Not only could he not receive any external help, his means of earning contribution points were extremely limited. As a result, Li Baxian was unable to accumulate the contribution points necessary to purchase a point restoration pill, even over a decade later. Since then, Lu Yi had plotted to help his fourth senior brother. During the Battle of Golden Tip, it was Wei Yuan and Shui Yuan who bore the judgment of the heavens and saved his life. And it was Li Baxian who came all the way from the core circle to protect him. As a Spirit Creek realm cultivator, killing a cultivator much lower than your cultivation level would result in a loss of contribution points. However, Li Baxian hadn't held back against his enemies in the slightest. Lu Yi even remembered his first senior sister, Wei Yuan, warning Li Baxian to cool his horses and not deduct all of his contribution points by accident. Lu Yi hadn't known Shui Yuan or Li Baxian until then, but they still protected him at great cost to themselves just because he was a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. That was the moment Lu Yi learned that he wasn't alone, that someone would always have his back, and that he had a home in this big, wide cultivation world. 1 point restoration pill might not be enough to heal Li Baxian completely, because his spiritual point had been broken for too long. In that case, he purchased 2. So what if he spent 300 contribution points to get them? It was nothing compared to his senior brother's well-being. This was why Lu Yi had been accumulating contribution points like a madman all this time. It was because the amount he needed to achieve his goal was enormous. At first, his plan was to slowly take revenge on the sects who had wronged him one by one and slowly accumulate the amount he needed. However, his breakthrough in the way of wards and ward breaching provided him with a swift way to accumulate contribution points. In a sense, he got very lucky. "Thank you for your hard work," Shui Yuan said while hiding her expression. Just like Li Baxian, she often checked the remaining stock of point restoration pills left in the Vault of Providence. She would not have noticed it so quickly otherwise. "We are family." Lu Yi shook his head before changing the subject. "So, what do you think about my plans, senior sister? There is no way we can rely on our current members if we wish to develop our sect further. Most of our disciples were independent cultivators, and none of their talents are particularly impressive. Their loyalty is unequaled, but the heart can only go so far. Not only do we need a constant influx of new blood, we need exceptional ones so that the sect does not lack Cloud River Realm and True Lake Realm cultivators in the future." "You are correct." Shui Yuan nodded. "Just leave this to me. I will hold a recruitment ceremony in the near future. It's been decades since we did one, so all nearby talents have been going to our neighbors. I suppose it's time to change that." "I look forward to it, senior sister." While saying this, Lu Yi pulled out a couple of storage bags and handed them to Shui Yuan. "This is the loot I had obtained during my conquests. Please deal with it as you see fit. I'm sure you'll be able to use it both for our sect's development and our disciples' cultivation." Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 342, Outpost Development. During the latter half of his conquest, the only loot the Grand Sky Coalition invasion force could obtain from their enemies' outposts was the blessings on their Divine Opportunity column. No Thousand Demon Rich sect was bold enough to put up a resistance knowing how futile it was. That was why they took everything they could back to the headquarters and destroyed those they couldn't. That said, there were quite a lot of battles during the first half of the conquest. Battles resulted in dead people, and dead people left their possessions behind. There were also some resources in the outposts. Lu Yi did not claim too many of these resources. The large majority of them were used to compensate the sects who lost cultivators in the battle. Despite this, he was able to accumulate a sizable amount of resources over time. Of this loot, the most valuable was probably the Grand Wards. He had a couple of complete sets too. They cost at least 10,000 contribution points to purchase from the Vault of Providence, so naturally they could be resold for many things. The sect had to grow, and the disciples had to cultivate. Naturally, they would need spirit stones and spirit pills. Right now, the outpost production was barely enough to meet the most basic cultivation requirement. If they could procure more spirit stones and spirit pills, then their cultivation speed would surely improve. This was especially true after the quality of the outpost's world spiritual chi was drastically improved. The compounding factor would accelerate their cultivators' growth even more. Unfortunately, the Crimson Blood sect did not have enough useful manpower at the moment. They even had to rely on Shui Yuan to manage and distribute the resources to the disciples. After dumping the responsibility of recruitment to Shui Yuan, Lu Yi teleported back to the outpost using the Divine Opportunity column. There were 2 disciples guarding the Sanctum of Providence right now. They were in the middle of meditating when Lu Ye's arrival jolted them back to reality. When they opened their eyes and saw their legate, they hurriedly saluted him and said, "Brother Lu." Lu Yi nodded slightly and walked out of the Sanctum of Providence. However, he could not see anyone for some reason. Curious, he sent a message via his battlefield imprint and waited. At the same time, he grabbed a few blood sturgeons from his storage bag, placed his fingers between his lips and whistled. A massive shadow descended from above. It was Beaky flying over from a nearby spirit peak. Lu Yi fed it the blood sturgeons as a treat. "Brother Lu," Gu Yang's voice came from behind him. The prolgate had probably rushed over immediately after he received Lu Ye's message. "Where is everyone?" Lu Yi asked. "They're all cultivating," Gu Yang explained. It was only now Lu Yi understood why the outpost looked like a ghost town. The drastic improvement in the surrounding world's spiritual qi had pushed all disciples to lock themselves in their residences or training chambers to cultivate. At this level of concentration, the circles of boon he had built in the training chambers were almost useless. The same went for his gathering spirits. Gathering spirits was most useful when the ambient world spiritual qi was neither too rich nor too diluted. That was not the case for the outpost anymore. In other words, the training chambers had become obsolete. For as long as a cultivator was cultivating in the outpost, their cultivation efficiency was the same no matter where they were. "I heard from Wuxia that you guys did a good bit of outpost development while I was gone," Lu Yi said while combing Beaky's feathers. It was Sister Hua who brought it up after consulting Sister Shui's opinion. "All we did was play second fiddle or perform hard labor." "Show me." Lu Yi gave Beaky a pat and sent it back to its spirit peak. He then summoned his own spirit boat and flew himself and Gu Yang into the sky. This was obviously Gu Yang's first time flying on a spirit boat because he could not stop admiring the experience. However, he quickly regained control of himself as he was a man of steady character. Wuxia would not have made him the prolgate otherwise. Gu Yang began pointing at a building below them and started. "This building is the council hall. We used to discuss important matters in the Sanctum of Providence, but Sister Hua thought we're misusing the place and suggested that we build a council hall. That building over there is the guest hall. It is where we receive and entertain our guests. This area filled with spirit plants is the plantation zone. You notice how big it is? It's because Sister Hua said that the sect had been in decline for too long, and its reserves were too spent. Our very first salary had come out of Sister Shui's pockets, and the next few had come from your loot. That is why she wanted us to create a plantation zone to farm some medicinal herbs, spirit flowers, unusual plants and so on to alleviate some of the strain on the sect's finances. If our disciples are interested, they can even apply for an area and plant their own plants. Of course, when harvest time comes, a portion of their earnings will have to be turned into the sect. This here is the residential area. Sister Hua said that our residential area need not be too fancy, which is why I selected this area to be our residential zone. Anyone who is an acolyte is free to build their own residence here. The initiates and associates residential area is over there. Those detached buildings over there are the guest accommodations. The environment is better for obvious reasons, and we built 10 right from the get-go because Sister Hua expects a lot of people to visit in the Crimson Blood sect in the future. In the same vein, we've left enough space for future expansions. That area over there is where the disciples spar. Gu Yang continued to explain as the spirit boat flew here and there. Slowly but surely Lu Yi got a comprehensive picture of the Crimson Blood sect's outpost. He had to admit that the outpost had changed drastically while he was gone. The whole place exuded a sense of order, growth and prosperity thanks to a systematic planning and development. A while later, the spirit boat landed in front of the council hall. The first thing Lu Yi saw after going in was a ridiculously large seat of honor. It was flanked by 2 rows of smaller chairs. Enough space had been left at the center to accommodate at least 100 people. Lu Yi sat down at the seat of honor but felt like he was sitting on a stool because he could not reach the armrests or the back. It honestly functioned better as a bed because it had more than enough space to sleep on. After Gu Yang stood in front of him, he said, "Gu Yang, I'm here. Are you aware what your biggest flaw is?" Gu Yang mulled over the question for a while before shaking his head honestly. "I do not know. When you were acting as my tour guide earlier, I realized that you could not stop mentioning your 6th senior sister. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, by the way. She was the one who helmed the development of the outpost, so I understand why you find it necessary to tell me that the ideas were hers. However, excessive steadfastness is not a good thing. Wuxia is no longer the prolgate you are. For that matter, you don't even have a successor in mind, do you? I'm a 9th order cultivator now. When I ascend to heaven grade 7th order, I would be forced to enter the core circle. It is only a matter of time before your 6th senior sister leaves as well. When the two of us are gone, you will be the lord and master of this outpost. That is why you need to develop a sense of independence and judgment as soon as possible. Our positions may sound enviable, but the responsibilities are honestly more trouble than they're worth. I'm sure you've already realized that. Time is the most valuable resource during the early stage of anyone's cultivation, but the legate and the prolgate must spend at least some of that precious time on the development of the sect. Of course, we are lucky in the sense that our sect is starting from the bottom, so there are only so many things we need to worry about. Even so, it is inevitable that our responsibilities will eat into our cultivation time. Whatever you do, you must never neglect your own cultivation, understand?" Gu Yang replied seriously, "Do not worry, Brother Liu. I will do my best. One more thing. You are already a 7th order cultivator, and you will leave for the inner circle when you reach the 8th order. It is imperative that you select a successor as soon as possible." "I understand. By the way, do you have the disciple register with you?" "In fact, I do." "Show me." Gu Yang hurriedly handed him the book. Lu Yi began flipping through them page by page. There were currently over 700 people in the outpost, but their actual acolytes numbered less than 20 people. They had around 200 initiates and over 400 associates. Lu Yi remembered some of the names on the disciple register, but most of them were completely unfamiliar to him. While returning the disciple register to Gu Yang, he said, "You have 2 days to select 100 worthy candidates to become true acolytes. You may recruit the independent cultivators who are performing well as initiates as well." Gu Yang nodded seriously as he accepted the book. "I'll finish it in just half a day. You may take your leave now." Gu Yang turned around and started toward the exit. Suddenly Lu Yi recalled someone and asked, "Oh right, do you know where Feng Yu is? You know, the one from Clan Feng?" Gu Yang stopped in his tracks and reported, "She's usually tending to the spirit plants at the plantation zone, so I would expect her to be there right now. Before you ask, no one ordered her to tend to the plants, it was something she decided to take on herself. Also, Sister Hua often gave her some spirit pills and spirit stones because she thought she looked pitiful. When the disciples got hurt in a spar, they would seek her out for treatment as well. Finally, many disciples who wish to walk the path of a medicine cultivator are receiving free lessons from her." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, now you grow a spine?" Gu Yang blushed instantly. "Tell her that I require her presence at the council hall." "Right away," Gu Yang responded before taking his leave. A moment later, a cowering figure stepped through the entrance of the council hall. She looked like an aggrieved housewife as she stopped about 10 meters away from Lu Yi. Her lips were pressed tightly, her eyes were staring at her own feet, and even her breathing was suppressed like she was attempting to hide from an apex predator. If there was one person who was decidedly not happy with Lu Ye's triumphant return, it was Feng Yu for sure. During the time Lu Yi was gone, Feng Yu had managed to integrate herself into the Crimson Blood sect. Although she had absolutely nothing to her name, she was able to convince most Crimson Blood sect disciples to accept her with her identity and skill as a medicine cultivator. Strictly speaking, she was treated as a supernumerary of the Crimson Blood sect. Lu Yi was the only person in the sect she couldn't interact with without turning as taut as a string. Without exaggeration, she did not even dare to breathe too loudly in his presence. She had hidden herself the second she heard that Lu Yi had returned to the sect. Otherwise, Lu Yi and Gu Yang would have seen her when they were patrolling the plantation zone. As Gu Yang had mentioned earlier, She was normally tending to the spirit plants at this time. When Gu Yang had messaged her saying that Lu Yi required her presence in the council hall, her soul had nearly departed her body. Unfortunately, short of actually dying on the spot, there was no chance she could avoid this meeting. She could only obey and wait for the walking calamity to decide her fate. So you're in the 8 order now, huh? Lu Ye's voice reverberated in the empty hall. Feng Yu trembled and turned as the blood drained away from her face. She instinctively tried to make herself even smaller than she already was while answering, "Yes." "Get over here." If Feng Yu's face wasn't as white as a sheet before, she was now. She wanted to say no, but she seriously did not have the guts to do so. It had been months since the day she was nearly beheaded, and yet the image of Lu Ye's saber still haunted her dreams to this day. Without exaggeration, the grass growing on her grave would have been 10 meters by now if she hadn't knelt fast enough that day. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 343 Weapon Holder. Feng Yu tried dragging the moment for as long as possible. When she finally came within an arm's reach, Lu Yi immediately grabbed her arm and pulled her closer. Feng Yu panicked as a shudder coursed through her body. She closed her eyes, gathered her courage and uttered through gritted teeth, "You may own me, but you'll never own my heart." Ha! Lu Yi made a strange noise that caused Feng Yu to open her eyes and see just what was going on. It was then she realized that the strange noise Lu Yi made was him blowing away the dust on an engraved block before bringing it down on the back of her hand. The second the stamp made contact with her skin, Feng Yu felt as if her fate had been rewritten. She could clearly feel an invisible connection between herself and the Crimson Blood Sect's Divine Opportunity column. Her eyes widened like saucers after that. "What did you say?" Lu Yi shot her a strange look after putting away the engraved block used to mark a battlefield imprint. "Nothing." To say she wasn't expecting this boon at all would be an understatement. When she recalled her earlier misunderstanding, she blushed so hard that even the roots of her ears were red. She had been a legate herself before she surrendered to Lu Yi. Naturally, she understood better than most what Lu Yi had done. From now on, she wasn't a rootless cultivator anymore. The fear that she might be kicked out of the outpost one day was gone as well. She was now a disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect. She felt like she had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. "Am I an initiate or?" Feng Yu asked carefully. "No. You're a true acolyte." Lightheadedness struck her immediately. She thought she would be lucky if Lu Yi took her in as an initiate, but the outcome was even better than her expectations. "You should understand why I dare to take you in as a true acolyte." Feng Yu nodded like a chick pecking at the ground. "I do." "Then go." Feng Yu gave Lu Yi a respectful salute before turning around and heading toward the exit. When she stepped into the sunlight, she felt as if a huge burden was lifted from her shoulders. The shadows in her heart were gone before she realized it, and she felt so free it was almost as if she had been reborn. She had been in a bad state since Lu Yi had brought her to the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost. Forget that Clan Feng wasn't willing to pay a heavy sum to ransom her. She wouldn't have dared to return even if they were. Although her opponent was the vanquisher of Sex himself, it did not change the fact that the outpost Clan Feng had developed for decades had been lost while she was in charge. If she dared to return to Clan Feng, only 2 outcomes awaited her. 1, she would be made an example of so that future disciples would not repeat her mistake. It was entirely possible that that punishment would entail execution. 2, she would be turned into a bargaining chip of political marriages. Neither outcome was acceptable to her. Unfortunately, her chances of escaping from the Crimson Blood Sect and joining another Thousand Demon Ridge sect was even more unlikely, so she had no choice but to remain in the outpost. It might look like she had integrated into the Crimson Blood Sect recently, and it was a fact that the cultivators of the outpost treated her very well. The grim reality was that she had no future so long as she could not attach herself to the sect. Forget the million other things she couldn't do as an independent cultivator. Her inability to earn contribution points alone was basically a death sentence to her cultivation journey. After all, she was a medicine cultivator. How was a healer like her supposed to kill enough enemy cultivators to sustain her cultivation needs and have a future? Not only that, all Thousand Demon Ridge outposts close to the Crimson Blood Sects had been oppressed to the death a long time ago. Even the disciples could not find an enemy cultivator to kill. much less her. If she could not earn contribution points, she would not be able to purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique. And if she could not purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique, then her cultivation would be stuck at 180 spiritual points forever. However, Feng Yu did not think that the Crimson Blood sect would accept her, not without considerable effort and luck on her part at least. Not only was she a former clan Feng, she was also a medicine cultivator. It was an unwritten rule in the cultivation world of Jiuzhou that enemy medicine cultivators could be ransomed at a reasonable price. It was one thing if she only stayed at the Crimson Blood sect as an independent cultivator. If the Thousand Demon Ridge tried to accuse them of breaking the rules, they could simply argue that the Crimson Blood sect and Clan Feng were still in the middle of negotiating the ransom money, but if they actually accepted her as a disciple, then the unwritten rule would truly be broken. As with all things, once there was a precedent, another would surely follow. If that were to happen, turmoil would surely embroil Jiuzhou for a while at least. The unwritten rule had remained unbroken for countless years. That was why Feng Yu had thought that she would live and die as a ninth-order cultivator. Then Lu Yi did the unthinkable. The young man hadn't bothered explaining his reason for accepting her as a true acolyte properly, but she was smart enough to figure it out herself. Not long ago, Lu Yi had turned the entire inner circle upside down, and nearly triggered an all-out war that would have entangled the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. What was recruiting an enemy medicine cultivator as a true acolyte compared to that? Who would even dare to accuse him of rule-breaking? Those stupid enough to do so would likely lose their outpost the very next day. Plus, the Thousand Demon Ridge had broken the unwritten rules again, and again to eliminate Lu Yi. They did not even have the moral high ground. Now that she thought about it, Lu Yi might be the only one in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield who had the right, power and even the moral high ground to break an unwritten rule or two without repercussions. He hadn't just taken her in as an associate or an initiate either. A true acolyte. It was the highest rank one could achieve as a disciple, and the benefits reflected that. Not only could she receive a monthly salary from the headquarters, she was also eligible to receive contribution points when the sect issued them in the future. Right now though, what Feng Yu desired the most wasn't to earn contribution points, but to build a house of her own at the acolyte's residential area. Despite her former status, Feng Yu was fairly well connected. After she sent a few messages through her battlefield imprint, 8 disciples soon showed up to help her build her new house. They all congratulated her after learning that their 5th senior brother had accepted her as a true acolyte. Gu Yang was a highly efficient worker. Not even half a day had passed before he had finalized the list of names Lu Yi had asked for and passed it to him. After reviewing the list with Wuxia and confirming that it was good, he asked Gu Yang to summon everyone to the council hall to officialize the promotion. The next few hours were a joyous one. These disciples happily stepped into the council hall one by one as Gu Yang promoted them in his capacity as the prolgate and updated their position in the disciple register. When tomorrow came, the Crimson Blood sect would welcome 100 true acolytes and 200 initiates. While they were working, Shui Yuan was paying the sect master a visit at the headquarters. She then repeated Lu Ye's ideas to him. The sect master nodded in agreement. Yi is right. It is time we recruit more people. If we continue to pick our disciples only from the independent cultivators, we will definitely suffer from an absence of Cloud River Realm and Real Lake Realm cultivators in the future. That would be detrimental to the sect's development. Should we hold a recruitment ceremony then? No, there's no need. You and I are the only ones who are relatively free in the sect right now, and I don't think either of us fancy the idea of preparing such a big event by ourselves. The recruitment ceremony can wait until after Yi and his friends have ascended. But how can we find our talent if we do not hold the ceremony? Just leave it to me. After Shui Yuan had taken her leave, the sect master searched around his room for a bit until he found a sealed letter. It was an invitation from a Tier 2 sect in Bingzhou called the Three Sages School. Bingzhou was a tumultuous, war-torn province because it was neighbors with a hostile province. As a result, the sects in both provinces were generally quite powerful. For example, both provinces had 5 Tier 1 sects each. The Three Sages School might only be a Tier 2 sect, but its power and wealth were not to be underestimated. They also had a lot of Divine Ocean Realm cultivators. A sect this powerful generally held a recruitment ceremony every 2 or 3 years. They welcomed talented individuals from all across Zhou to grow their strength and ensure the continued existence of their sect. That said, most of their talents generally came from the same region, that was to say the sect's area of influence. There would always be individuals who would rather travel further to join the sect of their dreams than the one closer to them, but most of the time, the sects were able to nab the best talents within their own territory. There was no such thing as a major sect who liked to look bad in front of others, which was why they sent an invitation letter to some of the most respectable seniors of their cultivation faction every time they held a big ceremony like this. It was both to generate some publicity for themselves and to strengthen relationships with other sections. The gesture was mostly symbolic. For example, the sect master himself had not attended any ceremony even once throughout the years, but if the seniors did choose to attend, then they would benefit from their presence, wouldn't they? Not this time though. This time he was going to attend the Three Sages School's recruitment ceremony. The sect master was a shrewd man. Why would he hold a recruitment ceremony himself when he could just attend one? In fact, the Crimson Blood sect had lost a lot of talented individuals during the years they had languished, and the Three Sages School wasn't so far away that they could claim that they didn't benefit from their loss. A moment later, the sect master departed from the Summit of Fortitude. He was gone in the blink of an eye. As it turned out, the Three Sages School's recruitment ceremony was soon to begin. Time truly waited for no one. At the outpost, Lu Yi was looking through the Vault of Providence in the Sanctum of Providence once more. He soon found a palm-sized box with 9 holes in it. It looked like a beehive at first glance. The item didn't look impressive, but in reality it was a middle-grade spirit artifact with 18 enhancements on it. A low-grade spirit artifact was a spirit artifact with 0 to 9 enhancements. A middle-grade spirit artifact was a spirit artifact with 10 to 18 enhancements. A high-grade spirit artifact was a spirit artifact with 19 to 27 enhancements, and a top-grade spirit artifact was a spirit artifact with 28 to 36 enhancement. 36 was not the maximum amount of enhancements a spirit artifact could carry, but at that point it was known as a spell artifact. Spirit Treasure was the grade above spell artifacts, and the 9 Realm Scroll was one such example. Suffice to say, it was valuable enough to be considered priceless. For Spirit Creek Realm cultivators, low-grade spirit artifacts were generally enough to last them until their ascension. Moreover, the more enhancements there were in a spirit artifact, the more spiritual power they consumed to function. Of course, those who were wealthy and or confident in their supply of spiritual power reserves could purchase a middle-grade spiritual artifact. As usual, it depended on the person. Lu Yi currently had exactly 1 spell artifact. It was the sword he had obtained from the real Lake Realm cultivator he had killed. He hadn't sold it yet because he thought it might be useful in the future. The beehive-like box he was called a weapon holder. It was a spiritual artifact that was specifically made to complement flying weapons. When Lu Yi had returned from the lost city of Xianyuan, he could already control 4 flying weapons at once. Today, he could control 6 or even 7 without any pressure whatsoever. He wasn't just manipulating them telekinetically either. Each and every weapon was empowered with a glyph, so the drain on his mental energy was even greater. Otherwise, Lu Yi was pretty sure he could control up to 20 flying weapons at the same time. His capabilities were already far beyond that of his peers, but it was still nothing compared to his 4th senior brothers. That was why he was buying a weapon holder. Li Baxin had highly recommended it after listening to his problems. Killing enemies using flying weapons was convenient, but it wasn't without its flaws. For Lu Yi, it was the fact that he had to waste a bit of time producing them from his storage bag. In battle, even the slightest delay could affect the outcome of a battle, or even one's life. That was why Lu Yi had never stored the inviolable in his storage bag. If he kept the inviolable on his person, then he could grab it the instant he engaged in combat. But if he put it in his storage bag, he couldn't get to it at first notice. It was a pain and a serious risk considering certain scenarios. Finally, a flying weapon could only hold so much spiritual power. If they ran out of juice, he would have to retrieve and recharge them to full. These 2 flaws alone made flying weapons so much less threatening than they could be. These flaws weren't unfixable, however. The solution was called a weapon holder. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 344. When forbearance only makes you angrier. Strictly speaking, Li Baxian's liquor gourd was a type of weapon holder as well. It was just weird-looking and stronger. Li Baxian stored all of his spiritual artifacts in it. The weapon holder Lu Yi had purchased was undoubtedly inferior to Li Baxian's liquor gourd, but it did not matter as long as it was usable. The weapon holder could be tied to one's waist without affecting movement. It could also nurture his spirit artifacts until it was time to use them. This was way better than manually producing them from a storage bag, especially since he was planning to increase the number of flying weapons he controlled. The beehive-like weapon holder had 9 holes in total. Each hole could be used to store a single spirit artifact. He had already acquired the additional spiritual artifacts. He only needed to refine them to use them. After purchasing the weapon holder from the Vault of Providence, he proceeded to purchase a total of 50 Flame of Earth and Spirits. Although he had not encountered another situation where the Tree of Glyphs ran so dry that it couldn't even burn away the pill poison anymore, Lu Yi had a vague feeling that its reserves were running low. It was only natural. As his cultivation level increased, so did his consumption of spirit pills. This was especially true now that he was a 9th order cultivator. If he were to cultivate using spirit pills only, a single spiritual point would cost him 40 spirit restoring pills to unlock. The increased consumption also increased the amount of toxin in his body. Naturally, the Tree of Glyphs had to burn more fuel to purge them. That was without mentioning the time he was poisoned at the Heavenly Derivative sect. That one poisoning incident had used up much of the Tree of Glyphs fuel. He hadn't replenished the Tree of Glyphs fuel for a long time, nor had he obtained any new glyphs from it. He had been focused on accumulating the contribution points needed to purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique and the point restoration pill for his 4th senior brother. The reason the point restoration pill was so expensive was because it was nearly extinct. Every time someone bought it and used it, there would be one less point restoration pill in the entire world. It wouldn't be nearly as expensive if someone was able to recreate the pill and restock the dwindling supplies in the Vault of Providence. Unfortunately, no one had been able to accomplish such a feat so far. Today, he had purchased his heaven-grade cultivation technique, Li Baxian's point restoration pills, and his weapon holder. He did not need anything else until he ascended and became a Cloud River Realm cultivator. Naturally, he saw no reason not to spend the rest of his contribution points on the Flame of Earth and Spirits. The middle-grade weapon holder cost over 900 contribution points. A fairly affordable price tag from Lu Ye's point of view. However, it was a different story for your generic 9th order cultivator. The lousiest heaven-grade cultivation technique cost a little over 1,000 contribution points. This meant that the weapon holder was almost as expensive as the lousiest heaven-grade cultivation technique. Not all middle-grade spirit artifacts were this expensive, of course. On average, the low-grade spirit artifacts in the Vault of Providence were priced between 30 to 150 contribution points, middle grade between 2 to 500 contribution points, and high grade almost 1,000 contribution points. A weapon holder was a unique type of spirit artifact. That was why it was priced higher than normal. The prices in the Vault of Providence were extremely fair because they were decided by the heavens themselves. It was basically impossible to cheat the heavens or purchase something that was even slightly underpriced. 50 Flames of Earth and Spirits cost 10,000 contribution points. This meant he only had 2,000 contribution points left. To think that he once had 310,000 contribution points. Truly, one could never have enough contribution points. He checked his own spiritual points. He had unlocked 225 spiritual points in total, and was only 15 away from being able to cultivate a heaven-grade cultivation technique. When he exited the 100 Wards Tower, he had already unlocked 218 spiritual points. The reason he had only unlocked 7 spiritual points despite the fact that it had been over 1.5 months was simple. He just didn't have much time to cultivate while leading the invasion force and conquering outposts left and right. Even so, his unlock speed was still on par or better than an ordinary 9th order cultivator. Gluttonous Feast was almost useless to most people, but to Lu Yi, it was a godlike auxiliary cultivation technique thanks to the Tree of Glyphs' ability to burn the pill poison. Lu Yi started toward his residence after putting away the weapon holder and Flames of Earth and Spirits safely. Yi and Zhu Jiao were nowhere to be seen. Not even Amber was waiting for him like he thought it would. The world's spiritual qi in the outpost was so rich that no one was willing to waste their free time doing nothing. Lu Ye's earliest home had been built by Chun Yu and the others. Huaxi's home was right next to his. Together, they owned what was probably the most scenic location in the entire outpost. Strictly speaking, Huaxi and Chun Yu should have moved out of the outer circle by now. After all, they were both 8th order cultivators already. However, the unrest in the inner circle hadn't fully subsided, and after the upgrade, the quality of the world's spiritual qi of their allied sects might not necessarily be better than their outposts. Therefore, it was fine to delay their journey a little longer. The first thing Lu Yi did after returning to his residence was to refine all the spirit artifacts he had bought. Then, he put all 9 of them into his weapon holder. After he had strapped the weapon holder to his waist, he rose to his feet, tested his movements for a bit, then readjusted the position of the weapon holder. He did not stop until he was sure it wouldn't affect his movements. While requesting guidance from Li Baxian regarding the way of telekinesis, he eventually figured out how his 4th senior brother was able to control 100 flying weapons at the same time. Talent was definitely a major part of it. The same went for mental strength. There was nothing Lu Yi could do about the first, but the latter was directly tied to the strength of his divine soul. Lu Ye's powerful divine soul was a massive boost to his mastery for sure. The reason he was able to continuously add more telekinetic weapons to his arsenal was because his divine soul kept growing stronger. It was true that Li Baxian was able to control 100 flying weapons at once because he had a strong divine soul. However, the biggest reason was because he could split his focus into many threads and multitask. This was an ability that most people could practice hard for many years and still never reach. He succeeded not only because he was naturally talented, but also because he worked just as hard as everyone else to refine it to perfection. Lu Yi did not need to control 100 flying weapons though. He would not have chosen a 9-hold weapon holder otherwise. He only needed to practice with 9 until he could use them even in his sleep. It was definitely something he could achieve with his current abilities. As for how he was going to get there, there was no better practice than real combat. Lu Yi took out the mystic fruit he hadn't used in a very long time, and poured his energy into it. He hadn't entered the Rift of Illusions even once after he entered the 9th order. Now, he was going to temper his way of telekinesis with it. The scenery before him changed, and he entered the small familiar space. Something was different, however. He was surprised to find a fog-covered shadow just a short distance away from him. This had never happened before. This small, strange space was the hub prior to entering the Rift of Illusions, and Lu Yi had never lingered in it for long. It generally took him a few seconds to pay 50 contribution points, open the door and enter the Rift of Illusions. He had definitely never encountered another person until now. Are they a creature of the Rift? Or another mystic fruit user like me? It was clear that the other person also noticed him. They were just as surprised as he was. One more thing Lu Yi noticed was that his body was covered in a layer of fog as well. He could not see through the other person, but they couldn't see through him either. While Lu Yi was examining the mysterious person warily, they suddenly raised their hand and revealed a faint red light. He's from Thousand Demon Ridge. Without further ado, Lu Yi unsheathed all of his flying weapons with a single thought before sending them spinning toward his enemy from multiple angles. Spirit Creek Realm. A voice that was made genderless spoke. Then Lu Yi saw the fog-covered person thrusting their palm at him, causing his flying weapons to shoot back the way they came. Not only that, the palm strike landed squarely on his chest almost before he realized what was going on. The next moment, Lu Yi found himself back in his residence. He was stunned and displeased to say the least. Did I just die? He already knew that he was no match for his opponent the second they launched their palm strike. The spiritual power they exuded absolutely did not belong to that of a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. They had to be a top-tier Cloud River Realm cultivator or even a real Lake Realm cultivator at the very least. Still, Lu Yi was frustrated that he was killed in such a fashion. He didn't even get the chance to strike that motherfucker once. Who on earth were they? Both their appearances had been concealed in that strange room. All he knew about his killer was that he was a Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator, and that they had a mystic fruit just like him. Besides that, their cultivation level and even their gender were completely unknown to him. It wasn't strange that there was another person carrying a mystic fruit like him. The chess sea had appeared more than once as the stage of the battle royale of the legates. While the mystic fruit tree didn't appear every time, enough years had passed that someone had to have obtained a mystic fruit that was similar to his. The reason Lu Yi had never encountered one of these people was because they had entered at different times. Plus, almost no one would stay at the hub for more than a few seconds. This whole encounter was one mighty coincidence, so to speak. Sometimes forbearance only made one angrier. Sometimes compromise only resulted in more losses. Without further ado, Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power and entered the small space once more. He was just in time. The other party had just pressed a hand against the door, and they hadn't gone through it yet. Lu Yi immediately unsheathed the inviolable and attacked the mysterious person. The world abruptly spun and spun. The next thing he knew, he had returned to the real world once more. The third time he entered the small space, the other party was waiting for him. The second he showed up, a beam of spiritual light hit him and that was it. This hopeless loop continued until the seventh death. It was only then Lu Yi finally calmed down enough to realize how stupid he was acting. He was no match for the enemy. Plus, his head was starting to hurt after dying so many times in a row. The fact that his headache was so mild proved that his divine soul was much more tenacious than before. In the past, Lu Yi would feel like his head was close to bursting after dying and exiting the rift. Now, he only had a mild headache after dying 7 times in a row. If there was one thing Lu Yi was furious about, it was that there was no way to identify the fucker who killed him. He could never take revenge. In that small space, the fog-covered person waited for a long time until they were certain that Lu Yi wasn't going to appear anymore. Only then did they open the door and enter the Rift of Illusions. In their opinion, that Spirit Creek Realm cultivator must be the stupidest person alive in the Grand Sky Coalition. If their first death could be reasoned as ignorance, then the next 6 could only be described as futile and stupid. Their mind must be goo at this point. All they had earned was their own suffering. Meanwhile, the Three Sages School, a Tier 2 sect of Bingzhou, was welcoming an honored guest. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 345, That Old Bastard Has Gone Too Far. The Three Sages School's recruitment ceremony basically happened once every 2 years. Frequency-wise, it was below average because some sects in Zhou took in a batch of disciples every year. It was because the casualty rate of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators was extremely high. Even if they managed to survive the Spirit Creek Realm, their safety still wasn't guaranteed after they reached the Cloud River Realm, Real Lake Realm, or Divine Ocean Realm. Unless there came a day where the Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge stopped fighting completely, Zhou would always be embroiled in conflict, and lives would be lost. Therefore, the only way to ensure that the sect could endure was to absorb new blood again and again. Generally speaking, the recruitment ceremony of Tier 1, 2 and 3 sects involved not just themselves, but also the lower tier sects around them. Tier 1, 2 and 3 sects had very stringent entry requirements, and they only accepted a limited number of disciples at a time. The number of registrants always outnumbered the quota by a significant amount. Therefore, those who failed to make it weren't necessarily unworthy of investment. In fact, many excellent talents had been unearthed this way. That was why the middle to low tier sects loved to attend the recruitment ceremony. It was to flatter the other party and to pick up those hidden gems the hosting sects might have missed for one reason to another. Generally speaking, everyone had a chance to join a major or minor sect so long as they properly displayed their talent and skills in the recruitment ceremony. This was very different from the one Lu Yi had experienced in the Evil Moon Valley. Back then, almost no one in his group had unlocked even a single spiritual point. That was why the recruiters only checked their cultivation talent and nothing else. In this recruitment ceremony, the candidates already possessed a cultivation foundation of some sort. This made it easier to glean their future and potential. The Three Sages School thought that this year's recruitment ceremony was going to be a bountiful one, because they had already spotted a ton of excellent seeds during the registration phase. The organizers were most happy to see this. The Three Sages School welcomed each and every guest warmly. This was especially true after they learned that Tang Yifeng, the sect master of the Crimson Blood sect himself, would be showing up in person. The Crimson Blood sect might be a shadow of its former self, But there was no changing the fact that they were a pillar of the Grand Sky Coalition over 30 years ago. Not to mention that the sect was showing signs of revival thanks to the meteoric rise of their latest disciple, Wuxia. The sect master of the Three Sages School, Yu Ganju, had personally made an appearance to receive Tang Yifeng. They were longtime acquaintances at this point, so they did not bother exchanging too many pleasantries. "Why have you come, Brother Tang?" Yu Ganju asked in puzzlement. "What? Am I not welcomed?" Tang Yifeng joked smilingly. "We wouldn't dare. It is our honor to receive your presence. You understand why I'm asking though, right? It has been decades since you attended any such event at all." Tang Yifeng sighed. "Because I've changed my mind. Back then, I didn't care if the Crimson Blood sect would be disbanded. Shui Yuan and I were the only ones left anyway, so it was like we had already disbanded, not to mention that I'm old enough to enjoy retirement. But now, I have younglings to look after, and the days where the Crimson Blood sect was in danger of being disbanded are behind us. In that case, I might as well put my heart and soul into it, right?" "Oh." Yi suggested that I recruit more disciples to ensure that the sect has a future, but as you're aware, it has been over 30 years since we recruited anyone. Not to mention that I've never handled a recruitment ceremony once in my life. I know next to nothing about the process or the customs that should be observed. Since you sent me the invitation not long ago, I thought I would use this opportunity to brush up on my knowledge." "I see," Yu Ganju exclaimed in realization. He finally understood why Tang Yifeng was attending the recruitment ceremony. "Anyway, I'm sure you have duties you need to attend to, so feel free to leave me and observe your ceremony at your leisure," Tang Yifeng shooed kindly. The sect master was right, but he was still a sect master and a divine ocean realm cultivator, meaning that he was expected to receive a modicum of respect at the very least. That was why Yu Ganju immediately ordered a real lake realm attendant to accompany Tang Yifeng for the entire length of the recruitment ceremony. A recruitment ceremony was not a major event to the Three Sages School, so divine ocean realm cultivators generally did not get involved in it. In fact, only 4 or 5 real lake realm cultivators were assigned to receive important visitors and ensure that everything was proceeding in order. Everything else was left to the Cloud River Realm and Spirit Creek Realm cultivators to handle as a matter of course. While Tang Yifeng was enjoying his time at the Three Sages School, Luyi was fighting for his life at the Rift of Illusions. After dying to the motherfucker from the Thousand Demon Ridge 7 times in a row, Luyi finally became wise and waited for an entire hour before going back in. As expected, the bastard was already gone. He then paid 50 contribution points to enter the Rift of Illusions, and began honing his telekinetic abilities. Over time, he felt much better as one fog-covered cultivator fell after another. 4 hours later, Luyi emerged from the rift looking completely refreshed. The training through real combat had improved his way of telekinesis measurably. Most importantly, the experience allowed him to figure out his limit. After recovering his strength and grooming himself a little, he went to the lunar mirror and caught a couple of blood sturgeons. Then he brought out his spirit boat and flew straight to the summit of clarity. When he arrived at the peak, jumped off his flying spirit artifact, and walked toward Lady Yun's residence, the mute female attendant he saw before emerged from the entrance and shot him a smile. She then gestured for him to go in. A trace of surprise flashed behind Lu Ye's pupils. In the past, he already thought that the mute woman was a little strange, but he couldn't tell exactly what about her had tickled his senses. Today, he finally noticed a thing or two thanks to his stronger divine soul. For starters, he finally realized why the attendant hadn't said a word. It wasn't just because she was mute. He gave her the fish he caught before following her into a corridor. They soon arrived at the study Lady Yun were usually taught him. The woman herself was reading a book inside the study. "Long time no see, Lady Yun." Lu Yi greeted her with a respectful salute. Lady Yun examined him for a moment before shooting him a warm smile. "I'm happy to see that you've returned without losing a limb or two. It may not have been possible without the 2 treasures you gave me. You can own the most powerful treasure in the world, and it will still be useless if the user is inept. I have heard of your deeds, and I am pleasantly surprised to learn how talented you are in the way of wards. Without exaggeration, you have dealt an unprecedented blow to the Thousand Demon Ridge. Are you planning to make the way of wards your main focus?" "It depends. I honestly didn't expect to have such growth. It's all thanks to the 100 Wards Tower. The 100 Wards Tower is a wonderful place, yes. I have challenged it once in my lifetime, but I was too young to understand its secrets and intricacies back then. As a result, I wasn't able to gain too much from it. Anyway, it sounds like you still wish to focus on the way of glyphs. Luyi responded affirmatively, yes. The way of glyphs is a way that encompasses many fields, and my inheritance is that of a glyph weaver. That is why I do not want to neglect it. You are correct. Mastering the way of glyphs would facilitate your learning in many other fields, and your current attainment in the way of wards is the proof of that. Let us begin our studies then. First, show me your current attainment in the way of glyphs. Lady Yuan then passed a jade tablet to Luyi. This wasn't the first time she had tested his skill like this, so Luyi knew what to do without having to be told. He immediately channeled his spiritual power and constructed a glyph to the best of his ability. Of course, he chose a glyph he had learned from the books. There was no point constructing one from the tree of glyphs. A moment later, Lady Yuan looked at the tightly woven yin and yang elements on the tablet and nodded approvingly. You have improved a lot. Luyi thought the same thing himself. He might have invested most of his energy in the way of wards as of late, but the improvement in his cultivation level, his divine soul and even his spiritual power control had all indirectly contributed to his attainment in the way of glyphs. Now that Lady Yuan had a measure of Luyi's current attainment, she took a moment to prepare before starting the lesson. Luyi played the role of a model student and listened attentively to every word. From time to time, he would ask a question or answer a problem Lady Yuan had posed to him. It almost felt like he had traveled back to the time where he studied under Lady Yuan during the day and read her books during the night. Speaking of books, he had already finished reading the books he had taken from Lady Yuan's study before, so this was the perfect opportunity for him to replace them. The days passed bit by bit, and the recruitment ceremony happening at the Three Sages School was nearing its end. It wasn't a big event, so the results were ready to be published after a couple of days. The real Lake Realm cultivator responsible for organizing the event had ranked all the registrants accordingly. The top 50 candidates would go to the Three Sages School as a matter of course. The rest might or might not be recruited by the sect representatives who were attending the ceremony. Generally speaking, those among the top 500 could always find a sect they were suited for unless they were too proud, or had set their sights on greater heights. Nighttime arrived, and the younglings participating in the recruitment ceremony were visibly nervous and excited. It was because the results would be published the next day. The next day, everyone was waiting eagerly for the announcement, but to their surprise there was none. Rather, something had happened to delay the announcement because they saw many real Lake Realm cultivators flying back and forth between the headquarters and the outer courtyard. Even the honored guests attending the ceremony were confused by this turn of events and tried to find out as much as they could. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the news was leaked. The top 50 participants of the recruitment ceremony had vanished into thin air. Not only was it a shocking development, it was unprecedented. Something like this had literally never happened in the history of JoJo. Many people guessed that this was a new ploy by the Thousand Demon Ridge, but on second thought it couldn't be them. For starters, only a divine ocean realm cultivator was capable of kidnapping 50 people in a night while remaining undetected, and it made no sense that a divine ocean realm master from the Thousand Demon Ridge would come all the way to the Three Sages School to do such a thing. At the same time, Yu Ganju was receiving the reports of his subordinates with growing anger. Tang Yifeng. That old bastard has gone too far. The outsiders did not know what had happened to the 50 younglings, and neither did the Three Sages School at the beginning. That said, they were a Tier 2 sect. It wasn't long before they found out the truth. The 50 younglings had been kidnapped, and the kidnapper was none other than the Crimson Blood sect master, Tang Yifeng. Yu Ganju recalled his conversation with Tang Yifeng. He realized too late exactly why the sect master, no, the old bastard had come to observe their recruitment ceremony. Observe my ass, the Sanuva bitch had come to steal our recruits. Not only that, he stole the top 50 candidates we were going to accept into our sect, no more and no less. Hells, he didn't even wait for the fucking ink on the paper to dry before stealing them. Tang Yifeng was without a doubt the most shameless divine ocean realm cultivator, he had ever known. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 346, The Weight of the Vanquisher of Sects. At the Crimson Blood Sect outpost of the Spirit Creek battlefield, Luyi was standing in front of the Sanctum of Providence and observing the group of boys and girls gathered at the public square. He was surprised by how fast his sect master had acted. It had only been a few days since he spoke with his second senior sister and told her that they needed to recruit some talented disciples to secure the growth of their sect, and today a whopping 50 of them had been delivered to his doorsteps. On average, these children were all between 13 to 15 years old. The youngest of them looked just a little over 10, and the oldest not more than 15. However, at least 80% of these children had unlocked their spiritual points, and the remaining 20 were brimming with spiritual potential. Luyi knew little about the art of discerning talent, but even he could see that these children were exceptionally talented. A few questions were swirling in his mind though. For starters, where on earth had his sect master and his second senior sister procured these children? Then why were they all wearing varying degrees of worry on their faces? Some of the girls were even sniffling in silence. It was almost as if they were bullied or something. It was at this moment he felt a message entering his battle imprint. A quick check revealed that the sender was his second senior sister, Shui Yuan. Luyi's left eye started twitching involuntarily when he reached the end of the message. No wonder the children in front of him were so talented. The top 50 candidates of the Three Sages School's recruitment ceremony were all here. How could they not be among the best of the best? Unless he was sorely mistaken, these children were supposed to join the Three Sages School until they were suddenly kidnapped. And here he thought that his sect master and second senior sister had scoured the world for them. He didn't know that his sect master was capable of such a thing. It was so unexpected that it overturned some of his existing preconceptions regarding the old man. Luyi wasn't sure what to do, to be honest. If they were normal recruits, then all was well. But kidnapped recruits? How on earth was he going to deal with this? One thing was certain though. He could not return them to the Three Sages School no matter what. The sect master had literally wrecked his own reputation and dignity to pull off this stunt. It would be all for nothing if he returned them. Also, his second senior sister had asked him in her message to help the kids settle down. Obviously, they were going to feel resentful and resistant for the moment, but they would come to accept the sect eventually. We want to return to the Three Sages School. It was in the middle of such thoughts when a boy suddenly cried out in protest. He clearly looked afraid, but the fact that he dared to protest at all showed that he wasn't lacking in courage. Send us back to the Three Sages School. We don't want to be here. The youngster called out again, and this time he was supported by a chorus of similar cries. Startled, the timid, sobbing girls immediately broke into louder cries. For a time, it was absolute pandemonium in front of the Sanctum of Providence. They had no idea who had kidnapped them or where they were right now. They only knew they were moments from being accepted into the Three Sages School, until they were kidnapped all of a sudden. Regardless, the kidnapper sect could not possibly be better than the Three Sages Schools. The Three Sages School was a Tier 2 sect after all. Sure, there was a non-zero chance that this sect was a Tier 1 sect in Bingzhou. But seriously, why would any Tier 1 sect resort to kidnapping the recruits of a Tier 2 sect? Luyi did not take action immediately. He allowed the children to vent their hearts out until there wasn't a single boy or girl who wasn't crying on top of their lungs. It was such a loud commotion that even the disciples had stopped their cultivation temporarily to check what the hell was going on. They were all surprised and curious when they saw that a group of kids was screaming in front of the Sanctum of Providence. The leader of the group, the boy, continued to cry out while staring Luyi directly in the eye. He seemed to be trying to apply pressure on Luyi with his gaze and expression and make it clear that he, and everyone else, were determined to return to the Three Sages School. Silence. Luyi finally spoke up. His volume wasn't loud, but it easily overcame the children's cries after he empowered his voice with spiritual power. The cries came to an abrupt, terrified stop when 50 pairs of eyes stared at Luyi in fear and trepidation. They were kids who had never had any real-life experiences after all. Naturally, they were easily cowed by Luyi's unfriendly expression. From the moment you entered my outpost, you were already a member of the Crimson Blood Sect. I understand that you were planning to join the Three Sages School, but I would advise you to just forget about it. If someone must leave our outpost. The Crimson Blood Sect? The boy who started the protest suddenly interrupted Lu Yi. Is this the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost? Lu Yi glanced at him and said, "That is correct." The boy then looked Lu Yi up and down before growing increasingly fearful. "Then you are." "I am the legate in charge of the Crimson Blood Sect's Spirit Creek Battlefield Outpost, Lu Yi." "The vanquisher of sects?" the boy exclaimed in horror as he flinched back visibly. Whatever courage he forced himself to muster a while ago instantly vanished like it never existed in the first place. Lu Yi remained expressionless. First Lu Yi, now the vanquisher of sects. This wasn't the first time his scandalous rep had preceded him, and it wouldn't be the last. That said, he was surprised that his latest infamous title was known even to children. There wasn't a single person on the Spirit Creek battlefield who hadn't heard of Lu Ye's exploits in the inner circle. Not only that, he was a household name in Zhou as well. Since children often clung to their elders like glue and paid attention to everything they did and said, it was only natural that they had heard of Lu Yi. Not only that, Lu Yi was the first ever vanquisher of sect in the Spirit Creek battlefield. As the side that vastly benefited from his exploits, the Grand Sky Coalition naturally spared no expense in spreading his name. The public square fell silent for a couple of seconds. Then the kids began gossiping quietly among themselves. It was said that the vanquisher of sects was most proficient at vanquishing sects, and that he had butchered at least 10,000 cultivators in his life. It was said that he was short-tempered and petty, and that none of his enemies had ever escaped his wrath. It was said that from time to time the kids would sneak a glance at Lu Yi. They immediately looked away and feigned ignorance when he turned in their direction. "Are you guys done?" Lu Yi said with growing impatience. Now that he thought about it, he had never encountered a child since he began his cultivation journey. Even those who were younger than him weren't so young that he would call them children. That was why he was finding it difficult to interact with them. The children immediately turned as silent as death, going so far as to suppress their breathing. Even the weeping girls had ceased their sobbing entirely. As for the boy who started the protest in the first place, his face was as white as a sheet, and his heart was beating like he was having a heart attack. In his head, he wondered if his family would live to see tomorrow's sun. The Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't the only one who feared the vanquisher of sects. Even the children of the Grand Sky Coalition could understand the sheer weight and bloodiness behind the infamous title. Continuing from where I left off. If you must leave the Crimson Blood Sect, then I shall give you the chance to do so. I will personally test your cultivation a year from now. The top 10 performers will be granted the choice to leave the Crimson Blood Sect. Really? Someone blurted instinctively. Lu Yi looked at him, and the boy immediately looked down on his feet. Nah, never mind. Are there any more questions? After waiting for a while and receiving no questions, Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Very well. Gu Yang. Brother Lu. Take them away and settle them down. You may begin their education after they have familiarized themselves with the outpost." "Yes, Brother Lu." Gu Yang gestured for the children to follow him. "Come." Like death row prisoners who had been granted a surprise pardon, the children trailed behind Gu Yang like chicks running after the mother hen. Loud sighs of relief could be heard for a time. Hua Xiai chose this moment to walk up to him and stared at the departing kids for a moment. She then mocked him lightly. "Looks like infamy is not without its uses." To that, Lu Yi had no response to give. Feeling more tired than he should be, he said, "I'm going to the headquarters." He stepped into the Sanctum of Providence and teleported back using the Divine Opportunity column. However, his head just appeared at the headquarters Sanctum of Providence when he heard and felt the effects of a great battle. Lu Yi immediately dashed outside. Shui Yuan was standing right in front of the sanctum and looking at the sky. When Lu Yi stopped beside her and looked up, he saw two figures clashing against one another with great speed and power. One of them was casting a sky of spells at his opponent, and the other was shooting sword light after sword light like his strength was inexhaustible. It was such an intense battle that the shockwaves could be felt all the way from here. Sister Shui, what is? The sect master of the Three Sages School decided to pay us a visit. Lu Yi face-bombed. It hadn't even been an hour since his sect master kidnapped the 50 children and delivered them to the outpost, and the sect master was already paying them a visit. Clearly the jig was up. Then again, the Three Sages School was a Tier 2 sect, not to mention that the kidnapping had happened in the middle of their recruitment ceremony and their territory. There was zero chance the Three Sages School wouldn't find out about this. It'll be fine, right? Lu Yi asked worriedly. Oh, you have nothing to worry about. There aren't many people who can hurt the old man, and clearly the Three Sages School's sect master is weaker than him. Lu Yi could see, or rather hear, that the Three Sages School's sect master hadn't stopped running his mouth since he teleported into the headquarters because he knew he was no match for the old man. As for the sect master, he neither said anything in retaliation or put on a particularly good defense because he knew he was in the wrong here. Don't worry. I've already contacted Uncle Peng about this. He will be showing up in a moment, Shui Yuan reassured him before asking. Have you settled the kids down? Yeah, there are no problems. That's good to hear. Sister Shui, I'm just saying, but don't you think we've gone a little too far this time? Shui Yuan smiled. I know it looks that way, but it's really not. The Crimson Blood sect hasn't recruited anyone in 30 years. Meaning that all the talented individuals that appeared in our territory during that time went to someone else. The Three Sages School is one of the sects who greatly benefited from this, and their sect master is well aware. That is why he came alone. If he really wanted to take back his recruits, he wouldn't have come alone. From the moment sect master left them at our outpost, it was already too late. He only came to demand an explanation from the sect master, so don't worry about it. It was at this moment a beam of light appeared from the horizon and instantly cut between the two combatants and separated them. The newcomer was none other than Pang Zhan of the Righteous Sect. Perfect timing, Brother Pang. Tell me, do you think it's reasonable that this old bastard kidnapped 50 of my disciples on the pretext of attending our recruitment ceremony? Do you? Come on, there are hundreds of candidates who took part in your recruitment ceremony. 50's not that big of a number. You took away the 50 best performers. The cream of the crop. The entire point of a recruitment ceremony is to find the diamonds in the rough and filter out the rest. So why the hell would I take the dredges into the sect? Tang Yifeng's protest only pissed Yu Ganju off even more. If Tang Yifeng must steal his candidates, fine. He was okay with giving up 20 or even 30 of them. But the Sanuva bitch didn't even leave a single top 50 candidate to him. Not one. That was going too far, damn it. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 347. The Three Sages School's Terms. If Tang Yifeng hadn't gone too far, Yu Ganju would not have come to the Crimson Blood Sect headquarters in person. Right now, Peng Zhen was feeling a massive headache coming on. Forget Bing Zhou. There had never been a case where 50 recruits had been stolen from another sect's recruitment ceremony in the history of Zhou. That the victim was a Tier 2 sect was just the icing on the cake. He had already anticipated the worst when he received Shui Yuan's message and rushed here. But to his relief, the situation was less complicated than he thought. The sect master of the Three Sages School, Yu Ganju, was the only one who had come to the Crimson Blood sect's headquarters. This alone was representative of the sect's decision. Therefore, it should not be difficult to solve this problem. It all hinged on the Three Sages School's terms. It took Peng Zhen a long time before he finally managed to persuade the sect master and Yu Ganju to return to the ground. After they had entered the guest hall, Shui Yuan and Lu Yi served the two sect masters a cup of tea. They were just about to take their leave when suddenly Yu Ganju asked, "Are you Lu Yi?" Lu Yi shot a glance at Tang Yifeng. He only clasped his fist and saluted the sect master after he received permission to do so. Well met, sect master Yu. Yu Ganju hadn't held back one bit when he fought against Tang Yifeng just now, but now he was smiling warmly at Lu Yi. While stroking his beard, he said, "Good." That was it. He literally did not say anything else. Confused, Lu Yi waited a moment longer before taking his leave. He then told Shui Yuan that he was heading to the Summit of Clarity and took off on his spirit boat. 2 hours later, Pangzhen and Yuganju got ready to take their leave. Before they left, Yuganju looked at Tang Yifeng and emphasized, "It's a deal then, Brother Tang." The sect master replied affirmatively, "A promise is a promise. Goodbye." After the two men were gone, Shueiyuan walked up to him and asked with a frown, "Old man, sect master, you looked rather taken with Lu Yi just now. Might he be a part of your deal?" Lu Yi only had a vague sense that the sect master was interested in him, but Shueiyuan clearly knew better. It was true that the Vanquisher of Sects was a household name right now, but Lu Yi was ultimately just a Spirit Creek realm cultivator. On the other hand, Yuganju was both a sect master and a Divine Ocean realm cultivator. He should not be this interested in a mere Spirit Creek realm cultivator. The Three Sages School are facing considerable pressure in the Spirit Creek battlefield as of late. They are hoping that your junior brother will visit their outpost and assist them in getting through these hard times. Shueiyuan only looked more confused, however, but Lu Ye's infamy is at its height right now, and the Thousand Demon Ridge is surely going to attack him from multiple angles the second he enters the core circle. Aren't they worried that it would only make their situation worse? The sect master chuckled. This is where Yuganju shows his wisdom. Obviously, your junior brother alone isn't enough to draw his attention. However, what do you think his fourth senior brother would do if your junior brother runs into danger in the core circle? And do you think Yuechan can stay put if Baxin decides to help Yi? I see. By inviting Lu Yi to their outpost, they are indirectly recruiting the aid of the champion and the second runner-up of the Scroll of Supremacy. They didn't even have to pay a spirit stone for it. It truly is a devious ploy. Shueiyuan sounded a little frustrated. But why did you agree to it? You should know Baxin's circumstances and the devoted ones as well as I do. That was why all 50 children focused on their cultivation after overcoming a short adaptation period. There were even a handful of people who were pushing themselves to be their best so they could become the top 10 best cultivators of their bunch when a year had passed. When it was time for the Vanquisher of Sects to test them, they would surpass his expectations, withdraw from the Crimson Blood Sect, and rejoin the Three Sages School right before his eyes. Barring the exceptionally unfortunate, cultivators at this age generally hadn't witnessed the worst humanity had to offer. Their minds were fairly simple, and they definitely hadn't been involved in no-holds-barred battles where the combatants would use every trick in the book to kill the enemy. That was why one could say this period of their lives was also the most idealistic. Lu Ye's life was quite peaceful these days. Just like the last time he was at the outpost, he studied the way of glyphs under Lady Yun during the day, and read his books while cultivating during the night. 20 days after he returned to the outpost, the Thousand Demon Ridge's compensation had finally arrived. Nearly every sect who fought alongside Lu Yi had received a substantial amount of rewards. The entire Grand Sky Coalition was celebrating their windfall for a time. Of course, the Crimson Blood Sect was no exception. As the sect to which the cultivator who had turned the entire inner circle upside down belonged, their portion of the rewards was much greater than the other sections. The low-grade spirit stones they received alone numbered 500,000. They had also received a lot of middle-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and all kinds of spirit pills that were beneficial to one's cultivation. At the headquarters, Lu Yi was having trouble digesting the list of resources he just received. The sheer amount of items on the list was boggling to say the least. He knew that the Crimson Blood Sect would receive a handsome reward, but this was practically kingly. You're the reason we got these resources. Therefore, you should be the one to spend them, Shueiyuan said beside him. Lu Yi returned the list of resources back to Shueiyuan and said, "Are you kidding me? I don't think I could use them all even if there are 10 of me. Just leave it in the treasury. Our disciples are only going to grow more numerous in the future, and so will our expenses. These resources might look a lot right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we ran out sooner than we think. In that case, I shall keep them for you." Shueiyuan nodded before asking casually, "Have you messaged your fourth senior brother as of late?" "No, not recently. Did something happen to him or something?" No, I'm just asking. What would you like to eat tonight?" "I'm fine with anything, senior sister. Everything you make is delicious." Lu Yi returned to the outpost after enjoying a delicious meal at Shui Yuan's place. "Brother Lu," someone called out to him almost immediately after he finished his teleportation. Lu Yi turned around and saw that it was Chun Yu. "Is something up?" Chun Yu had clearly been waiting for him for a while. "You can say that. Let us talk as we walk then." The two of them exited the sanctum of Providence together, soft moonlight basking their bodies in a gentle glow. The sky looked quite beautiful tonight. A while later, Chun Yu said, "Brother Lu, I would like to apply to enter the inner circle." Chun Yu should have entered the inner circle a long time ago. It was the same for Wuxia. Lu Yi was part of the reason they had delayed their departure until now. After the shitstorm Lu Yi had caused in the inner circle, there wasn't a single Thousand Demon Ridge sect out there who didn't dream of eating his flesh and drinking his blood, so to speak. That was why Chun Yu didn't dare to take his leave. It wasn't because he was worried for his safety. He stayed because he was wary that the Thousand Demon Ridge might try to attack the outpost. He was not comparable to Lu Yi, but he was still an 8th Order cultivator. The outpost could definitely use him if the unthinkable were to happen. However, it had been almost a month since the incident, and the waves Lu Yi caused had finally subsided somewhat. That was why Chun Yu judged that it was time to go. "You sure you can bear to give up such an excellent cultivation environment? The inner circle sects might not necessarily have better conditions than our outpost." Chun Yu let out a bitter chuckle. "Of course I loathe to leave the outpost, Brother Lu. However, it really is time I head out and earn the contribution points I need. When I hit the 9th Order, I'm going to need to purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique to ascend to the next minor realm. If I have not earned enough contribution points by then I would be severing my own future, would I not? No, it would be a mistake to greed over the present. That is not what I desire. Every sect cultivator has to take this step anyway. To be honest, I never imagined that I would have come this far. If I was still an independent cultivator, then I would have been satisfied with just reaching the 9th Order and leading a stable life. But now I want more. It is a good thing to strive for more. Have you considered which sect you wish to visit?" "No, I don't know the inner circle too well. I was just about to consult you about this." Lu Yi thought for a moment before asking, "Do you want to be safe? Or do you want to be aggressive?" "What do you mean?" "If you want to be safe, then you can head to the Silverlight Island outpost. Their cultivators sometimes come to train at our outpost, do they not? If you head there, they will definitely take good care of you. Plus, all Thousand Demon Ridge outposts close to their location had already been defeated. The risks you face will be lesser if you head there." "Sounds good, but less risks also mean less rewards, no?" "If by rewards, you're referring to contribution points, then yes. In that case, I would like to go somewhere else." "I'll arrange it." Lu Yi nodded. "I'll ask Biki to fly you over." "No thank you, Brother Lu. I've been hanging around the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost since I began my cultivation journey, and I have never gone too far. Now that I'm an 8th Order cultivator, I'm capable of flying via telekinesis. I would like to explore the world and see it with my own eyes." "It's your life. It's your choice." Lu Yi stopped in his tracks and patted Chun Yu on the shoulder. "You are the second person to leave the Crimson Blood Sect outpost after me. Be careful, and try not to reveal your origin if at all possible. I'm sorry for putting all of you in danger." Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 348. Give me back my unsullied sister Hua. If the Thousand Demon Ridge found out that Chun Yu was a disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect, they would surely attack him from multiple angles. "What are you saying, Brother Lu? Your achievements only honor us. People have been jealous of people who are better than them since time immemorial. Does that mean we should never be better? Of course not. Don't worry, I promise I won't bring shame upon the sect." The next day, Chun Yu left before the sun even rose. He received some spirit stones and spirit pills from Shui Yuan before taking his leave. Lu Yi and Wuxia were the only two people who came to see him off, not because Chun Yu was disliked within the sect. On the contrary, he was extremely close with most of them because he used to manage the neighboring bazaar, but because they did not want the start of his journey to be marred by sorrow. After all, there was no telling what would happen in the future. Either he would return in triumph and glory, or he would die. The disciples of top-tier sects were noble, were they not? And yet they too must leave their nest and pit themselves against the world to grow stronger. All cultivators were unpolished gems at the beginning. Only through polishing could they have a wonderful life. A dream was just the desire to have wings. Only through hard work could one's wings truly grow the strength to fly. Chun Yu was the second Crimson Blood sect disciple to step out of the outpost after Lu Yi. In the future, there would be more spreading to every corner of the battlefield like seeds. I'm planning to pay Mounting a visit. Wuxia spoke up suddenly as they walked together in the breeze of dawn. Huh? What for? To pick something up. I'll come with you. Wuxia shook her head. You won't be able to follow me there. Lu Yi turned to examine her profile for a moment. The wind had blown a few strands of hair out of place, but it only gave her a laid-back kind of beauty. Remember the time you asked me where I learned to plant my mushrooms? Lu Yi had, in fact, asked this question before. In the past, he didn't think too deeply into it because his cultivation was weak, and his understanding of the cultivation world was acceptable at best. However, he was now knowledgeable enough to claim that Huaxi's technique was unusual despite her argument that medicine cultivators were perfectly capable of killing as well. A medicine cultivator's main focus was to help the sick and save lives, while some medicine cultivators were combat capable because they had cultivated another way. Clearly that wasn't the case for Huaxi. Not only that, he had never seen or heard anyone who used a technique that was even remotely similar to hers. That she had started as an independent cultivator only deepened the mystery. I once received the inheritance of a medicine cultivator. Long story short, those techniques are all part of the inheritance. And that inheritance is at Mount Ing. It's nearby. Lu Yi nodded. That explained everything. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, it wasn't unusual for someone to receive the inheritance of a late cultivator. In fact, the entire Spirit Creek battlefield was rife with such opportunities. While most people might never encounter such boons even if they searched for a lifetime, for some, it was almost as if the inheritance had been waiting for them. Generally speaking, those who received an inheritance all had a bright future. Lu Yi was once mistaken to have received a glyphweaver's inheritance from the Spirit Creek battlefield. While it was true that the inheritance belonged to a glyphweaver, he had not received it at the Spirit Creek battlefield. Is it dangerous? A little. Then there's no hurry. I'll be entering the core circle in a bit. I'll contact a core circle sect and send both you and Feng Yu there. Both of you are combativerse medicine cultivators, so you might as well skip the inner circle and enter the core circle directly. You can head there after your cultivation is stronger. Medicine cultivators earned their contribution points by healing others, not killing enemies. As a result, most of them were incapable of slaying enemies in battle. For example, if someone in the Crimson Blood sect was hurt, and a medicine cultivator treated them, the legate or the prolgate could reward them with a certain amount of contribution points. Besides that, they could also earn contribution points by completing special missions that were issued by the sect. Huaxi tilted her head at him. Are you worried that I will die out there, Of course. Lu Yi looked right back at her. Huaxi wasn't expecting such a frank and serious answer. Flustered, she hurriedly withdrew her gaze. Lu Yi wasn't done though. He abruptly walked up to her and grabbed her hands. Huaxi's eyes widened like saucers as she looked at Lu Yi in shock. She tried to pull them out to no avail. You're not allowed to put yourself in danger. Let go. Promise me you won't put yourself in danger and I will. I'm going to scream. Sure, go for it. Let's see how loud you can really scream. I really am going to scream. Huaxi sucked in a deep breath and acted like she was going to scream. In the end though, Lu Ye's nonchalant gaze convinced her that it would be a futile effort. Fine. If you like my hands so much, then you can hold them for as long as you want. It would be a good opportunity to show your junior brothers and sisters their fifth senior brother's true face anyway. Huaxi started staring into Lu Ye's eyes with an impish smile on her face. Lu Yi stared right back while maintaining their current posture. For a while, the duo kept looking into each other's eyes within an arm's reach, waiting for the other person to break first. The glimmers of dawn grew more and more powerful as the sun peeked out of the mountains. It wouldn't be long before the slumbering outpost regained its vitality. You do not understand the ways of a medicine cultivator. I could be a Cloud River Realm cultivator, and that place will still be as dangerous. Then don't go. I cannot agree to that. It looks like I won't be able to change your mind. Well, I can lie to your face and sneak out later. At least you'll have the illusion that I agreed with you, right? And what would be the point of that? He let out a sigh and finally let go of Wuxia's hand. The young woman immediately took 2 steps away from him and shook her hands a little. They were a little numb after being held for so long. She then summoned her flying spirit artifact, jumped onto it and said, "I'm going now. Don't worry, I'll give birth to our child and take good care of her. You just focus on taking care of Ling Yu and Kong Niu." Lu Yi felt the corner of his eyes twitching uncontrollably as he watched her flying to a nearby spirit peak. A moment later, Beaky soared toward the horizon and vanished in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise that sounded like teeth grinding together. He turned around and saw a red-eyed He-Sheen doing exactly that and glaring at him like he had done something unforgivable to her. "What?" Lu Yi asked in a disgruntled voice. "You bullied Sister Hua." He-Sheen abruptly burst into tears before lowering her stance and charging him like a bull. "I'm going to kill you." Lu Yi just grabbed her head and held her in place. "Don't tell me you actually believe your 6 senior sisters' bullshit." "Oh, I don't care. Give me back my unsullied Sister Hua." He-Sheen swung her arms like a pair of pinwheels in an attempt to smack Lu Yi in the head. But her arms just weren't long enough to reach him. It was an infuriating and embarrassing experience for her, to say the least. A moment later, He-Sheen sat on the ground and cried like a babe while holding a bump on her head with her hands. Lu Yi had left a long time ago as a matter of course. What on earth was wrong with these people? Why couldn't they be more normal and less worrying? On Beaky's back, Wuxia stifled a smile as she recalled Lu Ye's final expression. As a medicine cultivator, she was well aware that Lu Ye's suggestion was the best arrangement for her at the moment. As he said, she and Feng Yu could just skip the inner circle and enter the core circle with him. No one would turn down a medicine cultivator, and their cultivation level did not matter too much since fighting wasn't required of them. Lu Yi told her not to rush, and yet the biggest reason she was rushing was because he was progressing too fast. Her cultivation level had been higher when they first met each other. But now, Lu Yi was close to becoming a heaven-grade 7th order cultivator, while she was still at the 8th order. She now understood Yi's pressure and sense of urgency. At least Yi was barely keeping up with Lu Yi in terms of cultivation speed, but if she were to continue at her current pace, she would be nothing more but a sojourner in his life. It had nothing to do with their feelings for each other. She just didn't want this situation to continue. She hadn't cared much when she first came to the outpost, but now that she was slowly integrating into the community that was the Crimson Blood sect, she didn't want to be left behind ever again. The news of Chan Yu and Huaxi's departure eventually spread within the outpost. Although everyone knew that this day would come eventually, the disciples were still affected to an extent when it actually happened. When Feng Yu learned of this news, she sought out Lu Yi of her own accord and said that she would like to enter the inner circle to train as well. She would also like to apply for a bunch of cultivation resources before taking her leave. She had never considered this before Lu Yi had recruited her into the Crimson Blood sect. After all, not even her future was in her own hands back then. So what if she managed to reach the 9th order? She would be stuck there forever because she couldn't earn the contribution points necessary to ascend higher. This all changed after Lu Yi took her in as a true acolyte. Now she could earn contribution points and make plans for the future. Her life was filled with hope once more. Her optimism lasted until Lu Yi refused her. Doom and gloom hung above Feng Yu's head like clouds as she slunk away. She should have known that she was still disliked by Lu Yi even after she had become a true acolyte. That Lu Yi must be the vilest, most ruthless man in the entire world. After that, she joined a swollen-eyed He-Sheen for another crying session. Inside his residence, Lu Yi was staring at a newly ignited leaf after feeding the tree of glyphs the last flame of earthen spirits in his storage bag. It was yet another one of those connection-type glyphs, a technique that was used to link two glyphs together. In the past, Luyi didn't think that the techniques were all that useful. Now, his recent studies with Lady Yuan had enlightened him on the benefits they provided. Different glyphs require different techniques to be linked together. The more techniques he mastered, the better he would be able to link different glyphs perfectly. Besides that, mastering these techniques also deepened his understanding of the profound way of glyphs. He had fed all 50 flame of the earthen spirits. He bought to the tree of glyphs and obtained 6 new independent glyphs in total. However, they weren't very useful in his opinion. They were glyph, record sound, glyph, record image, glyph, spirit storage, glyph, explosion, glyph, aquatic lungs, and glyph, conceal. Record sound and record image were generally used together for obvious reasons. A Spirit Creek Realm cultivator did not really need these glyphs, but they would become more commonplace at higher cultivation levels. Spirit storage was self-explanatory. Every spirit artifact that could be telekinetically controlled was imbued with an enhancement that contained the glyph, Spirit Bank. Spirit storage was a slightly superior version of it. Aquatic lungs was a glyph that allowed underwater breathing. It felt uncomfortable when Luyi gave it a try, but he could definitely see its uses. Conceal was definitely less useful to him because he already had the concealment bracelet, but he supposed he could use it in wards and create some concealment wards. All in all, there was no such thing as a useless glyph, only one that required the right time and place to display the maximum effect. Assuming that the requirements were met, even the most situational glyph could be incredibly powerful. By now, Luyi realized that the glyphs he unlocked from the tree of glyphs could be anything and everything. It was impossible to predict what glyph he might unlock next. This was fine though. So long as he continued to accumulate glyphs, his bag of tricks would grow as well. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 349. Heaven Grade 7th Order. Spiritual power surged around Luyi as he attacked the barrier surrounding his spiritual point. There was a soft crack, and the barrier crumbled into nothing. Streams of spiritual power started flowing into the newly unlocked spiritual point. Today was the 30th day since Luyi returned from the inner circle. He had finally unlocked 240 spiritual points. He was finally ready to change his cultivation technique. With a thought, he began calming the circulating microcosmic orbits within his body. Even the flow of his spiritual power had begun to slow down. Every time a microcosmic orbit came to a halt, his cultivation level would drop by 1. From the 9th order, he fell to the 8th order, the 7th order, the 6th order, and so on. He did not stop until not a single spiritual point in his body was circulating anymore. A cultivator was at their weakest when they were switching their cultivation technique, and Luyi was no exception. Although he had still unlocked 240 spiritual points, the points were completely disconnected from one another. In this state, Luyi could only unleash a very small portion of his true strength. He would most likely die if an assassin were to ambush him right now. This was why most cultivators would choose a safe, secure place to change their cultivation technique unless they had no other choice. After checking the training course of the Great Sun Valurium technique one last time, Luyi channeled his spiritual power and began his work from the source spiritual point. He wove it through 18 spiritual points along a set path to create a single microcosmic orbit. His cultivation level immediately returned to the 1st order. He channeled his spiritual power again, and began weaving another microcosmic orbit starting from the 19th spiritual point. This time, he did not stop until he reached the 45th spiritual point. With that done, his cultivation level jumped to the 2nd order. He connected the 46th spiritual point to the 72nd spiritual point for the 3rd order, the 73rd spiritual point to the 108th spiritual point for the 4th order, the 109th spiritual point to the 144th spiritual point for the 5th order, the 145th spiritual point to the 180th spiritual point for the 6th order, and finally the 181st spiritual point to the 240th spiritual point for the 7th order. A cultivator's cultivation level was directly connected to the amount of microcosmic orbits within their bodies. Luyi currently had 7 microcosmic orbits in his body, so he was technically a 7th order cultivator. In order to separate cultivators who had switched to a heaven grade cultivation technique from ordinary 7th order cultivators, The cultivators of Jojo usually addressed them as Heaven-grade 7th Order cultivators or Heaven 7 cultivators for short. It was followed by Heaven 8 and Heaven 9. An ordinary 7th Order cultivator had unlocked 108 spiritual points in total, but a Heaven 7 cultivator had unlocked a whopping 240 spiritual points, which was more than double the amount. Naturally, it was the same for the gap between their strength. It might look like Lu Ye's cultivation level was lower, but in reality he was much stronger than he was before he changed his cultivation technique. Now Lu Yi had met the most basic requirements necessary to ascend to the Cloud River realm. Of course, if he actually did that, he would be joining the ranks of the most inferior batch of Cloud River realm cultivators. He would be lucky to make it to Real Lake realm. A cultivator should strive to unlock as many spiritual points as possible, because it directly impacted their future strength and potential as a Cloud River realm cultivator. That was why Lu Yi would not be ascending until he had unlocked all 360 spiritual points. He was confident that a perfect ascension was well within his capabilities. Lu Yi took a moment to spot the differences before and after he had changed his cultivation technique, and they were more obvious than he thought. Although there were 2 less microcosmic orbits in his body, the new microcosmic orbits circulated almost 2 times faster than the old. What was a stream now felt like a rapid river. Not only that, each microcosmic orbit encompassed a lot more spiritual points. Combined with the faster circulation rate of spiritual power, his explosive strength was stronger and more focused than before. This was why switching to a heaven-grade cultivation technique was considered a qualitative leap in power. Practically anyone who did this was at least 20 to 30% stronger than they were before. In some cases, the improvement could be as great as 40 to 50%. Heaven-grade cultivation techniques were just that powerful. In Lu Ye's case, he had purchased not just the most expensive heaven-grade cultivation technique, but also the one that suited him the most from the Vault of Providence. The Great Sun Valurium technique cost over 5,000 contribution points, and right now there were only a handful of cultivators in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield who could afford such a price. Not only did the heaven-grade cultivation technique massively increase his strength, the spiritual power circulating through his spiritual points even had a minor body tempering effect. This meant that Lu Yi could eat, play and sleep all day and night, and his physique would naturally grow stronger as long as he did not turn off his cultivation technique and kept circulating his spiritual power. The Great Sun Valurium technique was expensive for a reason. Lu Yi consumed a spirit-restoring pill, but did not activate Gluttonous Feast. The medicine was quickly digested and absorbed into his body. It was clear that his pill digestion speed had increased after switching to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. This meant an increase in the efficiency of Lu Ye's cultivation. He continued to swallow a few more spirit pills and observed the changes in his spiritual power. In the end, he concluded that he would need to consume at least 45 pills to unlock a single spiritual point if he cultivated via spirit pills only. Obviously, the amount of spiritual power necessary to unlock one spiritual point had climbed higher, but it wasn't a big problem considering that his cultivation efficiency had increased as well. This was an advantage Lu Yi possessed since the day he started cultivating. All other cultivators grew slower the higher they climbed the cultivation levels because each threshold demanded more power than the last. Lu Yi was the opposite. Forget slowing down, he was actually speeding up over time. If he were to invest his whole day into cultivating right now, he would have no pressure unlocking a spiritual point in a single day. If he tried harder, he could even unlock 3 spiritual points in 2 days. He was only 120 spiritual points away from hitting the maximum amount of spiritual points he could unlock. That day wasn't far away at all. Satisfied, Lu Yi took out the mystic fruit once more and channeled his spiritual power into it. The second his mind entered the small hub, he immediately looked left and right with his hand on his blade. He was happy to note that the 1,000-demon rich motherfucker who killed him before was nowhere to be seen. He did not dare to linger for long though. He hurried to the door, paid 50 contribution points and entered the Rift of Illusions immediately. His first combat experience after ascending to Heaven 7 was an absolute massacre. There wasn't a single enemy in the Rift that was a match for him. Of course, the Rift of Illusions knew how to deal with cultivators like him. If one person wasn't enough, then it would send 2. If 2 wasn't enough, then it would send 3. Eventually, Lu Yi would be killed and sent back to the real world. About 40 minutes later, Lu Yi opened his eyes. The battle had definitely opened his eyes to the various benefits of a heaven-grade cultivation technique. He wasn't just stronger in many ways, his spiritual power control had grown by leaps and bounds as well. This was a wonderful thing for a glyphweaver because it meant he would have an easier time constructing glyphs. Now he was ready to set out once more. It had been a full month since he returned to the outpost. He had laid low long enough for the heat to subside somewhat, and they had already received the 1,000 Demon Ridges compensation. Plus he was Heaven 7 now. He couldn't hole up in the outpost forever. As for how the 1,000 Demon Ridge would react when they learned of his return, who cares? He took a moment to pack his stuff before returning to the headquarters. When he returned from Lady Yun's residence, his storage bag was carrying a new stack of books regarding the way of glyphs. Next, he visited his second senior sister. Shui Yuan did not have much to say regarding his decision to set off to the core circle. She simply told him to speak with the sect master. A moment later, Lu Yi stood in front of the sect master and informed him of his decision. Heaven 7 already? The sect master looked both surprised and proud. He thought back to the day he first encountered Lu Yi at the Evil Moon Valley. At the time, the young man had just unlocked a couple spiritual points. Later, they were ambushed on the road to Mount Ao, and he had no choice but to send the young man to the Spirit Creek battlefield. The events felt as clear as yesterday, and yet his disciple was already a Heaven 7 cultivator. And that was without mentioning his legendary feats in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Yes, Sect Master. This disciple believes that it is time I enter the core circle. Do you have a particular plan in mind? Not really. I'm just going to explore the world and do as I see fit. Lu Yi had not attached himself to an allied sect since he entered the inner circle. He wasn't planning on changing his policy after he entered the core circle either. Some of the legates and prolegates he befriended in the Chess Sea had invited him to their outpost, but he had turned them all down gently. Thanks to his exploits in the inner circle, his adventure in the core circle was destined to be a tumultuous one. The 1,000 Demon Ridge would surely keep an eye on him and launch all kinds of attacks against him. He wasn't afraid, of course. The sect master let out a small cough before saying, "It's like this. Remember the 50 junior brothers and sisters I brought back to the outpost? I'm sure you're aware where they came from." "I've heard." His sect master had kidnapped the 3 Sages School's top 50 recruits while attending their recruitment ceremony. As a result, Yu Ganju, the 3 Sages School's sect master, had come all the way to Mount Ao and fought him. Lu Yi had seen this with his own eyes. The 3 Sages School put in a request in exchange for not pursuing this matter further, and this old man had no choice but to agree to it. "I'm guessing that it has something to do with me. The 3 Sages School would like you to join their sect temporarily after you enter the core circle. Their Spirit Creek realm cultivators are currently in decline, and they are in a tight spot right now. That is why they'd like you to lend them a hand." Lu Yi couldn't quite understand the 3 Sages School's reasoning. They must be quite the gutsy sect. They knew that they were in a bad spot, and they still wanted him to attach himself to their sect? No matter how Lu Yi looked at it, it was no different from committing suicide. Right now, he was so infamous that he was prepared to be targeted the minute he set foot in the core circle. Therefore, any sect he attached himself to was almost guaranteed to be attacked in tandem. It was one of the reasons he didn't want to attach himself to any allied sect. What on earth was the 3 Sages School thinking? Did they think that their outpost wasn't facing enough pressure and wanted to spice things up, so to speak? Of course, the decision is yours. If you are unwilling, then do not hesitate to say no. I can handle the 3 Sages School. It's fine. If they truly want me to pay them a visit, then why not? By the time Lu Yi stepped out of the sect master's room, he still couldn't figure out what the 3 Sages School was planning. He gave up the line of thought a moment later. The 3 Sages School was the one who put forth the request, and the sect master had already agreed to it. It would make things awkward if he were to reject it. Plus, it was an ironclad fact that his sect master had kidnapped their 50 best recruits from their recruitment ceremony. Amber and Yi were coming with him as a matter of course. Zhu Jia was a must-have as well. Finally, Feng Yu would be joining him on this journey. Originally, Lu Yi was going to bring both Hua Xiai and Feng Yu to a core circle outpost. However, Hua Xiai had her own plans, so he could only bring Feng Yu with him. Feng Yu could not stay at the outer circle forever because it afforded her much less opportunities to earn contribution points. He messaged them all and told them to get ready. Finally, Lu Yi messaged his fourth senior brother to check if he had repaired his spiritual point. He relaxed only after hearing that he had made a full recovery. Baxin also praised Lu Yi for being wise enough to buy 2-point restoration pills in one go. As it turned out, just one wasn't enough to repair the damage because his spiritual point had been damaged for too long. The first pill had not had much of an effect. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 350 Crimson Blood, Devoted Ones. When Lu Yi asked his fourth senior brother when he would be ascending to Cloud River Realm, he said that he still needed time to adapt to his newly repaired spiritual point, and that he wasn't going anywhere for the moment. Lu Yi looked thoughtful after the communication ended. The sky was growing brighter. Lu Yi exited his residence and saw Zhu Jia, Feng Yu and Gu Yang waiting for him outside. For the past month, the number of times he met Zhu Jia could be counted on one hand. He had spent almost every day cultivating during the day, and breathing the essence of the moon with amber during the night. Zhu Jia had hit Heaven 7 during this time. Lu Yi wasn't surprised by this. Zhu Jia had been qualified for a breakthrough a long time ago. He had just been keeping himself suppressed. In fact, Lu Yi suspected that Zhu Jia could unlock all 360 spiritual points and ascend to Cloud River Realm in one go if he truly let himself loose. Yi hadn't shown her face much either. While Lu Yi was studying the way of glyphs under Lady Yun, she was studying spells at the sect master's place. Besides that, they both had their own cultivation studies to attend to during the night. Today, her aura was much stronger than what he remembered a month ago. Brother Lu. Feng Yu greeted him quietly with grateful eyes. A while ago, she had sought out Lu Yi and requested to enter the inner circle. However, Lu Yi had turned her down harshly. Sad and helpless, she had turned to her fellow victim. He sheen and criticized the heck out of him behind his back. Then, Lu Yi messaged her telling her to obtain some resources from Shui Yuan at the headquarters and prepare to enter the core circle today. It was only then she realized that she had misunderstood Lu Yi. The reason Lu Yi had rejected her earlier wasn't because he was discriminating against her, but because he already had plans for her. I heard that you have a lot to say about me. That is not true. Feng Yu hurriedly defended herself. This junior sister is most grateful that you were willing to forget my past and take me into the sect. I would not dare to criticize you in any way. On the inside, she wondered how on earth Lu Yi had found out about it. You can speak honestly. I'm not an intolerant person. Feng Yu shook her head like a fan. No. Like I said, I have nothing to share, Brother Lu. Lu Yi stared at her a bit longer before finally turning to Gu Yang. I shall leave the outpost in your hands. Gu Yang nodded. He had come to see him off. Do not worry, Brother Lu. I promise to take good care of the outpost. We'll be going then. As Lu Yi summoned his spirit boat, Yi slipped into Amber's body, and Amber jumped onto Zhu Jia's head. The group then climbed onto the spirit boat one by one. There was a surge of spiritual power, and the spirit boat shot toward into the distance in a beam of light. Gu Yang had already brought down the Grand Ward beforehand, so there was no risk of a collision. He watched them until they were completely gone. Originally, Lu Yi was planning to surrender his post as a legate to a worthy candidate. The Crimson Blood Sect outpost was located in the outer circle, and his cultivation level had exceeded the expected standard a while ago. In fact, he should have surrendered it when he had reached the 9th order. The reason he changed his mind later wasn't because he didn't trust in his fellow cultivators' abilities. In fact, managing an outpost wasn't a difficult task, it was just a tad time and energy consuming, but because he thought that he could use this opportunity to form an alliance pact with a few core circle sections. Besides that, if he were to occupy a core circle outpost, he needed the authority to plunder the blessings on the divine opportunity column. That was why he decided to keep his post a little longer. Both his and Jujia's flight speed had increased tremendously after they had ascended to Heaven 7. It would only take them a number of days to reach the core circle. On the spirit boat, Lu Yi had taken out his 10-point map to plan their route forward. Right now he was sitting at the forefront of the spirit boat, followed by Feng Yu and Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia was currently sitting cross-legged in a meditative position cultivating. This was one of the body-tempering cultivator's greatest strengths. If he had time to sit around and do nothing, he would always spend it on cultivating. Feng Yu was a disappointment in this regard. She was busy sightseeing and exclaiming her wonder at everything. She was an 8th-order cultivator, so of course this wasn't her first time flying. Moreover, the last thing a Crimson Blood Sect disciple lacked was flying spirit artifacts because Lu Yi always brought back all kinds of spirit artifacts when he returned to the outpost. Those who had reached the required cultivation level would be able to apply for them from the sect. However, an 8th-order cultivator could only fly so fast and so high on their flying spirit artifact. Naturally, the view and experience were nowhere as great. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia took turns flying the flying spirit artifact and took almost no breaks. The good news was that they hadn't encountered any opposition even after they had entered the inner circle. Although it had been a month since the absolute madness Lu Yi had created in the inner circle, the 1,000 Demon Ridge sects were still a little jittery about it. Most of them were keeping their grand wards up almost 24/7 and avoiding going outdoors as much as possible. Everyone was afraid of catching the vanquisher of sect's attention and bringing about their own downfall. On the 10th day, Lu Ye's group finally passed through the entire inner circle and entered the core circle. Lu Yi had always known that the Spirit Creek battlefield was huge, but even with a 10-point map in his possession, he hadn't truly realized just how big it was firsthand. Now he did. Despite their new flight speed, it had still taken them 10 whole days to travel from the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost to the core circle. It showed just how wide the Spirit Creek battlefield really was. Traffic had increased visibly after they entered the core circle. These cultivators usually traveled at high altitudes, and they all looked to be in a hurry for some reason. Moreover, they generally stayed away from other flyers as much as possible. It was because no one knew if the other cultivator was a friend or foe and, if they were an enemy, whether they were within their ability to beat. That was why their journey remained relatively peaceful despite the increase in traffic. Another day passed, and a territory with exquisite scenery entered their view. They saw a few spirit peaks surrounding a massive valley, and inside the valley was a grand ward. It was the grand ward of an outpost and Lu Ye's first objective of this trip. The trio walked up to the grand ward after landing on the ground. A ward watcher watched them warily as they called out, "Who are you people?" Lu Yi stepped forward and clasped his fist respectfully. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect greets a fellow cultivator. "Can you please inform my 4th senior brother that I have come to meet him?" He could have messaged Li Baxin directly and he had. However, his message had failed to go out. It meant that his 4th senior brother had returned to the headquarters at Zhou, the Devoted One's headquarters to be exact. "You are Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect?" The ward watcher exclaimed in surprise before looking him up and down. "It is I." The cultivator thought for a second before replying, "Give me a moment." He then hopped onto his flying spiritual artifact and took off. Beside him, Feng Yu examined the outpost curiously before realizing a little too late where she was. "Is this the Devoted One's outpost, Brother Lu? Is this the sect we're going to attach ourselves to?" It wasn't a bad choice. Not only was the Devoted Ones a Tier 2 sect, their 4th senior brother, Li Baxin, was the prolgate. She was sure they would be treated well. "Do battles happen frequently in the core circle, Brother Lu? Will there be sufficient patience for me to treat? I might not be able to earn many contribution points otherwise." Feng Yu grew even more worried. "I'm only an 8th-order cultivator, and I doubt the Devoted Ones would be wanting for medicine cultivators. Worse, their cultivation should all be greater than mine. Even if someone was hurt, the chances that I would get to treat them would be low." Her voice grew smaller and smaller as she spoke because both Lu Yi and Zhu Jia were staring her expressionlessly. In the end, she even hugged herself and kept her mouth tightly zipped. "I knew it. I'm still the most unlikable disciple in the Crimson Blood Sect." It was at this moment that two people flew out from the center from the outpost. One of them was the ward watcher from earlier, and the other was a young man in aquamarine clothes. They looked to be in their 20s. The young man swept his gaze across the group before focusing on Lu Yi. "You are Lu Yi. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect greets you, senior brother." The young man's aura looked incredibly thick, so he was probably a Heaven 9 cultivator. He hadn't ascended yet, most likely because he wished to hone his skills a little longer. To his surprise, the young man replied rudely, "I am not your senior brother, and I do not appreciate your casual social climbing." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. A long time ago, his second senior sister had told him that the disciples of the devoted ones were not very fond of the Crimson Blood sect. He could see now that it was true. It was due to a historical problem. A long time ago, the Crimson Blood sect and the devoted ones were the two most famous sects in Bingzhou. Their combined might was feared throughout the Jiuzhou. Back then, both the Crimson Blood sect and the devoted ones were Tier 1 sections. They were also close enough to be one big family. This was especially true after the pillar of the Crimson Blood sect, Feng Wujiang, and the beloved princess of the devoted ones fell in love and got married to one another. Their love story was told throughout the world like a real-life fairy tale. Thanks to their precedent, many cultivators from the Crimson Blood sect and the devoted ones also became lovers. Unfortunately, that happiness did not last. Feng Wujiang's final battle against the Thousand Demon Ridge was a terrible one that severely damaged countless Grand Sky Coalition sections. Of course, the two sects that suffered the worst damage were the Crimson Blood sect and the devoted ones. The Crimson Blood sect was almost completely destroyed, and the devoted ones lost so many champions that their very roots were shaken. Not only that, the survivors of the Crimson Blood sect were targeted across all battlefields and killed one after another. Having grown completely disheartened with the state of things, the sect master chose to cast out Li Baxian and the remaining disciples out of the Crimson Blood sect to protect them. Since then, the Crimson Blood sect had not accepted another disciple. They slowly declined from Tier 1 all the way to the Tier 9, and they would have been eliminated as a sect if Lu Yi had not joined them at the last moment. The devoted ones too had dropped from Tier 1 to Tier 3. It took them 2 decades to finally climb back to Tier 2. That war had happened over 30 years ago, and Lu Yi only knew of the broad strokes of the incident. All he knew was that his extraordinarily talented first senior brother was largely blamed for the massive damage the Grand Sky Coalition had suffered. He also perished in that battle, and it was said that his body was never found. Since then, the Crimson Blood sect slowly drifted apart from many sects they used to be close with. This was doubly true for the devoted ones. As the new blood replaced the old, they even became hostile toward the Crimson Blood sect. The twin sects of Bingzhou were no more after that. When Li Baxian was sent to the devoted ones, the fallout between the two sects wasn't yet too severe. Moreover, it was Feng Wujiang's wife, Qiu Min, who had personally requested Li Baxian to be taken under her wing. It was because Li Baxian was almost the same age as Feng Wujiang's daughter at the time, which made him the perfect playmate for her. However, as the relationship between the two sects grew increasingly strained, so did Li Baxian's position in the devoted ones. If Qiu Min hadn't shielded him from most of the attacks, he would never have achieved what he had today. That was why Li Baxian treated Qiu Min like his own aunt or mother. The daughter of Feng Wujiang and Qiu Min was none other than the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy, Feng Wuchan. She was 100% her father's daughter. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 351 Showdown. His second senior sister was the one who told him all this. It was why he had always known that his fourth senior brother wasn't doing too well in the devoted ones. Obviously, the top-tier sects of the Thousand Demon Ridge had manipulated events behind the scenes in the fateful battle that led to the damaging of Li Baxian's spiritual point. However, had the devoted ones really tried their best to protect him? That was up for debate to this day. Li Baxian had been targeted by the Thousand Demon Ridge since he was young. They didn't relent even after he was sent to the devoted ones. The devoted ones had suffered much collateral damage as a result. It wasn't until his spiritual point was damaged that the attacks finally subsided. It was all because he was a member of the Crimson Blood sect. That was all. No one knew if the devoted ones had played a role in that fateful battle. By now, the trail was too cold for any investigation to bear fruit either. Shui Yuan thought they might have allowed Li Baxian to get hurt, but even she admitted that she had no proof to support her theory, and that he should not take it as the truth. One thing was certain though, and that was that Li Baxian wasn't doing well in the devoted ones. Nominally speaking, he was the prolgate of the devoted ones. In reality, they had used him like a guard dog. He was strong enough that not even the Tier 1 sects of the Thousand Demon Ridge dared to challenge them without cause. He rarely got permission to leave the outpost. It was one of the main reasons he wasn't able to accumulate the contribution points he needed to heal himself. Otherwise, 10 years was more than enough time for him to accumulate the contribution points necessary to buy a point restoration pill. During the Battle of the Golden Tip, Li Baxian had left his post to save his junior brother without permission. Naturally, he was grounded and punished the moment he returned to the devoted ones. Even if the bad history between the two sects hadn't existed, Li Baxian himself was an irritant in the eyes of the devoted ones. Feng Yuechan had suppressed her own cultivation for over a decade because Li Baxian was unable to ascend. Naturally, many members of the devoted ones were displeased with this. The elders were displeased with Li Baxian because they thought that he was holding back their younger generation. They all thought that he had dragged Feng Yuechan down. Outside the Grand Ward, Lu Yi stared at the unfriendly young man in blue clothes and said, "I am here to meet my fourth senior brother. Please inform him that we are waiting for him. We will take our leave as soon as we exchange a few words." Of course, he hadn't come to the devoted ones to attach himself to their sect. Why would he do that when he knew that the devoted ones were hostile toward the Crimson Blood sect? He just wanted to speak with his fourth senior brother. What makes you think that someone from your sect would be in ours? The devoted ones do not have your fourth senior brother. Li Baxian. Li Baxian is a disciple of the devoted ones, not your fourth senior brother. You will not mention this again. Lu Yi stared expressionlessly at the young man for a moment. The other party glared right back without fear. Without exaggeration, Lu Yi had never encountered such an unfriendly fellow Grand Sky Coalition cultivator in his life. In the past, the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators he met would treat him with politeness and respect even if they had never met him before. Of course, Sima Yang did not count. Lu Yi tapped his battlefield imprint and searched for Feng Yuechan's imprint. He had her imprint because he had exchanged imprints with her in the chess sea before. One of them had to be in the outpost, and if he could contact Feng Yuechan, then of course he could contact Li Baxian. However, the young man did not wait for him to finish before yelling again. "The devoted ones do not welcome outsiders in our territory. Leave now, or we will be forced to take drastic action." Lu Yi paused for a second and glanced at the guy. Instead of Feng Yuechan's imprint, he selected Shui Yuan's imprint and messaged, "Sister Shui." Although Shui Yuan was at the headquarters, she was the keeper of seal of the Crimson Blood sect. That was why Lu Yi could contact her even though she was a world away. "I'm here. Can you please contact Brother Li Baxian and tell him that I am outside his outpost right now?" "Sure." He had just finished messaging his second senior sister when the young man yelled again, "Get lost now." Instead of complying, Lu Yi activated insight and observed the Grand Ward in front of him. He quickly found the appropriate nodes and stepped in front of one. Then, he produced his ward flags. The young man in blue clothes and the ward watcher from before were flabbergasted to say the least. They both thought to themselves, What on earth is this Lu Yi doing?" Lu Yi launched the ward flags into position and began channeling his spiritual power. The young man in blue clothes finally realized that the vanquisher of sects was actually going to breach their Grand Ward. He exploded in anger, "You dare!" As he said this, he stepped out of the Grand Ward and channeled his spiritual power. Now Lu Yi was sure that he was a Heaven 9. His spiritual power quickly gathered into a spell in front of him. Before he could fire it though, cold metal covered in fiery red spiritual power flashed before his eyes and annihilated the spell right before it could take form. Not only that, he felt a burst of pain from his chest as well. He instinctively dashed backward and behind the Grand Ward once more. A Grand Ward could stop all foreign cultivators from entering its area. However, Those belonging to the sect that had a battlefield imprint could go in and out of the Grand Ward without problems. When the Heaven 9 cultivator looked down on his shirt, he was shocked to see that he had suffered a slash wound to his chest. Blood quickly seeped out of the wound and dirted his shirt. He hurriedly inspected his wound in panic. He relaxed only after he confirmed that it was just skin deep. "Brother Wu," a cultivator beside him called out. The young man in blue clothes looked up, saw what was going on and yelled, "What impudence!" Why was he so angry? It was because Lu Yi had opened a hole in his Grand Ward after driving him back, of course. Like he was crawling into a tent, he lifted one corner of the Grand Ward and walked in like it was his own house. With this, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect became the first person ever to breach a fellow Grand Sky Coalition sect's Grand Ward and enter their outpost without permission as well. The devoted ones thought they could provoke him without repercussions? Well, the game was on. Lu Yi tilted his head at Zhu Jia to motion for him to come in. Zhu Jia did as he was told. Meanwhile, Feng Yu looked like she wanted to be anywhere else but here. The almost comical turn of events had completely shaken her awake from her delusions. Her fifth senior brother hadn't brought her here to get attached to the devoted ones. No, he was here to have a showdown. A showdown in a Tier 2 sect, no less. Just how brazen could he be? Suddenly, a pair of heads turned toward her. They belonged to Lu Yi and Zhu Jia, of course. Feng Yu shuddered like a leaf. I'll wait for you guys outside. Like she would willingly step into a death trap. She could have 10 lives, and she was still going to die all the same. Her rights did not exist before Lu Yi, though. Zhu Jia simply stepped out of the Grand Ward, grabbed her neck with his massive hand, and carried her into the outpost like a cat. The body-tempering cultivator had just come to a standstill when he felt a powerful disturbance of spiritual power to his side. A voice of suppressed anger erupted. "How dare you ambush me?" The young man in blue clothes, Brother Wu, was clearly ashamed and embarrassed. He was going to stop Lu Yi from attacking the Grand Ward, but the other party had forced him back in a single strike. That he was 2 minor realms above Lu Yi only made the shame worse, though to be fair, it was a surprise attack. This time though, Brother Wu was fully prepared. As he cursed at Lu Yi, he launched a rain of spells that would envelop all 3 Crimson Blood sect cultivators. Feng Yu's heart immediately hit rock bottom. As a medicine cultivator, there was no chance she could dodge or block the attack. All she could do was to close her eyes and wait for death to claim her. She was just going to do that when a tall, broad back stepped in front of her and channeled its vitality and spiritual power. The spells struck, but they merely shook the towering figure slightly. It was Zhu Jia, of course. He was as steady as a shield that would never break. In that moment, Feng Yu could only stare at the powerful back while feeling an unprecedented sense of security. As a Heaven 9 cultivator, Brother Wu was extremely experienced in combat. Having learned from his experience, he chose not to cast his powerful but slow spells. There wasn't enough distance between himself and Lu Yi anyway, and the best way to deal with a combat cultivator like Lu Yi was to overwhelm him with small, speedy spells. It was then he experienced something he would never forget in his life. Going from 0 to a blur in just an instant, Lu Yi had dodged his rain of spells and narrowed their distance from 30 meters to just 10 meters in an instant. His flame-covered saber drew a lethal arc across the air. Brother Wu felt death calling out to him. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual power and attempted to push Lu Yi away with a shockwave. Lu Yi was prepared for this though. The shockwave spell was very similar to a spell cultivator's spiritual power shield. The closer the attacker was to the spell cultivator, the greater the repulsive force they had to endure. That said, the spell was useless if the attacker could stay within that sweet spot where they weren't too far away from the spell cultivator, and the repulsive force wasn't strong enough to push them away. Lu Yi halted his charge for an instant. Once Brother Wu's spell was spent, he immediately charged toward the man once more. Brother Wu screamed inside his head. Just how many spell cultivators has he fought to react perfectly to my blast? The next moment, he saw Lu Ye's saber swinging toward his head. Brother Wu hurriedly lowered his head. He would literally lose his head if he didn't, but the second he did so, he saw a knee flying straight toward his nose. From a third person's perspective, it almost looked like he was intentionally taking Lu Ye's knee strike with his face. Bang! There was a loud bang as Brother Wu sailed across the air while spinning like a top. It took a few seconds before he crashed heavily against the ground. Stars were flying around his head, and his forehead hurt so bad he suspected that the strike had actually fractured his skull. He was just about to climb to his feet when he felt a flaming blade pressed up against forehead. He looked up. Lu Yi was looking down on him with a calm expression on his face. Brother Wu's eyelid twitched once. To be honest, he still didn't know how he had lost the battle because their exchange was that brief. It was so brief that he had a blade on his head before he could even unleash his true power. He was going to teach the enemy a lesson, but he was the one who got his ass handed to him. Brother Wu, a Heaven 7 cultivator, cried out. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 352. I'm a stray he picked up on the road. Kill me if you dare. Brother Wu uttered through gritted teeth while glaring at Lu Yi. Fearlessness was the one thing every Jojo cultivator seemed to possess, not to mention that he, a Heaven 9 cultivator, had lost to a Heaven 7 cultivator who was way younger than him. What else was there to say? Lu Yi withdrew his saber and spun on one leg. Before Brother Wu could react, Lu Yi landed a powerful kick on his left temple that tore his hastily built spiritual power shield apart and sent him flying across the air once more. This time he wasn't able to climb back to his feet. The kick had knocked him out completely. The fight was brief, but the eruptions of spiritual power still drew the attention of many devoted ones cultivators. It wasn't long before several figures rushed over to the scene. They immediately saw their Brother Wu lying on the ground, possibly dead, and 3 strangers that definitely should not be standing within their outpost. One of them was even carrying a saber in one hand and gushing with spiritual power. Enemy attack! Someone shouted. The entire outpost came to life at that cry. Countless cultivators began rushing over from multiple directions. At the same time, the people who had already arrived mercilessly ganged up on Lu Yi. Sure, they didn't know who the newcomers were, but it did not change the fact that they had somehow barged into their outpost and possibly even killed Brother Wu. The only way to respond to such violence was with violence. The flying weapons were the first to arrive. For a time the outpost was filled with the sounds of flying weapons whistling through the air. The inviolable moving so fast that it was almost a blur. Lu Yi accurately sent every spirit artifact that flew his way into the air. He himself traveled back and forth the battlefield like lightning because he had imbued himself with windwalk beforehand. Muffled groans of pain erupted, and blood splattered against the ground. There weren't many Heaven 9 cultivators even in the core circle because everyone except those who were consolidating their power or climbing the scroll of supremacy had chosen to ascend to the Cloud River realm. The Brother Wu Lu Yi just knocked out was one of those who were in the middle of consolidating his power. This period could be as short as 10 days, or as long as 3 months. It was all up to the cultivator's choice. Even then, those aiming to climb the scroll of supremacy still wouldn't stay at the Spirit Creek realm for too long. As a result, the scroll of supremacy was updated more frequently than most rankings, and the list was filled with new names practically every few months. Of course, the top 3 were exceptions to the rule. The first few attackers were all Heaven 7 or Heaven 8, and at Lu Ye's current skill level, he did not need much effort to take them all down. His only problem was how to take them down fast enough, so that he wouldn't be overwhelmed by the reinforcements. The first few waves of attackers were easily defeated and repelled by Lu Yi. As time passed, their faces grew more and more serious. Why? Because they had never seen such a powerful Heaven 7 cultivator, of course. It wasn't long before more devoted ones' disciples joined the attack, and this time Amber revealed his true self and let out a mighty roar. He was an entire size bigger than he was earlier, and the light gold spirit beast energy surrounding his body looked thick enough to be solid. The roar immediately caused a wave of dizziness among the charging cultivators. He also appeared and fired spells in every direction. Her casting speed and amount were positively terrifying. Jujia soundlessly moved behind Lu Yi and gathered a large ball of spiritual power in his hand. After it had transformed into a barrier that looked like a turtle's shell, he held it up and blocked all the attacks directly at Lu Ye's back. More and more devoted ones cultivators were starting to surround them, and the attacks grew dense enough that Lu Yi could no longer take the fight to the enemy without risking massive injuries. His flying weapons flew out of his weapon holder one after another, and created a storm of blades around him. His skill with them was positively breathtaking. From a bird's-eye view, one could see that countless devoted ones cultivators had surrounded the 3 cultivators and 1 tiger at the center, spells and flying weapons clashing in midair non-stop. The devoted ones' attack hit Lu Ye's group again and again like waves, but they always managed to stop them without fail. Suddenly an angry roar cut through the chaos. "Cease your struggle and allow yourself to be captured, or I will kill her right now." Lu Ye's group looked back and saw that a devoted one's disciple had captured Fengyu before they knew it. Not only was he pressing a blade against her milky white neck, it had cut into her skin and caused her to bleed out a little. Fengyu looked like she might faint on her feet. There was a short silence before Lu Ye's group withdrew their gaze. Then they continued blocking the incoming attacks coming their way, and launching a counterattack from time to time. That was not the reaction the guy was expecting at all. He looked confused as Fengyu moaned in despair. "Do I look like I'm a part of their group? I'm just a stray they picked up on the road, dude. You. At the same time, she raged internally at her past self for following Lu Yi to the core circle when she should have entered the inner circle instead, considering her cultivation level. It wasn't like the decision itself was bad, but what in the world made her 5th senior brother think that kicking down the devoted one's front door and having a showdown was a good idea? Was he dropped as a child or something? Now they were probably all going to die. The battle was in full swing when suddenly, a handsome man appeared in the sanctum of Providence. It was none other than Li Baxin teleporting to the outpost after hearing about his junior brother's arrival from Shui Yuan. He was very happy that his junior brother had come to visit him as a matter of course. He was just wondering how he should welcome his junior brother when suddenly, he sensed that all was not right in the outpost. He could feel chaotic waves of spiritual power coming from a certain direction, and what definitely sounded like an incredibly intense battle. Li Baxin blanched. He immediately dashed toward the exit. "Senior brother," Fengyuechan called out to him. She had been waiting for him outside the sanctum. Li Baxin was so bothered by the bad premonition growing in his heart that he didn't even bother correcting her before asking, "Is someone attacking our outpost?" It had been years since they encountered such a thing. Ever since he and Fengyuechan had reached the top of the scroll of supremacy, the outpost had become as solid as a rock. Even the Tier 1 sects didn't dare to provoke them without good reason. "No, that's not it." Fengyuechan grabbed his hand, summoned her flying spirit artifact, and flew them both into the sky. Li Baxin focused his eyes on the battle happening in the distance. He immediately exclaimed in horror, "Junior brother." As it turned out, it wasn't the Thousand Demon Ridge attacking the outpost. It was his junior brother being attacked by his own disciples, and it looked like he was in great danger. Li Baxin was going to rush to his junior brother's rescue when Fengyuechan stopped him. "What? Have you wondered why junior brother Lu came to the outpost and caused such a scene, senior brother? He is a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. He should know better than to do something like this." Li Baxin replied in an urgent tone, "Can we talk after we save him?" He was puzzled by his junior brother's odd behavior as well, but this was not the time to be figuring the ins and outs of the incident. The truth could reveal itself after the conflict was stopped. Junior brother Lu and his companions aren't in danger. Can't you see that our disciples aren't aiming to kill? Now that she mentioned it, Li Baxin realized that she was right. He hadn't noticed because he was gripped by panic, but if the devoted one's disciples truly wanted Lu Ye's group dead, they would have died a long time ago considering the sheer amount of people that were attacking them. The assault was undeniably fierce, but they were fighting with the goal of capturing them. That was why they were able to hold out for this long. "You're the one who gave the order?" Li Baxin realized in hindsight. Fengyuechan nodded. "What on earth are you guys doing?" Li Baxin was growing more and more confused. Fengyuechan replied, "You're a smart man, senior brother. Do you still not understand why junior brother Lu is doing all this? He had probably come here to speak with you, and our disciples tried to make trouble for him. The rest is history." Li Baxian's eyes glittered when he heard this. What did you tell him? Just so you know, I did not speak to junior brother Lu before. But I'm not the only one who knows, am I? Feng Yuechan gave his hand a squeeze before adding, do not worry, senior brother. I will handle this right now. Although she had ordered her disciples not to fight to kill, one could not be too careful. The only reason she hadn't stopped it earlier was because she wanted Li Baxian to witness this with his own eyes. Right after she said this, she appeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. While floating in the air, she ordered lightly, stop. As the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy, Feng Yuechan was clearly well respected despite her origin. The second she gave the order, everyone who was attacking Lu Ye's group immediately stopped what they were doing and withdrew. Many of them were covered in wounds, and some looked like they had been punched in the face. And they were close combat cultivators who had tried to fight Lu Yi and Zhu Jia at close range only to come up very, very short. Of course, it wasn't like Lu Ye's group was doing too good themselves. Lu Yi was covered in enough wounds that his entire shirt was drenched in blood. Thankfully, it only looked terrible. None of his injuries were severe. Zhu Jia was even more ridiculous. There wasn't even a scratch on the guy's skin. You outnumbered your enemy almost 100 to 1, and yet this is the outcome, huh? Impressive. All of you are truly living up to the teachings of our sect. Her sarcastic comment caused everyone who had fought in the battle to turn as red as a tomato. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 353. A Body-Tempering Cultivator's Pride. I would like to challenge him, senior sister. The cultivator who was scolded by Feng Yuechan for taking Feng Yu hostage suddenly pointed at Lu Yi. The guy was currently stuffing his cheeks with spirit pills. Do you think you can defeat him? I won't know until I've fought him. The cultivator remained firm in his resolve. The corners of Feng Yuechan's lips turned up. What about you? Do you accept his challenge? She said while turning toward Lu Yi. Their eyes met, and Lu Yi raised his eyebrows inquiringly. Feng Yuechan responded with an imperceptible nod. Their soundless communication ended there. It was then Lu Yi realized that senior sister Feng was deserving of her reputation. She had clearly figured out the true reason he had allowed things to devolve to this extent. I accept. Lu Yi nodded. Feng Yuechan then looked at a female cultivator standing not far away from Lu Yi and ordered, treat him. The woman in question was probably a medicine cultivator and a Heaven 8 cultivator to boot. It's fine. Lu Yi interrupted before ripping off his tattered shirt, wiping away the blood on his torso as best he could and tossing it on the ground. He then pointed the inviolable at his challenger and declared, come at me. The cultivator let out a battle cry as spiritual power surged around his body. He shot a flying weapon straight at Lu Yi while following closely behind the spirit artifact. He reached Lu Yi in just 2 or 3 steps before thrusting his spear forward. As someone who had witnessed all the techniques Lu Yi had put on display, he knew that he was no match for the young man. That was why he went all out from the get-go. 3 flowers bloomed in Lu Ye's vision as the spearman launched his ultimate attack. Not only that, he had to watch out for the flying weapon as well. Cling! Clang! 2 clangs of metal resounded throughout the air, and the flying weapon, the spear and the cultivator himself were thrown back where he came. Technically speaking, they were both Heaven Grade 7th order. However, the spearman was unable to withstand even one of Lu Ye's attacks. Not only did he lose his grip on his weapon, Lu Ye's attack had split his perlicue and caused it to bleed profusely. The spearman stared at Lu Yi in complete disbelief as a fellow disciple caught him. His arms were shaking like a leaf. He knew he was no match for Lu Yi, but he wasn't expecting the gap to be so huge. He knew that Lu Yi could have taken his life if he wanted to. Next, Lu Yi declared while performing a blade flourish. His word of challenge immediately riled up the cultivators of the devoted ones as a matter of course. The way Lu Yi had said it, he was clearly planning to challenge them one by one until no one was left standing. Just how arrogant could he be? If anything, his display of arrogance was even less tolerable than their failure to capture his group. I'll fight you. A cultivator leaped out before Feng Yuechan could even say a word. However, he had just stood still when Lu Ye's face appeared just tens of centimeters away from his in a blur. Startled, the challenger tried to dodge backward only to receive a powerful kick to his abdomen. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was literally launched back where he came like a cannonball. An expressionless Lu Yi slowly withdrew his leg and stood his ground once more. He looked down on the angry devoted one's cultivator and waited patiently for the next challenger to appear. How many more losses do we need to see until you realize that Heaven 7 and Heaven 8 cultivators are no match for him, people? Heaven 9 go. Feng Yuechan ordered. A burly body-tempering cultivator pushed his way through the crowd and entered the battlefield. Stopping not far away from Lu Yi, he solemnly produced a shield spirit artifact from his storage bag and channeled his spiritual power into it. The shield abruptly expanded into a barrier that protected his whole body. Then he lowered his center of gravity slightly and pushed off the ground with both legs, charging toward Lu Yi like a loose arrow. Lu Yi inhaled slightly. Right before the enemy was about to come close, the inviolable abruptly burst into flames and struck the shield spirit artifact 3 times in a row. Each time the blade landed against the barrier, the inviolable would give off a flash. 3 hits later, the aura surrounding the shield had dimmed considerably, and cracks were spreading across the shield itself. Boom! That was all Lu Yi managed to do before the body-tempering cultivator slammed into him. He was pushed back uncontrollably while his feet dug deep into the ground. However, the body-tempering cultivator was unable to follow up on the attack, because he felt as if he had slammed into a thick wall. Not only that, he realized in shock that Lu Ye's physique was on par with his own. You call this a combat cultivator? He didn't even manage to finish the thought before Lu Yi rushed him once more. This time, the young man launched a thrust at the shield spirit artifact. The body-tempering cultivator would have preferred to dodge the attack entirely, but unfortunately he was nowhere fast enough to perform the maneuver. He could only channel all of his spiritual power into the shield spirit artifact and attempt to block the attack. Shatter! Stunned expressions spread throughout the spectators like a plague, as the shield shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Not only that, the inviolable penetrated 3 inches into his chest exactly where the heart resided. The smell of burned flesh wafted across many a nose as a dull muffled groan escaped the body-tempering cultivator's throat. He looked down on the burning inviolable with trembling pupils. Lu Yi withdrew his saber, causing the body-tempering cultivator to stagger back and a small shower of blood to burst out of the wound. A medicine cultivator hurriedly caught him and attempted to treat him, but the body-tempering cultivator shook his head to indicate he was fine. If Lu Ye's saber had sunk an extra inch deeper and pierced his heart, then he would definitely not be standing right now. As it was, he would recover in just a short time. No one could say a word for a time. They already knew that Lu Yi was incredibly strong when they were attacking him earlier, but this was beyond their expectations to say the least. Generally speaking, the best way for a combat cultivator to fight against a body-tempering cultivator was to fight them at range. Specifically, they were expected to wear down the body-tempering cultivator bit by bit with their flying weapons. The reason for this was because a combat cultivator's physique was inferior to a body-tempering cultivator's. To fight a body-tempering cultivator at melee was to play to their strength. That was not what had happened in this battle, however. Lu Yi, a combat cultivator, had destroyed a body-tempering cultivator's defensive spirit artifact via brute force. What was a defensive spirit artifact to a body-tempering cultivator? It was their dignity, their pride and honor. And Lu Yi had just hacked it to pieces and mopped the floor with it. The visual impact of this fight was even greater than the earlier battle. A short silence later, another Heaven 9 cultivator stepped into the open. His head was slightly dipped, and he was holding a sword. Looking at his attire, he was probably a combat cultivator. Not all sword wielders were sword cultivators after all. The man didn't say a word, but his speed kept growing and growing. Just a few steps later, he was zipping around the battlefield like a lightning bolt. Light surrounded the swordsman as he became one with the sword. Then a sword beam flew straight toward Lu Yi. The attack did not look very fanciful, but it was 100% an all-out attack. The swordsman's killing intent, so thick that it might as well be solid, caused every hair on Lu Ye's body to stand on its end. This man was definitely a sword cultivator. The sword light arrived in the blink of an eye. Insight appeared in Lu Ye's pupils as protection appeared in the sword light's path. Tink. There was a soft tink as the sword made contact with his glyph. Then it was followed by a seemingly unending cacophony of metallic clanks. Heavens only know how many times the sword cultivator had thrust his sword in an instant. The glyph was quickly covered in cracks despite Lu Yi channeling as much spiritual power into it as he could. Eventually, protection shattered into a million pieces, and the sword light flashed past Lu Yi at the same time Lu Yi brought down his saber. For a moment, the duo simply stood with their backs to each other, unmoving. Everyone's heart leaped to their throats as they waited for the result. A shower of blood erupted from Lu Ye's neck, but he remained standing. Behind him, the sword cultivator wobbled for a moment before collapsing on the ground. A medicine cultivator from the devoted ones hurried to his side to treat him, but she discovered that he had just fainted from exhaustion. He was injured, but his life was in no danger. It was only then she let out a sigh of relief. The cultivator's gazes grew complicated. If before they were only angry and annoyed at Lu Yi, now they had grown a hint of respect for him. It was true that the Crimson Blood sect and the devoted ones shared a sour relationship with each other, and it was true that Lu Yi was a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. Even so, it was impossible not to respect a Heaven 7 cultivator who could duel 2 Heaven 9 cultivators in a row and come out victorious, especially since they were the strongest Spirit Creek realm cultivators they possessed outside of Li Baxin and Feng Yuechan. That this was after he fought a battle was just the icing on the cake. They would not have believed it if they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes. As they watched the blood-drenched youngster with growing respect, they felt as if they were witnessing the rise of a new star. Another Heaven 9 cultivator soundlessly stepped into the open. They respected Lu Yi, and they were well aware that this battle was anything but fair. However, their sect's dignity was on the line here. That was why they weren't going to stop until they had defeated Lu Yi. Enough! It was at this moment Feng Yuechan spoke up. Have we not embarrassed ourselves enough already? Must we add another stain to our honor? The Heaven 9 cultivator stopped in his tracks for a moment and withdrew back into the crowd. Now get back to whatever it was you were doing and reflect on today's incident. The sect has spared no effort in raising you all. You may let it down once, but do not let it down again. The devoted one's cultivators gave Feng Yuechan a silent bow before dispersing with heavy hearts. Before this, they had prided themselves as cultivators of the devoted ones. It was because they were strong enough to even balk at Tier 1000 Demon Ridge sects despite only being a Tier 2 sect. This was something no other Tier 2 sect could do. Then Lu Yi showed up and gave them the hardest wake-up call of their lives. It was bad enough that a Heaven 7 cultivator had almost trounced 2 of their strongest Heaven 9 cultivators, but the Crimson Blood sect was just a Tier 9 sect. This was a shame they must never forget. And the only way to wash away this shame was to grow stronger and pay back what Lu Yi had done to them. After the devoted one's cultivators were gone, Feng Yuechan finally landed on the ground to greet Lu Yi. Senior Sister Feng. Lu Yi sheathed his saber and saluted her respectfully. Treat your wounds and change into a new set of clothes. I will take you to your 4th senior brother when you are ready. Yeah. He definitely did not want to meet his senior brother like this, not to mention that it only looked like he had handled the sword cultivator's all-out assault with ease. In reality, he had 1 foot in the grave earlier. The sword cultivator had concentrated all of his energy in that attack. That was why he had collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Not only that, it was clear that it was some sort of secret art, and only a dead man would think that such an attack would be easy to handle. Even now, Lu Ye's vitality was churning inside his chest, and his spiritual power was surging like a whirlpool. It was going to take a while for him to calm down. He would have lost for sure if he had fought another Heaven 9 cultivator. That was probably why Feng Yuechan had stopped the 3rd Heaven 9 cultivator from challenging him. Her plan was to use Lu Yi to give her cultivators a wake-up call, and allowing Lu Yi to be defeated would have greatly diminished the effect. Feng Yuechan led them to her residence and arranged a bath for him. After Feng Yu treated his injuries and healed the wound on his neck, He finally switched into a clean set of clothes and visited his fourth senior brother at a place at the back of the outpost known as the Eagle Beak Cliff. The place was as secluded as it was serene. Li Baxian's residence was a simple log house. It was a private paradise that was located far, far away from the liveliness of the outpost. When Lu Ye's group entered the house, they were surprised to smell the fragrant scent of food. They were even more surprised when Li Baxian stepped out of the kitchen with an apron tied around his waist. "You can cook, Brother Li?" Li Baxian chuckled. "Keep this a secret from your second senior sister, okay? Otherwise, she won't cook for me the next time I return to the headquarters." He then waved at everyone and said, "Take a seat. The food will be ready very soon." Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 354. A Chat Between Brothers. A moment later, the group sat down around a massive wooden stump. The top of the wooden stump was perfectly flat and smooth, which made it suitable as a dining table. A wide range of dishes were laid out on the table. Every taste, scent and color a person might desire from their food was accounted for. Wuxia had never acted courteous around food, and he never would. He buried his face in food the second he took a seat. Lu Yi sampled some of the dishes before raising his eyebrows in surprise. "Holy shit! Your cooking skill is on par with Sister Shui's." Li Baxian chuckled. "It's all I study whenever I'm bored and free." Feng Yuechan snorted. "Are you aware that your senior brother is really a very lazy man, Junior Brother Lu? For starters, he wouldn't have cooked today if you hadn't shown up. In fact, it usually takes a lot of prodding and threatening to get him to do anything. Come now. You can embarrass me when my junior brother isn't around, can't you?" pleaded Li Baxian while putting her favorite food on her plate. "Thank you, senior brother." Feng Yuechan beamed at him. Li Baxian sighed. Unable to muster the energy to correct the way she addressed her for the umpteenth time, he looked at Lu Yi and asked, "How are your injuries?" "I'm fine. I believe I have senior sister Feng to thank for this, but no one went overboard during the battle." "I'm happy to hear that. Let's drink a bit, shall we?" Li Baxian produced a few jars of fine liquor from his storage bag as he said this. There wasn't much conversation flowing at the dining table. It was mostly Li Baxian and Lu Yi talking about everything and nothing. When dinner was over, Wuxia blanked out on his seat while rubbing his full tummy, and Feng Yuechan took Yi and Feng Yu away to clean the dishes. As for Lu Yi and Li Baxian, they were sitting on a protrusion at the edge of Eagle Beak Cliff enjoying a jar of liquor each. One of them was standing and the other sitting. Both were basking in the dying rays of the sun. "Now that you have entered the core circle, what are your plans for the future, junior brother?" "I'll be going to the Three Sages School's outpost." The Three Sages School. The sect master kidnapped their top 50 recruits when he was visiting their recruitment ceremony. Three Sages School's sect master was so angry that he chased after the sect master all the way to the headquarters and even fought him. Lu Yi gave him a brief summary of the story. Li Baxian's eyes twitched when he heard this. Heavens, the old man really went all out this time. It will be decades before he recovers his reputation, if ever. He really is determined to develop the Crimson Blood sect properly this time. The compensation from the Thousand Demon Ridge arrived a while ago, so the disciples do not need to worry about cultivation expenses for a while. With enough talent, the sect should only grow more and more prosperous. Say, have you ever thought about returning to the Crimson Blood sect, senior brother? Li Baxian smiled. What had you heard? Enough to know that you do not deserve such treatment. Li Baxian patted Lu Yi on the shoulder before sitting beside him. Fairness isn't a common thing in this world, junior brother. Plus, you have only heard your second senior sister's side of the story. She is looking at the situation from my perspective, so of course she can only see the injustices the others have done unto me. He gulped down a mouthful of liquor before continuing. Back then, the devoted ones took me in even though the entire world wanted the Crimson Blood sect dead. It'll be embarrassing if I caught up to you too soon. Don't worry. I'll be sure to give you a run for your money. The duo exchanged a final smile with one another. A short while later, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan personally escorted Lu Ye's group out of the Devoted One's outpost. After that, Lu Yi summoned his spirit boat and flew Zhu Jia and Feng Yu into the sky. Li Baxian did not stop watching them until they had completely vanished from view. "I'm heading out, Yuechan." "Where are you going, senior brother?" "The Raving Bladesmen." It was time to settle some grudges once and for all. A beam of light punched into the sky before speeding down a different direction. Suddenly, Lu Yi received a message from Feng Yuechan. It said, "Thank you, junior brother Lu." Lu Yi smiled. He did not respond to the message. "Lu Yi." Yi appeared out of Amber's body and landed in front of him. She asked curiously, "Why did we come to the Devoted One's outpost?" "To visit our fourth senior brother, of course." "That can't be right." Yi shook her head. "Brother Li had just returned to the sect a month ago, and if you really just came to visit him, you wouldn't have fought against the Devoted One's cultivators and strained your relationship with them on purpose. I'm sure you had something in mind." Behind Lu Yi, Feng Yu's ears had straightened up in attention as well. She too believed that Lu Yi had come with an anterior motive, though she couldn't possibly figure out what that might be. "What do you think is my reason for coming here then?" Lu Yi threw the question back to her. She tilted her head. "If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you, would I?" Lu Yi considered his answer for a moment before replying. "Brother Li's spiritual point was repaired a while ago, but he hasn't ascended to the Cloud River realm. Didn't you tell me that he needed some time to adapt to his repaired spiritual point? Since when do you need time to adapt to a single spiritual point, even if it was one that has been damaged for a long time? Plus, Brother Li has been stuck on the Spirit Creek realm for over a decade. He's long since reached the peak a Spirit Creek realm cultivator could attain. The reason he hasn't ascended yet was because he was worried for my safety." Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was the #1 enemy of countless thousand Demon Ridge sects right now. At his current strength, he was untouchable in the inner circle and outer circle, but he had to enter the core circle eventually. Here in the core circle, there were countless cultivators who had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Once the news of his arrival had spread, he would face an endless wave of attacks for sure. The reason Li Baxian hadn't ascended to the Cloud River realm was simple. He was worried that Lu Yi might not be able to handle the pressure with just him and his group, which was why he chose to stay and act as his strongest shield. Lu Yi had figured this out when he had messaged his fourth senior brother and asked him when he was ascending to the Cloud River realm. That was why he had visited the Devoted One's outpost. He wanted to persuade his fourth senior brother to change his mind face to face. He just didn't expect that the Devoted One's cultivators wouldn't even carry a message to his fourth senior brother, much less allow him into their outpost. An action was worth more than 1,000 words. So, he used the Devoted One's malice towards him to his advantage and fought them. He wanted to show his senior brother that he was capable of defending himself. Later, Feng Yuechan manipulated her Heaven 9 cultivators into challenging Lu Yi into a duel, proving that the young man was capable of defeating multiple Heaven 9 cultivators, even after he had been worn down by the previous battle. Both of them were sure that his fourth senior brother would be convinced of his ability to protect himself after witnessing this. Yi exclaimed in realization after listening to Lu Ye's explanation, "I see. But I didn't hear either of you bring this matter up at all. Some things need not be said to be understood." Lu Yi knew Li Baxian had made up his mind when he declared, "I'll be waiting for you in the Cloud River battlefield." "I don't want to interrupt, but Feng Yu suddenly interrupted from behind. "I noticed a few auras following us for a while now. I think the enemy has found us." Lu Yi glanced in a certain direction coldly. As she said, a few auras had been trailing him from afar. He immediately turned the spirit boat around and flew toward them. Normally, flyers strove to avoid one another for many reasons. However, these people continued to fly toward them until finally, one of them exclaimed in excitement, "It really is the vanquisher of sects." The atmosphere in the Thousand Demon Ridge had been grim and bloodthirsty ever since they suffered that unprecedented humiliation in the inner circle. They were all waiting for Lu Yi to enter the core circle, so they could teach him a lesson he would never forget. That day had come sooner than expected. Luya's life was worth a lot of money right now because many top-tier sects had put up a bounty for his head. Suffice to say, his killer would get to enjoy more than a lifetime's worth of wealth and fame. It was why these 1,000-demon-rich cultivators were so excited after confirming that the person they were trailing was indeed the infamous Lu Yi. However, the man had just finished his sentence when he abruptly discovered that several flying weapons were flying straight toward him. Despite his best attempts to dodge the surprise attack, he was struck in his vitals and killed without any resistance whatsoever. Blood burst out of his wounds as he fell head-first toward the ground. Yi flew out and swiped the storage bag on his waist. She then took his flying spirit artifact as well. When she looked up, it was like the sky was raining blood. Lu Yi had killed all of their pursuers. The last 1,000-demon-rich cultivator to fall in particular had died with his eyes wide open. He never figured out how the vanquisher of sects had killed him, a Heaven 8 cultivator, with just his flying weapons before his consciousness disappeared completely. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 355, The Three Tumors Gone in One Day. The fact that Lu Yi possessed incredible strength was actually not that well known in the 1,000-demon-rich. When people thought of his recent actions in the inner circle, they had imagined him as a leader leading a massive, unstoppable army to conquer outposts left and right. They didn't think of him as an extraordinarily powerful cultivator capable of overcoming multiple minor realms with ease, not because he was actually weak, but because it was impossible for any single individual to stand out in a battle of this scale. As a result, there were countless 1,000-demon-rich cultivators out there who grossly underestimated Lu Ye's true strength. It was why the Heaven 7 and Heaven 8 cultivators he just killed had dared to chase him down like moths to flames. The next day, the news that the vanquisher of sects had entered the core circle had spread like wildfire. The 1,000-demon-rich was both shocked and furious to hear this. They were shocked because his cultivation speed had surpassed their expectations. He had to have switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique and reached the heaven-grade 7th order realm to dare to show his face in the circle. They were angry because it had only been a little over a month since the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators had negotiated a compromise. Hells, it hadn't even been half a month since they delivered the compensation to the Grand Sky Coalition's doorstep before the vanquisher of sects showed his face once more, making it clear that the bastard cared little about their agreement. When Lu Yi was still in the outer circle, he had already triggered the Battle of the Golden Tip and drawn the attention of the entire world. It was also said that the 2,000-demon-rich sects bordering the Crimson Blood sect's outpost were so ruined that they still weren't able to rebuild their outpost to this day. As if he was trying to surpass his previous achievement, the bastard immediately kicked things up a notch after he entered the inner circle. As many as 200 outposts had been breached by Lu Yi directly or indirectly. In the end, the 1,000-demon-rich had to pay an astronomical amount of compensation and declare that they would go to war against the Grand Sky Coalition if Lu Yi persisted in his ways to finally put an end to his conquest. The losses they suffered were literally unprecedented in history. Even now, the turmoil in the inner circle wasn't completely over. Every Grand Sky Coalition sect that was fortunate enough to be visited by the invasion force that day had been oppressing the shit out of their 1,000-demon-rich neighbors. They had to fight every inch to rebuild their outposts. And now, the walking calamity had entered the core circle. Heavens only know what he was plotting this time. At least they didn't need to worry that the vanquisher of sects would repeat what he did in the inner circle and create another invasion force. He literally couldn't. The core circle was quite different from the inner circle. Not only were the outposts extremely far away from each other, the strength of their cultivators differed drastically as well. There were of course skillful and bold ordinary 9th order cultivators in the core circle, but the large majority of them had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. As a result, they were much more mobile and stronger than the cultivators of the inner circle, which made it easier to reinforce an allied sect. If the vanquisher of sects really was plotting to recreate the feat, then he would most likely be disappointed. Moreover, the cultivator count of the outposts in the core circle was generally lower than the inner or outer circle. The bigger ones had 200 to 300 cultivators, and the smaller ones only 100 to 200. As if that wasn't bad enough, unusual sects such as the Northern Profound Sword Clan, a sect that was made up of sword cultivators only, numbered only dozens. Long story short, they did not have the numbers to spare the strength necessary to recreate Lu Ye's army. That said, just because it was unlikely Lu Ye might repeat what he did in the inner circle, it didn't mean they shouldn't prepare for it. The vanquisher of sects had done plenty of things people thought were impossible or unprecedented until now, and no one knew if he had more tricks up his sleeves. That was why the 1,000 Demon Ridge sects of the core circle began to mobilize as soon as they heard that Lu Ye had arrived. The cultivators of the 1,000 Demon Ridge began leaving their outposts and rushing to the last spot where Lu Ye was detected. No one was directing the operation, and yet they were all united in an unsaid purpose: to nip the vanquisher of sects in the bud before he could become a bigger threat than he already was. While Lu Ye was making waves in the core circle, another shocking news had broken at almost the same time. The second runner-up of the Scroll of Supremacy, Li Baxian, had flown to the Raving Bladesman's outpost and challenged Yan Xing to a duel. The grudge between the two cultivators had lasted for over a decade. Practically everyone who didn't live under a rock had heard about their story. Normally, it was Yan Xing who lay low near the Devoted One's outpost in an attempt to ambush the sword cultivator. Unfortunately, he rarely got to enact his ambush because Li Baxian almost never left the outpost. That was why most people found it hard to believe that Li Baxian was the one who issued the challenge. The outcome of the battle was even more unbelievable, however. Long story short, Li Baxian was injured, and Yan Xing was killed. According to the Raving Bladesmen disciples who were present to witness the battle that day, their duel had been decided in a single move. It had ended so quickly that most of them did not even realize it was over until Yan Xing had collapsed on the ground. With this act, Li Baxian returned to the top of the Scroll of Supremacy with his honor redeemed. The news shocked both the Spirit Creek battlefield and Zhou. Li Baxian was the first ever Heaven 8 cultivator in history to make it to the Scroll of Supremacy, and a top contender no less. Naturally, many people had high expectations for him. If his spiritual point hadn't been irreparably damaged, his future would have been bright and limitless. Countless Grand Sky Coalition cultivators found it a pity that a champion like him was forced to dilly-dally at the Spirit Creek realm for over a decade. But today, the march that was halted for over a decade had finally begun once more. Not only had Li Baxian fully recovered from his injuries, he had even slain the nemesis that had plagued him for just as long and returned to the top of the Scroll of Supremacy. It was rumored that the vanquisher of sects had visited the Devoted Ones right before Li Baxian had challenged Yan Xing to a duel. Considering that the bastard had occupied over 100,000 Demon Ridge sects and plundering countless blessings, a child could have figured out that the vanquisher of sects was the one who had purchased the point restoration pill Li Baxian needed to restore his spiritual point. Who else was wealthy enough to pay the 150,000 contribution points necessary to buy the item? Also, it wasn't 150,000 contribution points anymore because the already limited stock had grown even more limited. It was now priced at 160,000 contribution points. The proverb, "the rarer something was, the greater its value," had never been more true. That wasn't all. The next day, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan's name officially vanished from the Scroll of Supremacy. It was a joyous occasion that was celebrated by both the Grand Sky Coalition and the 1,000 Demon Ridge. For the longest time, the top 3 spots of the Scroll of Supremacy had been dominated by Feng Yuechan, Yan Xing and Li Baxian. They were so infamous that they were even nicknamed the 3 tumors of the Scroll of Supremacy. All 3 cultivators had lingered at the Spirit Creek realm for over a decade, and dominated the top 3 spots of the Scroll of Supremacy for just as long. Countless rising stars had emerged during this time, but of course they couldn't surpass the trio who possessed both the talent and the time to hone their skills into absolute perfection. Back when Li Baxian was intentionally hiding his skills, it was still possible to outrank him and become the second runner-up. After the Battle of the Golden Tip though, even that had become a complete pipe dream. Now Yan Xing was killed in a duel, and Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had ascended to the Cloud River realm. All 3 tumors were gone in a single day. Countless Grand Sky Coalition sects thanked Lu Ye from the bottom of their heart. They all felt that he had saved the Scroll of Supremacy. Even the 1,000 Demon Ridge agreed that the vanquisher of sects had done at least one good deed in his life. But of course they felt exactly zero gratitude toward him. And why would they, when they could hardly wait to break his bones, sunder his flesh and drink his blood? A beam of light caused by a flying spirit artifact was currently cutting a line across the sky like lightning. It was followed by dozens of figures flying spirit artifacts of all shapes, colors, and sizes. Some of them were even swearing at the beam of light ahead of them non-stop. It had been 2 days since Luya's cover was blown, and the group had been forced to escape with barely any rest at all. They had no choice. The 1,000 demon rich sects were communicating with each other, and coming at him from every direction. No matter where they escaped to, the enemy could always locate them precisely. They managed to shake off some pursuers and kill even more. But that wasn't nearly enough to deter the 1,000 demon ridge's determination to kill him. Despite their efforts, the number of pursuers only increased over time. It was like someone had thrown a handful of salt into the pot of boiling oil that was the core circle. Wherever Lu Yi went, activities began to bubble in earnest. Sometimes enemies would appear from the front to intercept them. Lu Yi generally avoided them as much as he could, but if it was impossible then he just fought his way out. Suffice to say, whatever misconception the 1,000 demon ridge had regarding his strength was swiftly corrected after all the casualties they took. There were 2 reasons they hadn't been able to kill Lu Yi yet. One, his flight speed was insane. He clearly had a way to massively boost the speed of his flying spirit artifact for a short time. The maximum flight speed of a flying spirit artifact was directly connected to the enhancements and quality of the spirit artifact, and the cultivation level of the pilot. Although the 1,000 demon ridge had dispatched a massive number of cultivators to pursue Lu Yi, few could truly catch up to him. And even those who could were unable to keep up after a while. How could they hunt him down when they couldn't even catch up to him? This was why Lu Yi was only pursued by dozens of people right now, not hundreds or even thousands. Even now, people in the group were falling behind one after another. If flight speed was the only problem, then they could have caught him already. For the past 2 days, countless 1,000 demon rich cultivators had been lying in ambush ahead of Lu Yi. Theoretically speaking, they only needed to hold him up for a moment for the pursuers to catch up to them. In reality, the interceptors weren't able to do much. The second reason they weren't able to kill Lu Yi yet was because his skill in the way of telekinesis was just too good. The young man was only a Heaven 7 cultivator, and yet somehow he was able to control 9 flying weapons at the same time. Sure, it wasn't even close to Li Baxian's ridiculous 100 flying weapons, but being able to control 9 was still an incredible achievement. Even worse, the weapons were ridiculously powerful. Once, a Heaven 9 body-tempering cultivator had attempted to intercept Lu Yi only to find himself with 1 foot in the grave after the 9 flying weapons struck him at once. He only survived because he was a strong cultivator, but even then he was grievously wounded and unable to contribute to the pursuit any longer. As if this wasn't bad enough, Lu Yi's telekinetic range far exceeded that of a standard Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. Even a Heaven 9 cultivator was no match for him. The power and range of a flying weapon was directly related to their mental strength, the purity of their spiritual power, and their spiritual power control. That was why the 1,000 demon ridge could not understand what was going on here. How was Lu Yi, a cultivator who had just ascended to the Heaven Grade 7th Order a few days ago, able to kill someone that was over 230 meters away from him with his flying weapons? Just how pure was his spiritual power? What level of fine control must he possess to achieve such a feat? To make a comparison, a Heaven 9 cultivator's maximum telekinetic range was only 200 meters or so. Any further than that, and they would not be able to control their weapon. The 30-meter difference meant that the initiative was always in Lu Yi's hand. Anyone who wished to face him in battle must be able to endure at least 1 round of attacks before they could do anything. In the sky, flying weapons were the main mode of attack. This invisible advantage allowed Lu Yi to perform better than he would have on the ground. Right now, Lu Yi was infinitely glad that he had picked his 4th senior brother's brain regarding the way of telekinesis before, and that he heeded the advice to purchase a weapon holder from the Vault of Providence. Otherwise, he and his companions would have succumbed to the onslaught already. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 356, The Three Sages School. The core circle fell into total chaos after Lu Yi came. It wasn't a peaceful place to begin with, but Lu Ye's arrival had definitely increased the friction between the two cultivation factions. While the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were trying to surround and intercept Lu Yi, the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators focused on assassinating those enemies who were isolated or had strayed too far away from the pack. It invariably took some pressure off Lu Ye's back. Meanwhile, proverbial dark clouds were hanging above the Three Sages School's outpost. It was because Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect was almost at their outpost. Judging from what they were hearing on the grapevine, Lu Yi should be arriving in 2 hours tops. 2 days ago, the Three Sages School was still looking forward to Lu Ye's arrival. Their situation was bad, and they hadn't produced any noteworthy Spirit Creek Realm elites for the past few years. As a result, their disciples suffered greatly at the hands of the Thousand Demon Ridge. That was why they thought that Lu Ye's arrival might improve their situation. Then, the news that Li Baxian had repaired his spiritual point and ascended to the Cloud River realm broke out. The Three Sages School was flabbergasted to say the least. Not only had Li Baxian left the Spirit Creek battlefield, Feng Yuechan was gone as well. The entire reason they had invited Lu Yi to their outpost was to indirectly recruit the two champions' aid. Now there was only the disaster. If their hostile neighbors were the only ones they had to worry about before, now they had to bear the weight of the entire core circle. Have we received any direction from the headquarters yet, senior brother? Shirley, the prolgate of the Three Sages School, asked. Sitting opposite of him was a young man in tight black clothes. He replied, not yet. He was none other than the legate, Situ Han. What should we do then? Shirley asked with a frown. We're the ones who invited him over. Do you really think we can send him away? Situ Han was well aware that the fact that the sect said nothing at all was a direction in itself. Shirley looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end he could only let out a sigh. Their outpost was doing poorly to begin with, and taking Lu Yi in was only going to make things worse. Worst case scenario, they could even lose their outpost. However, Situ Han was right. They were the ones who had invited Lu Yi to their outpost, so how could they reject him at the last moment? They could only lie in the bed they had made. Neither of them dared to say out loud that their sect master had screwed up big time. Their sect master had thought that he was getting a 3-for-1 deal by inviting Lu Yi to the outpost. Lu Yi alone was an invitation for disaster. But the addition of Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan would surely alleviate some of the pressure on their backs. Who could have predicted that Lu Yi would purchase the near-priceless point restoration pill to restore Li Baxian's spiritual point, which led to Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan ascending to the Cloud River realm and departing the Spirit Creek battlefield altogether. Inform all our cultivators to prepare for battle, Situ Han ordered while rising to his feet. At this point there was only one thing to do. Losing their outpost and the culmination of several generations of hard work was going to be painful, but it was still better than losing their reputation. If they actually closed their doors to Lu Yi, then the Three Sages School would never be trusted by the Grand Sky Coalition anymore. Yes, sir. Some time later, every cultivator in the Three Sages School was assembled at the edge of their grand ward. They numbered less than 200 people, and they only had a handful of Heaven 9 cultivators. An hour passed, and Shirley suddenly yelled, "Here he comes!" A streak of light had emerged from the horizon and was flying toward them at high speed. If they focused their eyes, they could see even more streaks of light chasing behind it. The streak of light arrived outside the Grand Ward just a dozen breaths later. They looked up and saw 3 people standing on top of a flying spirit artifact that was shaped like a boat. The young man at the forefront looked to be 17 or 18 years old. The woman in the middle looked pale with fright, and the massive towering man standing at the end of the boat had a white cat on his head. Situ Han took a step forward and asked, "Are you junior brother Lu? Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect?" On the spirit boat, Lu Yi responded, "I am." Situ Han immediately gestured at Shirley while saying, "Come in quickly." Shirley opened a gap in the Grand Ward using the control gem, and Lu Yi immediately flew the spirit boat inside. Both him and Zhu Jia jumped to the ground after they were in the outpost, but Feng Yu was still sitting in the spirit boat. When Lu Yi looked at her, she forced a smile on her face and said, "Give me a second." My knees are still weak. The past 2 days had been quite memorable to say the least. She was just an ordinary 8th order medicine cultivator, so of course she had never experienced such a passionate pursuit in her life. They must have encountered at least a couple hundred pursuers along the way, and no matter how many groups they managed to kill or shake off, there would always be a replacement. She would have believed it if someone told her that Lu Yi had murdered all their families. There were quite a number of times she thought that they were dead for sure. It was no wonder that she was weak all over. Lu Yi shot Zhu Jiao a look, and the brawny man grabbed the back of her shirt and lifted her off the spirit boat. It was almost like he was carrying a chick. Eep! Feng Yu let out a strange cry as her pale face swiftly reddened like a tomato. Oh my heavens, this is so embarrassing. After Lu Yi had put away the spirit boat, he looked at the 2 men walking up to him and clasped his fist in salute. How should I address you, senior brothers? He greeted them accordingly after Situ Han and Shirlei reported their names. Before he could say anything else, Situ Han made a welcoming gesture while saying, You have had a long and arduous journey, so just leave the rest to us and catch some sleep. We can speak after you've had a proper night's rest. It wasn't until yesterday that Lu Yi finally figured out what his 4th senior brother meant when he said, I wonder if they would dare to receive you then? The reason the 3 Sages School's sect master had invited him to their outpost wasn't because of his strength, but because of his close relationship with Li Baxian. If he was in danger, then Li Baxian would not sit by and do nothing. And if Li Baxian must rescue his junior brother, then Feng Yuechan would not stay idle either. In other words, the 3 Sages School's sect master had negotiated a 3-for-1 deal with his sect master. However, their sect master had not anticipated that Lu Yi would use his hard-earned contribution points to purchase the point restoration pills and heal Li Baxian. Not long after that, both Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had departed to the Cloud River battlefield. As a result, the conditions seemed foolish at best and self-destructive at worst. Not only would Lu Ye's presence bring unending calamity to the outpost, there would be no Li Baxian or Feng Yuechan to help turn the tides. It was no wonder Li Baxian thought that the 3 Sages School might decide to change their minds. The good news was that the 3 Sages School wasn't a selfish, irresponsible sect. Despite knowing that they were inviting destruction into their midst, they had still opened their doors to Lu Yi. Lu Yi glanced at a nearby group of 3 Sages School cultivators. They looked like they were preparing for war. Lu Yi waved his hand and said, Your kindness is much appreciated, but we're not going to stay at your wonderful outpost for long. We'll be taking our leave as soon as we catch our breaths. Since the 3 Sages School had turned out to be more decent than anticipated, of course he wasn't going to stay behind and bring harm to them. Right now, any Grand Sky Coalition outpost who took him in would be harassed until they were wiped out from the surface of the Spirit Creek battlefield. Plus, the 3 Sages School was just a Tier 2 sect with a small group of Spirit Creek realm cultivators. If he actually chose to stay, they were going to lose their outpost in 2 days at best or 1 day at worst. Both Situ Han and Shirlei looked surprised. They clearly weren't expecting Lu Yi to make such a decision. Situ Han asked, Are you aware of your circumstances, junior brother Lu? With your cultivation level, I am afraid you won't be able to survive for long without the protection of an outpost. Perhaps, but how long can your outpost, or any outpost for that matter, hold out before they are overwhelmed? Do not worry, senior brother. I may be weak still, but the Thousand Demon Ridge will have to work very hard to kill me. That said, there is one thing that I would like to ask for your help with. Do tell, junior brother. Lu Yi pointed at Feng Yu, who was still being carried by Zhu Jiao like a chick. Feng Yu here is a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. Is it okay if she attaches herself to your outpost? Her cultivation may be weak, but she is a medicine cultivator. You do not need to give her special treatment either. Just treat her like one of yours and throw her a bone from time to time. Feng Yu was already red in the face to begin with, but her head drooped even lower when she heard Lu Ye's remark about her. For some reason, she felt like the child of a poor family being sent away to greener pastures. But of course, Situ Han agreed immediately. Forget that Feng Yu was a medicine cultivator. They would have accepted her even if she wasn't. They already felt guilty and thankful that Lu Yu would rather risk his life than enjoy at least a day or two of safety, something that he was entirely entitled to. Also, can I form an alliance pact with you, senior brother? I would like to borrow your divine opportunity column for something. A while later, Lu Yi was connecting his mind to the Three Sages School's divine opportunity column and entering the Vault of Providence. He only had 2,000 plus contribution points left when he was at the Crimson Blood sect. After spending 2 days escaping from his pursuers though, he had gained some contribution points and a good amount of loot. Besides the cultivation resources, he sold everything to the Vault of Providence for around 2,000 contribution points. Now, he had 4,000 contribution points in total. It didn't last long. A few minutes later, the 4,000 contribution points had decreased to just 5. It's been a while since I was this poor. Lu Yi thought wistfully to himself. You truly could never have enough contribution points. Situ Han was waiting for him outside when he exited the Sanctum of Providence. Lu Yi asked senior brother Situ, "Can you prepare some food for us?" Forget eating or sleeping, they barely had the chance to catch their breaths for the past 2 days. As a result, both him and Zhu Jia were quite exhausted. While they hadn't run low on spiritual power yet, Lu Yi could consume spirit pills to restore his spiritual power nonstop, and Zhu Jia had a massive amount of reserves in his mutant core. Their stamina was a different story altogether. No problem. Please give us a moment, Situ Han replied before making the arrangements. A moment later, Lu Yi and Zhu Jia were chowing down a tableful of food like hungry ghosts. Lu Yi checked the 10-point map while gulping down his food. They could not afford to stay in the Three Sages School's outpost for long, not only because he would be endangering them, but also because he would lose the initiative. If he took too long, the 1,000-demon ridge could surround the outpost until even a fly was hard-pressed to escape their encirclement. They were all going to go down if that happened. The situation hadn't devolved to that point yet, of course. The number of 1,000-demon ridge cultivators gathering a few kilometers away from the outpost were still pretty low. However, their numbers would only grow bigger as time passed. He must take his leave before the enemy's size could exceed a certain threshold. That said, fleeing wasn't a permanent solution either. They had to falter eventually, not to mention that there was no way to fully predict the dangers ahead of them. No, the best way to deal with his pursuers was to launch a counterattack, to show them the cost of pursuing him. A plan was already forming in Lu Ye's mind, but he needed a suitable setting to enact it. That was why he was inspecting the 10-point map right now. He wanted to find a terrain that suited his needs. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 357, Misty Mountains. There were many strange locations in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and many of them were filled with unknown dangers. Some were dangerous enough that even cultivators were unwilling to venture into them. The lairs of powerful spirit beasts were one such example. The Lake of the Great Serpent was one such example. While the lake was technically a danger zone, the Great Serpent wasn't that much of a threat to a cultivator. Unless provoked, it usually did not bother the cultivators that passed by its lair, especially those who offered it food. Not all spirit beasts were as easygoing as the Great Serpent though. Not to mention that they were all tyrant-level existences that no single Spirit Creek realm cultivator could hope to defeat. Besides the lairs of tyrant-level spirit beasts, there were many other places that were naturally dangerous for one reason or another. These were not the locations Lu Yi was looking for. Although he was powerful enough to kill an ordinary Heaven 9 cultivator on his own, a tyrant-level spirit beast was a match for many Heaven 9 cultivators. Naturally, he wasn't stupid or audacious enough to seek out such places. The terrain in his mind was one that would allow him to maximize his abilities. He wanted an environment that naturally made aerial scouting ineffective or was a naturally good hiding place. The good news was that there were plenty of places like this. He found one that fit his criteria very quickly. He took a 4-hour rest after finishing his meal. It was only then that he got ready to leave. Several kilometers away from the Three Sages School, over 300,000 Demon Ridge cultivators had already gathered in place. More were still coming over from every direction. At the edge of the Grand Ward, Lu Yi bade Situ Han and Shirley farewell. The legate did not pretend that he wanted Lu Yi around. He simply let out a sigh and said, "We did you wrong, junior brother Lu. You are exaggerating, Senior Brother Situ. You are already doing me a big favor by accepting my fellow disciple in these trying times. He then shot Feng Yu a glance and said curtly, "Do not bring shame to the sect." Feng Yu maintained an obsequious appearance as she responded, "I understand. Farewell." Lu Yi said one last time to Situ Han and Shi Lei before summoning his spirit boat. He and Zhu Jia then hopped onto the flying spirit artifact. He did not bother asking Zhu Jia to stay, not because he didn't want to, but because he knew that Zhu Jia would not agree to it. The spirit boat vibrated once before shooting into the sky. Feng Yu took a step forward and cried out to the departing spirit boat, "Take care, Brother Lu." Her feelings toward Lu Yi were quite complicated. At the beginning, she hated and begrudged Lu Yi for effectively damning her to a hopeless future. However, most of that hatred faded away after he formally accepted her as a true acolyte. The fact that he took her to the core circle and left her behind at the Three Sages School's outpost proved that he hadn't held her past against her despite the way he acted toward her. At the very least, she would never get to enjoy such treatment if she was still a cultivator of Clan Feng. It was around this time Feng Yu realized that leaving Clan Feng and joining the Crimson Blood sect wasn't so bad after all. It would be even better if her fifth senior brother was friendlier. The spirit boat swiftly turned into a dot in the sky. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators immediately gave chase when they saw this. The sky immediately became filled with what looked like hundreds upon hundreds of reverse shooting stars. A moment later, the grand spectacle ended, and the outskirts of the Three Sages School fell silent once more. To the Thousand Demon Ridge, hunting Lu Yi was the top priority right now. For starters, the stealthy ghost cultivators moved into the forest first in search for Lu Ye's tracks, or better, the man himself. They were to message the main group immediately if they found anything. Behind the ghost cultivators were squads responsible for exploring and sweeping the area thoroughly. Each squad consisted of 10 cultivators or more, because any less than that, and they might not be able to defeat Lu Yi even if they found him. Finally, the squads made sure to stay fairly close to one another. This way, they could reinforce their allies at a moment's notice. It must be said that the Thousand Demon Ridge was well prepared for this hunt. And so the great hunt for Lu Yi in the Misty Mountains began. Yu Qi was one of the ghost cultivators who was searching for Lu Yi in the Misty Mountains. His cultivation level was SOSO in the core circle. He was a Heaven 8 cultivator who had unlocked 310 spiritual points in total, or 50 points away from reaching the Heaven 9 realm. At the beginning of one's cultivation journey, the first 50 spiritual points were very easy to unlock. Anyone with even a smidgen of cultivation talent would be able to achieve this. At Yu Qi's level though, he had to give it his all to unlock just a single spiritual point. The more spiritual points a cultivator had unlocked, the thicker the barrier surrounding a spiritual point became. That was why it grew more and more difficult to unlock a spiritual point over time. Not only that, it wasn't like a cultivator had an infinite amount of tries. The bigger the number of attempts, the easier it was for a locked spiritual point to become damaged. If that happened, then the spiritual point would basically be useless and could only be restored with a point restoration pill. Yu Qi knew full well that he was unlikely to unlock all 360 spiritual points unless he stumbled upon a windfall of sorts. However, he was reluctant to just give in to fate and ascend as he was either. His sentiment was shared by many Heaven 7 and Heaven 8 cultivators. No one had come this far just to resign themselves to mediocrity. They might never make it to the Heaven 9 realm, but they would be damned if they didn't push as far as humanly possible before ascending to the Cloud River realm. The reason was simple: the more spiritual points they unlocked, the greater their potential as a Cloud River realm cultivator. There was another reason they were able to keep pushing. It was because there existed a spirit pill called the Barrier Penetrating Pill. Unlike the Point Restoration Pill's obscene price tag of 160,000 contribution points, the Barrier Penetrating Pill cost only 500 contribution points. Its price tag had not changed for centuries either. However, 500 contribution points was a tall order, even for core circle cultivators. Not to mention that someone like Yu Qi would need an incredible amount of barrier penetrating pills to unlock further spiritual points. Right now, he might be able to unlock his next spiritual point with a single barrier-penetrating pill. However, the next spiritual point would require 2 or even 3 barrier-penetrating pills to unlock. Not only did he need an exponential amount of barrier-penetrating pills to unlock the next spiritual point, he would eventually reach a point where the barrier-penetrating pill became completely ineffective. When that happened, ascending to the Cloud River realm would be his only option. To reiterate, Wuxia was 50 spiritual points from reaching Heaven 9. He did not even want to think how many barrier-penetrating pills it would take him to get that far, assuming the efficacy of the pill would last until then. What he did know was that there was no chance under the heavens that he was going to gather that many contribution points without some sort of windfall. That was why he had joined the hunt. If he managed to kill Lu Yi, he would have the wealth to unlock many spiritual points. As a ghost cultivator who communed with the Nether all day and night, Wuxia was extremely confident in his attainment in the way of concealment. More accurately, there was no such thing as a ghost cultivator who wasn't confident in their ability to conceal themselves. As it turned out, he was a lucky man as well. Just a few days after he entered the Misty Mountains, he actually managed to find Lu Yi. Right now, Lu Yi was sitting cross-legged on a large rock next to a clear mountain spring. There was a small bonfire where the body-tempering cultivator named Wuxia was barbecuing a mountain boar. Its sleek, oily surface was giving off a most enticing scent, and the oil would sometimes drip onto the fire and cause some sizzling noises. There was also a spirit beast that was shaped like a snow-white cat. It was currently curled up into a ball and chowing down on a bloody chunk of meat. Wuxia had nearly lost control of his heartbeat the moment he spotted the group. 17 or 18-year-old youngster was like a walking treasure trove to all thousand demon-rich cultivators right now. Anyone who managed to kill him would basically be unlocking the door to an infinite source of wealth. Wuxia glanced back and forth between the meditating Lu Yi and the barbecuing Wuxia before calling them airheads in his head. Just how careless could they be to have the mood to have a barbecue while thousands upon thousands of thousand demon-rich cultivators were searching for them? He took a small breath to calm down his excitement. Then he slowly inched his way toward Lu Yi. To a ghost cultivator, Lu Yi was even more enticing than that boar that had been roasted to golden perfection. He was certain he could kill Lu Yi if he could get within 10 meters of the young man because he was a ghost cultivator, a type of cultivator that was born to assassinate enemies one or more minor realms above them. His foot landed on a carpet of soft leaves, but it did not generate even the slightest noise. Wuxia was pushing his abilities to the max right now. 30 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Suddenly, Wuxia paused in his tracks and felt a thick sheen of cold sweat breaking out of his forehead. He suddenly discovered that a corpse was lying behind the rock Lu Yi was meditating on. Not only that, their attire clearly marked them as a fellow ghost cultivator. As if that wasn't bad enough, his mind turned completely white when he saw the dead man's face. It was because he recognized the guy. The ghost cultivator was a Heaven 9 cultivator from a Tier 2 sect, and he was much stronger than Wuxia, to put it mildly. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 358, A Massacre. There were no signs of combat in the surroundings, and yet a Heaven 9 ghost cultivator lay dead next to Lu Yi. The situation was more complicated than he initially thought, to put it mildly. He looked up. That was when he saw Lu Yi staring straight into his eyes. Cold sweat dripped down Wuxia's forehead. He knew he was exposed almost the second their eyes met. Never mind that he had no idea how he was exposed. Never mind that Lu Yi, a Heaven 7 combat cultivator, should never be able to see him. Ghost cultivators did excel at assassinating enemies above their cultivation realm, but that was assuming that their stealth wasn't broken. Otherwise, they were far less of a threat. Wuxia barely hesitated before jumping back. Maybe it was the threat of death so tangible that he could practically smell it, but he was moving faster than he ever had in his life. He heard something whistling through the air. The next moment, 3 flying weapons closed in on him from multiple directions. Wuxia had long since heard of Lu Ye's telekinetic prowess. He hurriedly summoned his own spirit artifact and knocked the 3 flying weapons away. At the same time, He used the knockback force to put another 30 meters between himself and Lu Yi. However, just as he stopped, another flying weapon flew toward his side soundlessly. Yu Qi hurriedly dodged to the side, but the attack still managed to brush his shoulder and trigger a burst of intense pain. Blood immediately poured profusely down his shoulder. As if that wasn't enough, he heard more whistling sounds coming from behind. He looked back just in time to see 5 or 6 flying weapons approaching him from multiple angles. In that instant, 2 words flashed across his mind. I'm dead. He was aware that Lu Yi was powerful. He was a Heaven 7 cultivator who could kill Heaven 9 cultivators. However, seeing was believing, and it wasn't until now that he grasped just how powerful the young man really was. He was a Heaven 8 cultivator who had unlocked 310 spiritual points, and yet he couldn't even retaliate against someone who was 1 minor realm below him. Lu Yi had not even moved an inch from his position. Yet, he had driven Yu Qi into a dead end with his flying weapons alone. His strength had literally surpassed his imagination of what was possible. An instant before death, he tapped on his battlefield imprint and sent out an emergency message. He wasn't scared of dying, but he was scared that he would perish before informing the others about Lu Yi's location. The reason he hadn't done so the second he discovered Lu Yi was because he wanted to claim all the rewards for himself, but now, he was way past the point of selfishness. Please make it in time. Chang. He could hear the reverberation of the metals. He could almost feel them pressing against his skin from multiple angles. It was then he realized that he was alive. He looked around. For whatever reason, the spirit artifacts had come to a stop just an inch away from his vital spots. He maintained his awkward posture and did not dare to move a muscle. Large beads of sweat slid down Yu Qi's face as he turned his eyes sideways and glanced at Lu Yi. You done? Lu Yi asked. What? Are you done messaging your comrades? Yeah, Yu Qi replied instinctively. Good. The spirit artifacts immediately shone with power once more. Just as he was about to die, Yu Qi uttered through gritted teeth, See you on the way to the Yellow Springs. That was all Lu Yi allowed him to say before controlling his flying weapons to pierce his protective spiritual power like they were paper and destroy his vitals. The ghost cultivator spewed blood like a leaking wineskin before hitting the ground with a heavy thud, and the flying weapons returned to Lu Yi's weapon holder. Zhu Jia set down the half-cooked boar and walked up to Yu Qi. After taking the ghost cultivator's storage bag, he dumped the corpse on the small stack of corpses behind the large rock Lu Yi was sitting on. These dead men were all ghost cultivators who had discovered Lu Yi's tracks, but instead of reporting back to the main group like they should have, they all succumbed to greed, thinking that they could single-handedly slay the vanquisher of sex and claim all the fame, glory, and wealth. Instead, all they got was a premature death. In fact, none of these ghost cultivators managed to send out a message until Yu Qi came by. After a massive expenditure of contribution points and several days of setup, he was finally ready to begin the massacre. Not long after Yu Qi's death, the squad searching through the forest began converging on Lu Yi's location. The closest squad took only half an incense stick to arrive at the location and detect Lu Yi from afar. Unlike the ghost cultivators though, they did not attack Lu Yi on their own. Instead, they waited patiently for the other squads to arrive. An hour later, 5 squads and over 70 people had arrived at Lu Yi's resting spot. More were moving in from multiple directions. It was only then they began moving in from every direction. They exposed their killing intent once they had gotten close enough. At this distance, it did not matter if they were concealed or not. Every 1,000-demon-rich cultivator was staring at the figure standing on the rock with greed-filled eyes. Die Lu Yi. Take him down. For those who have died because of him. Anger-filled cries broke out from every direction. To someone who knew nothing about the situation, it looked like they were heroes attacking an evil monster who had terrorized their people for too long. Spells and flying weapons shot toward Lu Yi from all over the place. But to their surprise, Lu Yi remained exactly where he was. Despite the rain of death flying toward him from every direction, he didn't even try to dodge out of the way. What is he doing? No one could understand what Lu Yi was thinking. Forget a Heaven 7 cultivator. Even an ordinary Cloud River Realm cultivator would not dare to block such an attack head-on. Unless he was suicidal, of course. Naturally, Lu Yi wasn't feeling suicidal. Right before the attack could hit him, he abruptly summoned a ward flag and gave it a little wave. There was a surge of spiritual power, and a layer of light that surrounded both him and Zhu Jia manifested into existence. Swimming across the surface of the barrier like fish were multiple glyph protections. It's a defensive ward. Someone yelled. Now they understood why Lu Yi had acted as if their attack didn't exist. He had clearly set up a defensive ward around his resting spot. The defensive ward was basically the mini version of a grand ward. It looked pretty tough because the amount of space it needed to protect was much smaller. The main reason Lu Yi was feared by the Thousand Demon Ridge was because of his ward-breaching skills. If he could breach a grand ward, then it made sense that his ward creation skills could not be far behind as well. Suddenly, some of the attackers had a bad feeling regarding this whole assault. At the same time, they realized something they had been subconsciously ignoring until now. Ripples appeared all over the barrier of light as the telekinetic weapons and spells landed. The barrage was powerful enough that the defensive ward was dimming at a visible rate. It would probably shatter in less than 10 breaths. It was at this moment Lu Yi produced yet another ward flag. When he gave it a little wave, a Thousand Demon Ridge squad over a dozen strong suddenly felt an unnatural prickle all over their skin. At the same time, the alarm bells in their heads abruptly rang in full force. The ground beneath their feet started glowing with strange patterns. The next moment, it transformed into a huge ward that encompassed over 30 meters of space. Glyph. Explosion was a glyph Lu Yi had obtained from the Tree of Glyphs a while ago, and it was one of the best glyphs to be used in a ward. Lu Yi's attainment in the way of wards had increased by an unimaginable degree thanks to the knowledge he absorbed in the 100 Wards Tower, but to this day he was still growing at a visible rate. It was because he wasn't able to digest the packets of knowledge that had been forcefully shoved into his head immediately. Every time he reviewed those packets of knowledge, his skill would improve a little more. Lu Yi had created countless wards as per the 100 Wards Tower demanded in its tests. Naturally, he was no longer the novice he used to be. For starters, the explosive ward the Thousand Demon Ridge squad was sitting in had been created using 4 ward flags as the frame and glyph. Explosion as the main glyph. It was then charged to the brim with a good amount of spirit stones. This was the first time he created this type of ward. He dearly wished to know just how powerful it really was. The Thousand Demon Ridge was wary of his ward breaching skills, but this would be the first time they had a taste of his ward creation skills. Run! Someone shouted, but it was too late. The spiritual power of the ward went from 0 to 100 in an instant. The second the glyph took form, the earth shook, and the world was consumed in a blaze of fire and stone. Caught completely by surprise, the other squads instinctively paused in their tracks and looked in the direction of the explosion. They saw blood, flesh and bone raining from the sky. They saw the affected squad had lost over half of their men, and those who survived had not escaped intact. They were all missing a good chunk of flesh and bone and screaming like it was the end of the world. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was thinking to himself, the explosive ward is more powerful than I thought. It's too bad it ruins the ward flags as well. Of course, the ward flags used to establish the explosive ward were not the ones he had received from the 100 Wards Tower. He would have to be really desperate, insane or both to waste them like this. The 4 ward flags used to establish the explosive ward had been purchased from the Vault of Providence. Each one cost between dozens to 100 contribution points, or the equivalent of a good lower-grade spirit artifact. Earlier at the Three Sages School's outpost, Lu Yi had spent nearly all of contribution points on ward flags and ward keystones. While he could have just purchased the raw materials and materialized the items out of thin air using his fire attribute spiritual power, he wasn't yet at that skill level. He didn't have the time or the tools to create them using the standard method either, so he had no choice but to buy them directly from the Vault of Providence. That said, he wasn't making a loss wasting his ward flags like this. Forget that he and Zhu Jia's life were priceless. The kills alone earned him contribution points. Not to mention the loot could be resold for more contribution points or spirit stones. If the enemy he blasted to the heavens were rich, then his return would definitely be higher than the cost. A couple more wards came active while the explosive ward was grabbing everyone's attention. A second explosive ward caught another squad of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators and dealt severe damage to them as well. The second explosive ward was the last of its kind, but that didn't mean the other wards he had set up were useless. They all had their own uses and functions. Lu Yi manipulated these wards and gave the remaining 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators a hell of a hard time. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 359, That piece of shit sure is wealthy. Over 20 people were dead or seriously injured after the first 2 explosive wards were triggered. The rest were having a hard time withstanding the ongoing effects of the remaining wards as well. From time to time, someone would cry out in pain and die. The defensive ward surrounding Lu Yi and Zhu Jia had shattered a while ago. Although the defensive ward was pretty tough, it could only withstand that much damage. In fact, it had broken down after the first wave of assaults. It was just that no one could spare the effort to attack them right now. Standing on the rock, Lu Yi kept waving his ward flags here and there to maximize the effects of his wards. The battlefield was chaotic, to put it mildly. Get on your flying spirit artifacts and get out of range of his wards. Someone finally noticed they were losing horribly and shouted. They had come here with the confidence that they would be able to remove Lu Ye's head from his shoulders, and yet they had suffered huge casualties before they even managed to get close to him. Naturally, the best plan right now was to escape the traps and regroup. Since there was no telling if there were more wards in this place, their best escape option was to fly into the sky. No matter how skilled Lu Yi was in ward creation, he could not possibly cover the entire sky. The words of that cultivator washed over his fellow cultivators like a bucket of ice water. Recognizing the wisdom of the advice, they immediately summoned their flying spirit artifacts. In a forest filled with large trees, gigantic canopies, and heavens know how many more obstacles in the way, flying via telekinesis honestly wasn't their first option of escape. The branches alone were a hazard that might see them falling right back into the death trap beneath their feet. Right now, though, they had no better option. Countless spirit artifacts started rising to the sky. The survivors were just about to escape this death trap when suddenly, a new set of patterns appeared on the ground and joined together to form a new ward. The second the ward was activated, every cultivator in the air suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, and they weighed 1,000 pounds in an instant. Despite their best efforts, they were unable to withstand the invisible pressure pushing them back toward the ground. Aerial lock? A cultivator cried out in fear and panic. There were few cultivators in the cultivation world who hadn't heard of the aerial lock ward, but it should be beyond the ability of a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator to create. This time, no one was able to keep their cool. In fact, it wasn't an aerial lock ward. A true aerial lock ward would have stripped them of their ability to fly completely. The ward currently affecting the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators was just an ongoing effect ward with gravity well as the core. If these cultivators were strong enough to outmuscle the gravitational pull, they could still rise into the air and escape. However, how could a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator possibly escape the effects of an entire ward? Cries of horror and blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the forest as they fell from the sky. Worse still, a powerful and wide-range spell engulfed them in a sea of flames before they could even hit the ground. It was launching what seemed like a gigantic fire lotus. Her arms were pointed at the air as spiritual power surged around her. All 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators caught within her spell were turned into screaming fireballs. This was just the beginning. Zhu Jia ran forward and grabbed the leg of a falling cultivator. He then swung the man at all nearby enemies like he was a large mace. Lu Yi had also leaped down from the rock with one hand pressed lightly against the hilt of the inviolable. The scene around him was something straight out of someone's worst nightmares, and yet he looked like he was taking a walk in the park as his 9 flying weapons flew out of his weapon holder and killed everyone around him. From time to time, he would unsheath the inviolable to end an enemy's life. Finally, Amber had manifested its true body next to him and was leaping all over the battlefield with uncanny agility. While light gold mutant energy coiled around its body like smoke, it smashed open the heads of every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator around it like watermelons. If one strike wasn't enough, then two would do it. It wasn't that the Thousand Demon Ridge group wasn't prepared. Everyone who dared to enter the forest and come after Lu Yi was a cultivator who had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Even the weakest among them was a Heaven 7 cultivator, not to mention that there were over 70 of them. Their target could be a Cloud River Realm cultivator, and they still would have rushed in without fear. The problem was that they had walked into Lu Ye's trap hook, line and sinker. The two explosive wards alone took out nearly 1/3 of their numbers, and the many wards that activated afterward were even more overwhelming. As a result, what was a formidable force powerful enough to give even a Cloud River Realm cultivator a run for their money transformed into a disorderly rabble that could not even leverage their numbers to their advantage. Naturally, only a massacre lay at the end of their cultivation journey. An incense stick later, the battle was over. Mutilated corpses were strewn all around the large rock and the battlefield. The pungent smell of burning flesh mixed with a bloody stench was so thick it was almost tangible. Not a single person in the group of 70 had managed to escape alive. Some of them really had a chance to escape. There were only 4 of them after all, but by the time they finally came to their senses, the elusive Yi had managed to intercept them and kill them with Amber's aid. The group swept the battlefield and looted everything they could find. Then they immediately left the battlefield behind. It wasn't long before more Thousand Demon Ridge squads converged on this location. Suffice to say, what they found had chilled them to the core. The 5 squads who tracked down Lu Yi first had been annihilated to the last. Judging from the messages some of their comrades managed to send before they perished and the various signs on the battlefield, the Vanquisher of Sex had obviously done it using his wards. For a time, a grim mood permeated all the Thousand Demon Ridge squads. Lu Yi was a strong, speedy bastard. They had mobilized the entire core circle to hunt him down, and yet he was still able to outrun his pursuers and hide in the misty mountains. Even then they were optimistic. Now that the bastard had stopped running like a rabbit, they thought they would finally be able to kill him once and for all. Instead, their comrades had been blasted to the heavens by his wards. Judging from the remnants on the battlefield, the Vanquisher of Sex had set up at least 7 wards. They found many broken ward flags and ward keystones in the vicinity as well. It was then the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators realized something they had subconsciously ignored until now. Whatever made them think that Lu Yi's ward creation skills were shoddy, when the young man had proven that he could breach even a grand ward. The Misty Mountains was a mountainous forest that was constantly shrouded in mist and clouds, so it was basically impossible to locate the Vanquisher of Sex in the air. But if they were to search him on the ground, who knows if they might accidentally step into a death trap. The chances they might escape alive were almost nil if that happened. For a moment, the Thousand Demon Ridge squads felt as if they were suffocating. They felt as if there was nowhere safe in the entire forest. All of you are overthinking this. Just when the fear was about to swell into full-blown panic, someone suddenly stepped into the open and declared, Lu Yi might be adept at ward creation, but even he cannot possibly do this forever. As if to increase the persuasive power of his words, the speaker revealed himself to be a Heaven 9 cultivator. Someone addressed him courteously, How should we address you, senior brother? I am Qin Zheng of the Thousand Feather Sect. Many people inspected their battlefield imprint immediately after they heard his name. Someone exclaimed in surprise, Your senior brother Qin, the 98th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy. At a certain cultivation level, a cultivator could communicate with the heavens and dig up certain information that was unavailable to them before through their battlefield imprint. The Scroll of Supremacy was part of that. Qin Zheng's name was third from the bottom of the Scroll of Supremacy. Even so, it was a position most Spirit Creek realm cultivators could never hope to reach. To be honest, they weren't expecting an elite of the Scroll of Supremacy to join in the pursuit of Lu Yi. It wasn't because they weren't tempted by the bounty on the young man's head, but because most of them would rather not mingle with lower cultivators. Not only was Qin Zheng an exception to the rule, he normally preferred to keep a low profile. He would not have revealed his sect if the group's morale was higher. Qin Zheng turned a little red when he heard someone calling out his rank. It was because he had appeared on the list just a few days ago, specifically after the 3 tumors had vanished from the Scroll of Supremacy. What were you saying, Senior Brother Qin? The guy who asked his name earlier asked. Qin Zheng replied, to be honest with you all, this one is barely a ward, a cultivator. He waved a broken ward flag he had picked up from the ground before continuing. So you might say that I know a thing or two about wards. This is a ward flag Louis used to set up his wards, and I can tell you right now it was purchased from the Vault of Providence. How can you tell? Qin Zheng smiled and summoned a different ward flag into his free hand. Because I've bought them before. At our level, it takes a lot of time and energy to forge a ward flag. That is why most people would choose to buy them from the Vault of Providence. Each ward flag is almost as expensive as a lower-grade spiritual artifact. While I cannot say how many ward flags Louis has bought, I'm sure you've all heard of the rumors about him buying a point restoration pill for Li Baxian. Assuming that it is true, there's no way he had enough contribution points to buy too many ward flags. Now they understood what he was trying to say. You're saying Louis will run out of ward flags eventually? Yes, unless he purchased more of them. From what I could observe, Louis used up at least 10 ward flags to set up his traps. I counted 4 ward keystones in total as well. These items alone cost at least 1,000 contribution points, and that is assuming he recycles the ward flags that weren't destroyed in the process. Fuck. That piece of shit sure is wealthy. 1,000 contribution points. Just how many of our comrades did he kill? Damn it. Don't forget the point restoration pill. That Louis is a leech who sucks out the lifeblood of our 1,000 demon ridge to strengthen his own. For a while, the group could not stop criticizing the shit out of Louis. Noticing that they were going off topic, Qin Zheng raised his voice and declared, anyway, my point is that we have nothing to fear from Louis's wards. If we were to give up now, then our comrades truly would have died for nothing. Yes, I cannot deny that some of us may die in the process of pursuing Louis, but it would be worth it if we could protect the future of our 1,000 demon ridge, would it not? We really can't let him grow any stronger than he already is, or there would truly be no one in the Spirit Creek battlefield who could defeat him anymore. I'm sure that no one here is willing to witness someone like him joining the ranks of the Grand Sky Coalition, right? You are absolutely right, Senior Brother Qin, someone replied. Technically speaking, we are traveling in a group. In reality, there is no unified chain of command here. That is the biggest reason the first group fell to that bastard. Since you are a ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy, why don't you become our commander, Senior Brother Qin? A lot of people immediately voiced their support of the suggestion. Qin Zheng thought for a moment before nodding. We do need a unified chain of command to succeed. Very well. If you all believe that I am worthy of this position, then I swear to perform to the best of my abilities. Of course, if I turned out to be wanting, and one of you believes that they will be able to do better than me, then please do not hesitate to volunteer yourself. I am not the jealous type. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 360 Honey. Earlier, no one had stood up to assume command because they didn't think it was necessary. Considering the sheer amount of people that were chasing after Louis, it was only a matter of time before one of them succeeded. Why would they make trouble for themselves when it wasn't necessary? But after witnessing Louis's ward creation abilities, the 1,000 Demon Ridge finally realized that they were going to fail unless they all came together as a cohesive group. A brief discussion later, a group more tightly knit than the one from before was formed. There was only one objective in this group, and that was to slay Louis. In order to increase their morale further, Qin Zheng had even given their group a name. He named them the E-Elimination Front. Everyone who wished to kill Louis was allowed to join the group unconditionally, and information was freely shared. Since Louis is adept in creating wards, I am sure that he has laid a good number of traps for us. The only way to minimize our casualties is to identify and avoid or destroy these wards before we trigger them. If there is anyone among you who is a ward cultivator, then please be sure to give them the best protection you can afford. Also, I would like our fellow beast tamers and golem masters to take the lead and scout the road ahead with their spirit beasts and golems. As Qin Zheng issued order after order, The elimination front began operating in a swift and organized fashion. Soon, the squad scattered once more to dive deeper into the misty mountains and search for Lu Yi. It didn't take long before a massive explosion mixed with traces of chaotic spiritual power appeared from within the mountains. By the time the closest 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators rushed over to their allies' aid, they only found some broken ward flags, destroyed ward keystones, and a dozen or so dead bodies. An entire squad was eliminated just like that. More and more squads triggered the wards Lu Yi had left behind and suffered massive casualties, but the elimination front's efforts definitely weren't useless. Thanks to the ward cultivators, golem masters and beast tamers' efforts, some wards were triggered prematurely or avoided entirely thanks to early identification, which allowed them to keep their casualties to a minimum. Both sides ventured deeper and deeper into the misty mountains as time passed. The elimination front had lost almost 200 people at this point, but the casualties only affirmed their determination to eliminate Lu Yi once and for all. It was because the young man's abilities were terrifying enough despite being at the Heaven 7 realm. If he was allowed to ascend to the Heaven 9 realm, then there truly was no one in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield who would be able to defeat him. In fact, he might actually dominate the entire Spirit Creek battlefield like a god when that happened. This was something the 1,000 Demon Ridge could not accept no matter what, literally. Their seniors and elders had already given the order to eliminate Lu Yi at all costs. 7 days had passed since the pursuit began. The elimination front's total casualties had exceeded 300. It was such a horrific loss that even the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators could not help but wince when they heard the report. That was 300 people who had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. 300 younglings who could have ascended to the Cloud River realm at any moment. One could even say that Lu Yi had wiped out 300 Cloud River realm cultivators single-handedly, not to mention that a good amount of them were Heaven 9 cultivators who had a huge chance of becoming a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator in the distant future. How could they not be hurt by such loss? The hunt for Lu Yi did not stop, however. In fact, it was growing more and more intense over time. It was because things were developing exactly as Qin Zheng had anticipated earlier. Not only was Lu Yi laying less and less wards over time, he ambushed them much more than he waited for them to fall into his traps as of late. This could only mean that he was running out of ward flags. Unlike the beginning, he could no longer create as many wards as he liked. The moment he confirmed this, Qin Zheng immediately ordered the closest two squads to merge together into a larger group. The reason they didn't dare to do so before was because they were afraid of Lu Yi's wards. Losing one small squad was better than losing two, so to speak. But now the risk that they might lose the squads to Lu Yi's traps was considerably smaller. Moreover, a bigger squad would stand a bigger chance at killing Lu Yi. The order was simple, but the effect it had on Lu Yi's group was immediate. Previously, the 1,000 Demon Ridge did not dare to form a squad that consisted of more than a dozen people. With Zhu Jia as their frontliner and Amber support, their chances of routing an entire squad was pretty high. Now though, each squad consisted of at least 20,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. The pressure on his group more than doubled, to put it mildly. He had used up the ward flags and ward keystones. He had spent over 4,000 contribution points to purchase completely. All he had left was the 32 ward flags he had received from the 100 wards tower. And he wasn't going to waste them on single-use wards. It was worth it though. Lu Yi had made a small fortune up to this point. Killing an enemy cultivator already yielded contribution points, but he got to collect all kinds of loot as well. It should not need to be said, but core circle cultivators were generally wealthier than inner circle cultivators. The spirit artifacts they used were better as well. Right now, Lu Yi was carrying 4 storage bags around his waist. Besides the one he normally used, the other 3 were filled to the brim with loot. Currently, the group was quietly recuperating after an encounter with a 1,000 Demon Ridge squad. The reason Lu Yi had chosen to enter the Misty Mountains at the beginning was because he was unwilling to be hunted like a mouse. Here, he was the one who called the shots instead of reacting passively to his enemy's assault. It was out of this consideration that he bought 4,000 contribution points worth of ward flags and ward keystones at the 3 Sages School's outpost. Now though, he realized that he had underestimated their tenacity. He thought he would have deterred them by now, But in reality the Thousand Demon Ridge was still coming after him. In fact, they were acting like no cost was too great as long as they could kill him. The current situation was neither too good nor too bad for him right now. The misty mountains naturally made it unlikely for him to be surrounded by a large group. As long as he wasn't hopelessly outnumbered and trapped, they should be able to handle anything the enemy threw at them. For example, he was the attacker in the latest battle. Since the Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't going to stop, he couldn't relent on the pressure either. The enemy had lost over 300 cultivators already. There had to be a point where the Thousand Demon Ridge would decide enough was enough and call off the hunt. His injuries weren't too severe. Luyi was currently waiting for his body to recover after consuming a healing pill. Unfortunately, they didn't get to rest for long before it reported that a massive group of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators was swiftly approaching their location. He had no choice but to climb back to his feet and travel deeper into the misty mountains. Most other cultivators would have run out of spiritual power a long time ago, and a cultivator without spiritual power might as well be immortal. However, Luyi possessed the Tree of Glyphs and the Gluttonous Feast. Not only could he replenish his spiritual power in a short time, he still had a dozen or so mystic fruit ciders in his storage bag. If the Thousand Demon Ridge thought that they could squeeze him dry of spiritual power by pressuring him relentlessly, he could only say that they had miscalculated. That said, he was slowly but surely running out of stamina. There just wasn't enough time to rest and recuperate. It had been a week since the hunt began, and Luyi could clearly feel fatigue settling into his body. The fatigue was only growing worse and worse over time. The group marched forward for another 6 or 7 kilometers before taking another small break. Luyi shared some jerkies with Amber and Jujia before chewing on the meat. At this point, the hunt had transformed into a battle of patience and mental fortitude. The side who broke first would be the loser. For Luyi, giving up was the last possible option. He was going to fight back for as long as the Thousand Demon Ridge came after him. Suddenly Luyi heard a buzzing noise. He turned his eyes and saw a 3-inch-long bee circling around Jujia. The body-tempering cultivator grabbed the bee in one quick swipe before spreading his palm. While holding the bee in place with 2 fingers, he did something to it that Luyi couldn't see. When Jujia released the bee back into the air, Luyi saw that a nigh-invisible string had been tied to it. Jujia might look like he couldn't walk down a narrow corridor without bumping the walls, but in reality not even Luyi could match his finesse in certain departments. For example, his skill in telekinesis was so great that Luyi often found himself astounded by a certain move or maneuver he pulled with his spirit artifacts. The string he just tied to the bee's body was proof of his talent as well. The bee flapped its wings and flew away. Jujia then beckoned Luyi to follow the bee. Luyi had a feeling what the body-tempering cultivator was plotting. For a while, the 2 men and 1 tiger trailed behind the bee for several kilometers. Many turns later, they finally arrived at a massive tree with a bee nest on a tree branch. The bee nest was at least 3 meters in radius. It was bone white in color and oval-shaped. Countless bees were flying in and out of the nest. Jujia summoned his flying spirit artifact and flew up to the nest. He then plucked it right out of the tree with its fan-sized hand. In an instant, countless bees flew out of the nest and covered nearly every inch of Jujia's body. However, not even the softest part of the body-tempering cultivator's body could be hurt by these little things. As he dropped back down to the ground, he casually beckoned Luyi to his side and broke open the nest to reveal a sheen of light golden honey. A sweet scent immediately wafted into his nose. Jujia passed half of the nest to Luyi and kept the other half for himself. He sat down by the tree and, like he was holding a giant watermelon, scooped out the honey with his bare hands and ate to his heart's content. Judging from his honey-covered lips and his silly grin, Luyi knew that he must have done this many times in the past. His movements had been a little too practiced and unhesitant. Luyi did as Jujia demonstrated and consumed a mouthful of honey as well. Sweetness immediately filled his entire mouth. Luyi was immediately surprised by 2 things. 1, the honey was sweet but not nauseating. 2, it contained a small amount of refined spiritual power, which meant that it was beneficial to one's recovery. He realized that the bees must have collected the honey from nearby spirit flowers. No wonder it contained a bit of spiritual power. This was an incredibly valuable type of food. A cultivator who just began their cultivation journey would experience tremendous growth if they ate this. Of course, it was no longer very useful for Lu Yi or Zhu Jia. The two men gobbled down the honey like their lives depended on it. From time to time, Lu Yi would share a piece with Amber as well. As for Yi, she could only watch from the side with deep envy. Oh, the bees were watching from the sidelines as well. Their incessant buzzing almost sounded like loud protests against the honey stealer. The meal was a fulfilling one. The trio looked satisfied to the brim as they lay comfortably on the forest floor. Suddenly, Lu Yi discovered that his fatigue was vanishing at an astonishing rate. As it turned out, the honey was useful for recovering one's stamina as well. Its value in Lu Ye's mind immediately skyrocketed, especially considering their current circumstances. He had never embarked on a journey without stocking up on some food, but unfortunately he, Zhu Jia and Amber were all massive gluttons. After 7 days of relentless pursuit, his food reserves were almost all gone. The Thousand Demon Ridge had given them no time to hunt. Even if they managed to catch some prey, there was no time to cook it properly. Therefore, this bee honey could not have come at a better time. If possible, he would like to collect as much of it as he could. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 361, The Good Stuff. When Lu Yi realized this, he immediately rose to his feet and beckoned Zhu Jia deeper into the forest. Just an incense stick later, Lu Yi was standing beneath a large tree and looking up at another bone-white-colored, oval-shaped bee nest. He wasn't expecting to locate a second bee nest so soon. Zhu Jia flew up and plucked it from the tree branch. He then shoved it directly into his storage bag. There were plenty of bees inside the bee nest as a matter of course, but the space inside a storage bag wasn't suitable for living. Every bee still inside the bee nest would die eventually. They kept finding more and more bee nests as they continued forward. Lu Yi had to take out his 10-point map to check if they had accidentally stumbled into a tyrant-level spirit beast's territory. He relaxed when he confirmed that they hadn't. He was worried because there was an unusual amount of bees in this region, and generally speaking it was quite common for a species made up of so many individuals to produce a powerhouse or two. If there was a tyrant-level bee in the area, then well, they were fucked. Thankfully, he saw no special mention of any sort on the 10-point map. It meant that this area was relatively safe. 10 bee nests later, Lu Yi discovered that they were running out of space. They had killed a lot of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators and obtained just as many storage bags, but he always tossed away the storage bags after transferring the contents to his storage bags. Generally speaking, every storage bag at their level contained more or less the same finite amount of space. Every bee nest they had procured so far was at least 3 meters in radius or larger, so one storage bag could only fit 3 bee nests at most. It wasn't every day he ran into a valuable natural resource, so Lu Yi wanted to procure as much of it as he could. Forget that the bee honey was exactly what they needed right now. It could accelerate the growth of the new disciples at the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost as well. At least storage bags were easy to acquire in these lands. He only needed to take out one of the many pursuers on their tail. His mind made up, Lu Yi created a concealment ward with glyph invisibility at the core to hide their bodies and their presence. He then waited patiently for his enemies to arrive. There was no need to seek out the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators himself because these bastards were like fleas. He only needed to wait a moment for them to show up. Less than 4 hours later, he started hearing the sound of rustling grass from afar. A Thousand Demon Ridge squad made up of 24 people had shown up. The group of 24 was marching forward in a semi-loose formation. It was to ensure that they wouldn't all be caught in a ward trap, while still being close enough to reinforce one another if necessary. The group was tense and perfectly silent. No one knew if Lu Yi would suddenly jump out of a bush and kick their butts after all. Hundreds of people had died in these woods already. They had no intention of emulating their example. This squad was led by a Heaven 9 cultivator. Everyone else was either Heaven 8 or Heaven 7. Lu Yi could tell that the Heaven 9 cultivator was the core of the group. Suddenly, a series of whistling noises broke the silence. At the same time, the Heaven 9 cultivator felt an enormous sense of crisis. He turned his head just in time to see a bunch of spiritual lights flying straight toward him. The Heaven 9 cultivator, a spell cultivator judging from his attire, was the strongest cultivator in the group. Naturally, Lu Yi was going to take him out first. It so happened that the group was in the perfect range of an ambush as well. Lu Yi had unleashed all 9 of his flying weapons to ensure that the Heaven 9 cultivator would fall to the surprise attack. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had gone all out from the get-go. The Heaven 9 cultivator's reaction was pretty swift. He immediately summoned a thick spiritual power shield around himself while dashing to the side. Clang clang clang. The sharp edge-empowered flying weapons struck the spiritual power shield one after another. It took barely a second or two before they shattered the spiritual power shield and skewered the spell cultivator. Enemy attack. The spell cultivator barely roared out in warning before collapsing in a lifeless heap. Blood quickly pooled beneath his body. Only a Heaven 9 body-tempering cultivator might have a shot at surviving an ambush from this distance. To the group's credit, they immediately retaliated with a rain of flying weapons and spells despite losing their leader at first notice. The good news was that Lu Yi had already dodged out of the way. The bad news was that Zhu Jia did not possess Lu Ye's speed, so he could only raise an arm, channel his spiritual power and vitality, and create a turtle shell-shaped barrier in front of himself. A rapid series of noises pierced the eardrums as the counterattack pushed Zhu Jia uncontrollably to the back. He might be powerful, but even he could not withstand this many heaven-grade cultivators attacking him at the same time. Cracks appeared all over the shell-like barrier. His vitality and spiritual power were healing it by the second, but it wasn't going to withstand many more attacks. Lu Ye's flying weapons whistled through the air once more. Of course he hadn't been idle while the 1,000 Demon Ridge squad was attacking Zhu Jia. While the flying weapons were keeping the squad distracted, he himself charged toward the nearest enemy with the inviolable. "Kill Lu Yi!" Someone shouted. The rest of the squad immediately switched targets and attacked Lu Yi instead. It was at this moment Yi suddenly appeared not far away from them. As she channeled her spiritual power, what looked like a giant golden disc swimming with runes appeared above their heads. The disc spun round and round as it rained a storm of golden arcs on the squad. That wasn't all. On Zhu Jia's head, Amber faced in the direction with the most people and let out a roar. The shockwave washed over the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators and slowed them down visibly. As if they had been struck by a hammer, they were beset by a moment of dizziness that slowed the circulation of their spiritual power and the frequency of their attacks. Even so, Lu Yi was forced back with multiple wounds on his body. If he hadn't constructed a protection in time, he would have been dead or grievously injured already. Zhu Jia rushed forward to protect Lu Yi. The slightly healed barrier only lasted 3 breaths before shattering into pieces. Right now, the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were perfectly exemplifying the idiom, "Even an elephant may fall to enough ants." Lu Yi had successfully assassinated the enemy Heaven 9 spell cultivator in a single exchange, and yet the battle could still go either way. Any cultivator who had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique would find themselves a lot stronger than before. If this was the inner circle, Lu Yi and Zhu Jia alone could have taken down 20+ ninth-order cultivators without much difficulty. Unfortunately, the same thing could not be said in the core circle. The group of 4 began mounting an organized retreat. Zhu Jia covered Lu Yi with his body as they retreated deeper into the forest. The trees provided them some cover as well. They made sure to attack from time to time so that their pursuers would not be able to attack them with impunity. "Don't let him escape," someone shouted as the squad gave chase. "Watch out for traps," another person yelled. No one could declare with absolute certainty that Lu Yi hadn't left behind some presence after all. Lu Ye's group could flee with all their might, but the 1,000 Demon Ridge squad could not pursue to their heart's content. Naturally, it was impossible for them to keep up with their targets. It wasn't long before they lost Lu Yi and Zhu Jia completely. When Lu Yi and Zhu Jia were completely out of their reach, the squad came to a stop and exchanged furious and frustrated looks with one another. The sudden battle had cost them 8 lives in total. Their leader, a Heaven 9 spell cultivator, had died especially quickly, almost a second after Lu Yi had kicked off the ambush. Although it looked like they had done some good damage to the bastard, it was impossible to say just how injured he really was. As if that wasn't bad enough, they discovered that the storage bags of their dead comrades were missing when they returned to the battlefield. Someone had somehow taken them without them noticing. Of course, Yi was the one who stole the storage bags. She had snuck back to the battlefield while the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were pursuing Lu Yi. 2 hours later, Lu Yi took off his blood-drenched shirt and washed himself at a mountain stream. Yi then bandaged his wounds for him. The situation was growing troublesome. After being hunted by the Thousand Demon Ridge for 7 days straight, he was unwilling to leave things like this, to put it mildly. However, the latest battle proved that even a perfect ambush was only enough to turn what would have been a one-sided massacre to a significantly risky fight. If Zhu Jia wasn't as tough as he was, they would be dead already. There were only a handful of Spirit Creek Realm body-tempering cultivators who could have survived this level of assault, and the body-tempering cultivator was able to block 2 rounds and shield him as they retreated. Even then, he had sustained a moderate amount of injuries. At this point, he had to admit that a squad made up of 20-plus heaven-grade cultivators was a serious headache. If he had an infinite amount of ward flags and ward keystones, then of course the squad wasn't a problem. The first squad he had wiped out with wards was over 70 cultivators strong. 20 would have been a piece of cake. However, he had run out of ward flags and ward keystones a while ago. Not even the greatest cook in the world could conjure food out of thin air. There wasn't much he could do now. All he could do was to sniff out the best opportunities and damage the enemy as much as possible. After he had gathered himself, he unlocked the restriction locks on the storage bags and organized the items. He then took a small break before marching into the forest once more. Yi had brought back a dozen or so storage bags, as most cultivators would carry more than one storage bag. This should be enough to last us through this journey. No matter how many bee nests there were in this region, there had to be a limit. Half a day passed. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia were currently resting after procuring yet another batch of bee nests. Suddenly Yi returned and said excitedly, Lu Yi, I found something awesome." She grabbed his hand and pulled while saying this. "What is it?" Lu Yi was curious. Yi was no longer the naive girl she was after all the adventures they had gone on together, but whatever it was she found had still excited beyond her imagination. It had to be something amazing. Also, this was the inner depths of the Misty Mountains. Heavens know what kind of natural treasure might be hidden beneath its canopies. You'll know when you see it. The group started following Yi down a certain direction. Even before they had arrived at their destination, Lu Ye's expression had morphed into one of surprise and amazement. It was because the air had become filled with the scent of flowers a while ago. Moreover, the scent was so thick that it felt like a mixture of countless breeds of flowers instead of one. There were many complex layers to it. A while later they arrived at a clearing. This was the first clearing they had ever encountered ever since they entered the Misty Mountains. Yi pulled him to the edge of a small cliff and pointed at the valley below. "Look!" Lu Yi looked. It was a sea of flowers that spanned the entire valley. He could have believed that he had stumbled upon paradise. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 362. Kick the Bee's Nest. As pretty as the sea of flowers was, it wasn't what Yi wanted to show him. She was pointing at the gigantic, bone-white, oval-shaped structure that almost looked like it was forged out of white jade at the center of the sea of flowers. Lu Yi had mentally prepared himself for anything, but he still couldn't resist gasping when he saw it. At the center of the seemingly endless sea of flowers was the biggest bee nest he had ever seen in his life. It was like someone had built a massive palace at the center of the valley. Lu Yi didn't even know it was possible for such a huge bee nest to exist. More importantly, he saw many bees about 2/3 of a meter long flying around the sea of flowers. His eyes twitched when he noted its size and colorful patterns. The bees he encountered until now were only 2 to 3 inches long at most and nothing special. But These bees were definitely large enough to be categorized as mutants. What was even more terrifying was its sheer number. There were a lot of them, to say the least. The honey produced by the ordinary bees was already finger-licking delicious. He wondered how amazing the honey these bees could produce would be. Lu Yi could not help a surge of greed when he thought this. No wonder people said that deep, ancient forests were some of the best places to hunt for natural treasures. In fact, a lot of cultivators loved exploring the wilderness after reaching a certain cultivation level. Most of the time they would encounter something immensely valuable, such as the bee nest right before his eyes. Sure, he was going to have to bear some risk to harvest the honey in the nest, but as the saying went, one has to give in order to receive. He fell into thought for a moment before instructing, "Wait for me here. I'm going to take a look alone." Yi said immediately, "I'll come with you." No. To be fair, Yi was more suited for such risky endeavors than him. As an apparition, she could just dive underground if she encountered any sort of danger. It was a unique advantage no cultivator possessed. However, just because she was usually safe didn't mean she would always be safe. The bee nest before him didn't look normal, and the valley was filled to the brim with giant bees. Without knowing what kind of dangers might lie ahead of them, he just could not convince himself to allow Yi to take the risk. On the other hand, his cultivation level was higher than hers. He was also fairly equipped to handle most dangers. An unhappy Yi puffed up her cheeks in protest, but Lu Yi simply ignored her. He jumped over the edge and activated invisibility before he even hit the ground. His body seemed to vanish into thin air just like that. Even his presence was completely concealed. If Lu Yi hadn't received invisibility from the Tree of Glyphs earlier, he would not have dared to take the risk. A blind man could have seen that these meter-long mutant bees were no joke. It might be a different story if there were only dozens to over 100 mutant bees in the valley, but there were easily thousands upon thousands of them flying all over the sea of flowers. From above, the sea of flowers looked like layers upon layers of interconnected vegetation. It wasn't until he landed on the ground that he realized that the plants were much bigger than they looked. Unfortunately, Lu Yi hadn't studied herbology much and so could not tell if these plants were herbs. After confirming that invisibility was still active, Lu Yi soundlessly snuck his way toward the bee nest in the middle. From time to time a mutant bee or two would fly past him. His ears were full of buzzing. A long time later, he finally arrived at the bee nest. Lu Yi felt incredibly small as he looked up at the massive structure. There were a lot of holes in the bee nest. Many hardworking mutant bees were flying in and out of these entrances. Lu Yi circled around the nest for a bit until he found a larger hole. However, he barely managed to take a couple of steps before he saw a mutant bee crawling straight toward him. He hurriedly pressed himself against the wall. When the mutant bee crawled past him, it suddenly paused and looked in his direction as if it noticed something. When it found nothing, it turned away and continued toward the exit. This would happen many more times as he ventured deeper and deeper into the nest. Invisibility was turning out even better than he had imagined. These unintelligent mutant bees could never imagine that a human would be bold enough to infiltrate their nest. A while later, Lu Yi exited the passage and entered the interior of the bee nest. The interior of the bee nest was much bigger than he would have anticipated. It was also filled with the unique scent of bee honey. Lu Yi felt like his mind was clearing up just inhaling the fragrant scent. At the same time, he grew certain that the honey produced in this nest was clearly superior to the ones they had collected earlier. As it turned out, there were even more bees inside the nest than outside. Lu Yi had to dodge them from time to time while following the scent to its origin. He quickly arrived at the place where the bees stored their honey. Blocks of golden honey that looked as pure as citron crystals were stored in clumps within the nest. By now, the scent was so strong that he was unconsciously licking his lips. The honey was guarded by a dozen or so mutant bees, but these ones were almost as long as humans were tall and much, much bigger than the ones outside. They crawled back and forth like they were patrolling the area. It was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. A recess had also caught his attention. The reason he noticed it was because a couple of the human-length mutant bees were standing guard beside it. When he crept closer and took a look, his expression widened a little in surprise. The recess was quite small considering the size of everything inside and outside this nest, only the size of a small bowl. Half of it was filled with what looked like amber-colored liquid. Lu Yi could not tell what it was at first glance, but he had a feeling that it was the royal jelly. If it was, then this half a bowl of liquid was worth far more than all the honey around him. Now he had found the good stuff, it was time for the fun part of this adventure. The heist. He thought for a second before grabbing a few spirit stones from his storage bags and flicking them in every direction. The unusual disturbance immediately alarmed the patrolling bees. They crawled toward the sources at high speed. In the blink of an eye, the only ones left in the area were the mutant bees tasked to protect the royal jelly. These mutant bees were much more conscientious than their brethren. They probably wouldn't leave the nest unless they had no other choice. Left with no other choice, Lu Yi could only channel his spiritual power. His weapon holder buzzed and 9 flying weapons shot toward the mutant bees. They all lost their heads in an instant. It was impossible to stay hidden after what he just did, but he was beyond caring at this point. He hurriedly scooped up the amber liquid in the recess with his spiritual power, threw it into an empty storage bag, then ran to the honeycombs and collected as much honey as he could. The buzzing in his ears grew louder. The mutant bees that were drawn away a moment ago had returned, and they were homing in on Lu Ye's location at high speed. A moment later, a fiery red light shot out of the bee nest and flew into the sky. It was none other than Lu Yi with his wings. Lu Yi looked absolutely horrible right now. He was grimacing in abject pain because a dozen or so bee stings were stuck in his body. Each sting was at least 1/3 of a meter long, so it was as if he had a dozen knives in his body. Not only that, the bee stings were clearly venomous. Lu Yi could clearly feel himself growing uncoordinated both in the body and the mind. Most cultivators could only wait for death to take them in this situation. The venom alone wasn't something a Spirit Creek realm cultivator could survive. Not to mention that an entire swarm of mutant bees was chasing behind Lu Yi. In fact, every mutant bee in the valley had been alerted to his theft. On the rock, Zhu Jia and Yi could only watch as a massive fog made up of millions or even tens of millions of mutant bees chasing after the streak of fiery red aura that was Lu Yi. It was easily one of the most terrifying things they had seen in their life. Yi panicked and instinctively wanted to chase after Lu Yi. It was at this moment she received a message from Lu Yi that said, "Run." Yi stopped in her tracks and beckoned Zhu Jia to follow her. They then ran deeper into the forest. In the sky, Lu Yi was gradually recovering because the tree of glyphs was burning away the toxin coursing inside his body. He never once thought that he would die from the venom, though of course it was inevitable that he would experience some adverse reactions during the first few seconds. By now, the buzzing noises in his ears were loud enough it was like the mutant bees were right next to him. He took a look behind himself and was stunned by what he saw. Kicking a hornet's, or in this case a bee's, nest had never been so literal. A literal cloud of mutant bees were chasing after him like they would devour him down to the skeleton for his transgressions. There wasn't even time to pull out the bee stings inside his body. Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power with all his might, flapped his wings, and shot further up toward the sky. He broke through the misty mountain sea of clouds in an instant. Having gotten used to the mountain range's poor lighting, the harsh sunlight caused him to squint a little. Suddenly he heard someone shouting, "Lu Yi." Lu Yi turned toward the source of the shout and saw a dozen or so auras flying straight toward him. More were converging on his location after hearing the shout. The Yi elimination front led by Qin Zheng had been chasing after Lu Yi for the past week. Naturally, they had considered the possibility that Lu Yi might escape through the sky. That was why they had people searching the ground and patrolling the sky at all times. Vision was so much clearer in the sky than it was on the ground. Lu Yi hadn't even revealed himself for a couple of seconds before he was spotted by a member of the Yi elimination front. Like cats who caught the stench of fish, the cultivators immediately began converging on Lu Yi. Something was puzzling them though. Lu Yi did not look to be in his best condition, and what looked like a dozen or so large needles were sticking out of his body. They wondered what he had encountered prior to flying into the sky. What was even more puzzling was the fact that Lu Yi was flying straight toward them instead of running away. "You dare!" the leader of the group yelled before shooting flying weapons at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was less skilled than Zhu Jia in terms of telekinesis, but he wasn't flying using a flying spirit artifact right now. He was using his emergency escape tool, wings. Naturally, he was faster and nimbler than normal. Lu Yi easily weaved around the flying weapons attempting to skewer him. At the same time, he got closer and closer to his attackers. "Watch out!" the leader yelled again. Lu Yi's skill with his flying weapons was quite infamous at this point, so they did not hesitate to spread out after the young man had gotten close to them. They got ready to handle anything Lu Yi might throw at them. To their surprise, Lu Yi did not try to attack them. He simply blew past them and continued toward the horizon. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 363. They've gone crazy. The cultivators of the Yi elimination front were all confused to see Lu Yi fleeing like his life depended on it. Before they could turn around and give chase, they suddenly heard a buzzing noise from somewhere. Someone asked in puzzlement, "What's that noise?" He had just finished asking that question when his gaze became filled with horror. It was because he saw something wriggling beneath the mist where Lu Yi had emerged from earlier. Something massive. The next second, they saw a swarm of mutant bees bursting out of the mist and flying straight toward them. They were the source of the buzzing noise. To say that the Yi elimination front cultivators felt chilled to the bone would be an understatement. They finally understood why Lu Yi had fled without looking back. For whatever reason, the guy was currently being hunted by a massive swarm of mutant bees. The mutant bees had incredible flight speed. 1 second they were still above the mist, and the next they were almost right in front of them. The Yi elimination front cultivators hastily channeled their spiritual power and descended to the ground as quickly as they could. But in the end they just weren't fast enough. As the mutant bees washed over them, a number of venomous stings destroyed their protective spiritual power and pierced their bodies. They screamed in pain as they fell toward the ground. It took only a couple seconds before the group of over 12 cultivators was gone just like that. The other cultivators rushing over to this location were shocked by what they saw. They hastily halted in their tracks and watched as the cloud of mutant bees flew toward a certain direction. It was only now Lu Yi had the time to pull out the venomous stings stuck in his body. Every pull caused a small burst of blood. The stings were long and went deep into his flesh. He was lucky he hadn't taken a hit in his vitals. After he was done, he looked back and found that the bee swarm was still chasing after him. Worse, they were moving faster than he normally flew without imbuing his flying spirit artifact with windwalk. Thankfully, he was using wings right now. Given enough time, he should be able to shake them off without fail. He had just thought this when he suddenly felt something strange on his back. Then he realized that the spiritual power within the tattoo wasn't flowing quite smoothly. Lu Ye's expression darkened. He realized immediately that he was in trouble. Lady Yuan had personally inked the tattoo-type glyph into his back before he had participated in the Battle of the Legates. At the time, Lady Yuan had told him that the temporary glyph would only last a total of 6 hours. In other words, the tattoo would lose its function after it had exceeded this time limit. It had been months since that day, and Lu Yi had been using wings on and off throughout this period. As a result, the tattoo was finally nearing its limit. He had been vaguely aware of this, which was why he rarely used it after ascending to the 8th order and gaining the power to control a flying spirit artifact. A life-saving tool should be used sparingly after all. Unfortunately, it was threatening to give up on him at the worst possible moment. Left with no choice, Lu Yi brought out his spirit boat and switched to telekinetic flight before wings completely lost its efficacy. Then, he imbued the spirit boat with a windwalk, only barely retaining his original flight speed. He wasn't done though. He proceeded to swallow a couple spirit pills and gulp down an entire bottle of mystic fruit cider, regenerating his spiritual power quickly. Wings cost a lot of spiritual power to maintain, and the same went with piloting a flying spirit artifact that was boosted by windwalk. That was why he needed to ensure that he wouldn't run out of spiritual power. The pursuit lasted for 2 whole hours. When Lu Yi finally shook off the bee swarm behind him, he let out a long sigh of relief and descended to the ground. He then sought out a safe place to catch his breath. While Lu Yi was resting, many Yi Elimination Front cultivators had caught wind that Lu Yi was being chased by a bee swarm, and that he had already broken through their encirclement. The news greatly angered them as a matter of course. They had chased the vanquisher of sex for over a week and lost hundreds of comrades in the process, but the guy still managed to escape in the end. How could they possibly accept this outcome? Although they didn't know why Lu Yi was being hunted by the mutant bees, the guy had proven himself to be as tricky as he was fast. The chances that he would be able to escape to safety were quite high. The Yi Elimination Front had lost track of Lu Yi. In other words, the hunt was over. There were some protests, but in the end they had no choice but to accept that their operation was a failure. The 1,000 demon-rich cultivators flew out of the forest and over the mist. They were just about to take their leave when suddenly, someone sent out the message saying that Lu Yi had come back. Not only that, he was still being chased by the bee swarm. As no one was expecting the bastard to come back, some of them dodged too late and were killed by the bee swarm. All in all, they had lost yet another dozen or so people. It was horrible to say the least. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded by this comical turn of events. What on earth did Lu Yi do to the bee swarm that they would pursue him so relentlessly? They considered this to be excellent news though. Before this, they were the only ones who were hunting Lu Yi. Now, a swarm of mutant bees had joined their ranks, relatively speaking. It delighted them to see that Lu Ye's evil karma had finally caught up to him. Sure, they had lost some of their comrades to these mutant bees, but it wasn't like they were doing much better before. The losses were acceptable so long as they could kill Lu Yi. A brief discussion later, the Yi Elimination Front decided to stay behind. They might not be able to kill Lu Yi before the mutant bees, but they would at least bear witness to his pitiful end. Of course, it would be even better if they could coordinate with the creatures somehow. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was beyond speechless at the bee swarm chasing after him. Perhaps he had caught some imperceptible scent when he was fighting his way out of the nest, but these mutant bees seemed to have a way to find him. Although he managed to shake them off a while ago, he barely caught a brief rest before they caught up to him once more. While escaping, Lu Yi had changed his clothes and even bathed himself multiple times. However, he still wasn't able to shake off the bee swarm completely. Assuming that he could fly his Windwalk-empowered spirit boat indefinitely, then he had a chance at shaking them off permanently. Unfortunately, he was losing more spiritual power than he was regenerating even at his current cultivation level. Flying a Windwalk-empowered spirit boat cost even more spiritual power than wings, and considering his energy reserves there was no way he could keep this up for long. Since it was impossible to shake them off via brute force, Lu Yi had no choice but to turn back and use the 1,000 demon-rich cultivators to slow them down. While he was always happy to do damage to the 1,000 demon-rich, he was aware that it would not improve his situation one bit. Left with no choice, Lu Yi dropped into the forest and began running between the trees. The forest would slow down the bee swarm and keep them from being able to travel at top speed. While running, he came face to face with a group of 1,000 demon-rich cultivators. Both sides were surprised to see one another, but Lu Yi reacted first by producing something from his storage bag and tossing it straight at the group. It was none other than a big bee nest. Someone thought it was an attack and shattered the bee nest in midair. Pieces of the nest immediately rained from above while a sweet scent swiftly spread throughout the area. The group turned white with horror when they realized what they had just done. By now, everyone knew that Lu Yi was being pursued by a swarm of mutant bees. That was why the latest plan was to delay Lu Yi as much as possible if they ran into him. Once the mutant bees had caught up, the young man would be lucky to escape. That was the plan, until the Sanuvabitch tossed a bee nest at them. Just a few seconds later, they heard a dreaded buzzing noise behind Lu Yi. They turned around just in time to see what looked like a black thunder cloud passing through the foliage and overwhelming everything in its path. If only it wasn't actually a cloud. Lu Yi had already dashed away in another direction, leaving the group behind to face the bee swarm head-on. "Run!" Someone roared before summoning his flying spirit artifact and escaping into the sky. Another person attempted to run away from the bee swarm on foot. For a moment it was pure chaos. The bee swarm chasing after Lu Yi abruptly split into several groups. While the main group was still chasing after Lu Yi, the smaller groups were going after the escaping Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. It didn't take long before the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were caught up and killed. Even the one who flew away on his flying spirit artifact could not escape his fate. With their strength they could handle dozens or even 100 mutant bees without a scratch. But millions? Tens of millions? How was anyone supposed to survive that? Even a body-tempering cultivator could be killed once their defensive spirit artifact and spiritual power were destroyed, and the venom was injected into their veins. Lu Yi was still running when his eyes suddenly lit up with realization. He had been wondering how the mutant bees were able to locate him this whole time. He was wearing a new set of clothes and his body was clean. The only way they could still detect him was if he had caught something that his human nose could not detect, something like the unique scent of bee honey. It was inevitable that he would catch the scent of honey while he was robbing the mutant bees blind in their own home. It was also very difficult to remove this type of scent the normal way. He had tossed the bee nest at the group of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators on a whim. He had plenty of ordinary bee nests in his storage bags anyway, so it was hardly a big loss even if the experiment had failed. The outcome was pleasantly surprising to say the least. Suddenly, Lu Yi realized that being hunted by a swarm of killer bees wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The group he ran into just now was over 30 cultivators strong, and alone his only options was to escape like hell or die. However, the bee swarm had taken care of it without any problem whatsoever. I wonder how many groups there are in the forest? While running, Lu Yi found the time to message Zhu Jiani and tell them to evacuate from the area. He promised he would meet up with them once he was safe. The mutant bees had gone completely crazy. Zhu Jia and the others would be in grave danger if they were close by. It didn't take long before Yi replied to the message and told him to be careful. Lu Yi went all out now that he no longer had to worry about accidentally putting Zhu Jia and Amber in danger. Running through the forest was a lot slower than telekinetic flight but he was actually doing better than when he was flying thanks to the endless amount of natural obstacles around him. Even still, he didn't dare to slow down for even a second. The situation in the Misty Mountains grew even more chaotic. While Lu Yi was running all over the place, he made sure to give every Thousand Demon Ridge group he encountered a bee nest to the face. Naturally, the bee swarm killed all of them. Not counting the casualties they had already incurred, it wasn't long before they lost over 100 people. After all the casualties they had incurred throughout the pursuit, the EE Elimination Front finally admitted that it was a bad idea to remain in the forest. Considering the circumstances, it would only cost them unnecessary lives. Reluctant and frustrated, the cultivators of the EE Elimination Front took to the sky and got ready to withdraw from the Misty Mountains. Lu Yi could fight the bees all by himself. Logically speaking, there was no way a Heaven 7 could survive the bee swarm. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.